detail, Con, and it's basically it's a manager's where we immediately gather some initial rough facts about what happened. There's some things in the drug test order that talks about when you would test, and it's based on where you can't discount or the employee working may have been involved, or you can't discount their performance as a cause of an accident, is where you would do drug or alcohol testing. And that's a drug test determination call we do shortly right after the SRT, and that's management only.
Okay. So just to clarify, there was a drug test conducted. There was no alcohol test
Correct.
conducted. Okay. And so, and this is where I'm going to get into this. I don't know who is Rolando Caparis?
He's a vice president for air traffic services.
Okay. So he was there within 18 minutes.
He lives within walking distance of the facility.
Oh, that's a good area. Nice. Very, very convenient inconvenient for the tower, convenient for him. Karen Seals, Deputy Director of Safety. Alex Nelson, Group Manager, Safety Investigation Group. Sean Mansfield, Manager, Safety Investigation Team, which I think are part of Event Review Team, and they were there by 10:47.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand, because DOT Order 3910.1 Delta, Drug and Alcohol-Free Departmental Workplace Program, Chapter 3, revised on January 30th, 2018, says all federal employees are subject to reasonable suspicion, post-accident and follow-up drug testing under Executive Order 12564. All federal employees in safety or security-sensitive positions are subject to drug testing only under Executive Order 12564. Federal employees in the FAA who are in safety-sensitive testing designated positions are subject to drug and alcohol testing under that Omnibus Act, correct?
Yes.
And, okay, so in your view, when are post-accident and post-incident testing for drugs and alcohol required?
Again, it's for a fatality, substantial damage. I believe there's an employee injury. I think there's 4 categories when it's required, and it's when you can't discount the employee's performance as a contributing factor to the accident.
Okay, because it says all employees in testing designated positions are subject to post-accident or post-incident testing. And the order states post-accident or post-incident testing must be conducted as soon as possible following an accident or incident that involves one or more of the following covered events: a fatality, requiring medical treatment away from the accident site, substantial damage to aircraft or vehicles or other property, or other unsafe practices such as operational errors or runway incursions. So I'm just trying to understand the difference here.
It's not really a difference. The part is when we're trying to determine who to test. There's a specific section where it says determining who to test, and that's where it talks about the employee's performance where you can't discount. So while it would have been easy for us to say test the local controller, right, that at the time of the accident, until we listen to the tapes and pull and have the conference, and the local controller may not have been the controller that issued the instruction. He could have just come in there and relieved the prior controller. Or it could have been the clearance delivery or someone that issued a clearance. So we have to listen to the tapes, do our investigation to determine exactly who was involved in that specific incident, and that's who we would test.
So if am I understanding right that your assertion is that if their performance you deemed was okay, you can accept it?
No, but we just don't know who all was involved. So what I mean by that is if an accident happened on a runway, for example, and we just said, okay, an accident happened, test a local controller. But what if it wasn't the local controller involved? What if it was the ground controller that actually issued the runway crossing?
Okay. How many people were in the tower?
5, I believe.
Was it hard to figure out? I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm just trying to figure out, is it hard to figure out which of the 5 would be the local controller?
No, and you were certainly right. We should have immediately we could have been able to test a local controller. But what I'm saying is, until we listen to the tapes for the first time, we don't know, or until we have that call, we don't know if their helicopter position was open and was the helicopter controller that issued a visual separation. We have to listen and do our initial investigation to figure out exactly what all controllers were involved in the particular accident. For this particular incident, we could have done the alcohol testing on the local controller, no doubt. Ultimately, what we found through our investigation, because we didn't know, is that it was broadcast throughout the entire tower cab. So once we found out through that call that it was throughout the entire tower cab, that's what helped us make the decision to test everyone in the tower.
I see. And were the 5 controllers, when were they dismissed from the tower?
I believe they were allowed to leave at midnight.
At midnight. Okay. Do you have any follow-up questions? I'm just wondering, and you know, I mean, things don't always go right all the time, and so we've experienced this several times. Do you ever do a post-action where you get together and say, hey, this didn't go right. Next time we want to make sure that we're doing testing at the right time?
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
Oh, no,
you.
please.
Yes, we are rewriting that entire order because the procedures didn't go right at that time.
Oh,
And we are retraining all of our on-call specialists, getting them up to speed. A lot of things dropped off during the pandemic, one of the things being we had a rotation of the on-call specialists that take these kind of calls, that handle the drug testing. People retired. We got new folks in without the experience. And so they have never been involved in some major accident like this. And so we're trying to get them up to speed. Understood.
Okay. So you are rewriting it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have an estimated timeline on that?
I will, in the words of Mr. Inman, push for it to be fast as possible.
Or like a guesstimate?
Probably in the next couple of months. When we rewrite an order, we typically have to do a period of review for comment, all the other director lines of businesses, and then, of course, our regulator has to sign off on it as well.
If it's done during this investigation, we'd love to see it, of course. That would be helpful. Certainly, this was an issue in I believe, Austin. Is that right, Mr. Sarah? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying everything. I appreciate that.
I do have a question. On that,
Okay.
if you don't mind. Mr. Fuller, do you know why that order was redone in 2018?
Which order are you speaking of, sir?
The drug and alcohol testing.
I do not.
Were you at FAA during that time?
I was.
Okay. Mr. McIntosh, do you know why that order was redone?
I do not for 2018.
Anyone else on the panel from FAA? I do. I was at DOT during that time. And it was because the FAA had failed on other occasions to do the exact same thing. And it was systemic whenever you're talking about either controllers, railroaders, it doesn't matter. But it was something that we were trying to address in 2018 because we were told we'll do better. If you give us a different order, we'll update our systems. We'll get a better system together. So now we're 6, 7 years later and we're saying, oh, we're going to go back and rewrite it again. It shouldn't have to be a continual process. If someone's involved in an accident that's systemic or large, test them. They shouldn't be on duty if they have any alcohol in their system to begin with. It won't hurt to rule it out. That way you don't have a presumptive issue. We don't believe we've got one here, but it would be nice if we could just knock that off immediately rather than having to spend time in a valuable investigation discussing why we didn't get it right after as many crashes have occurred in the past. Do better.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much to you both. Does the panel have any questions right now? We can come back. Okay.
I see none.
On this particular, or, nope. Okay, well, we'll come back later. All right, we're going to begin panel 5. Dr. Bauer, will you outline the topics and introduce the technical panel and witnesses, please?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Panel 5 will address safety data and safety management systems at the various organizations. The panel will cover safety risk management and safety assurance process, safety data indicators of midair collision risk, triggers for safety risk management reviews, awareness of midair collision risk at DCA, communication among stakeholder groups about midair collision risk, and safety management system activities and outcomes. The NTSB technical panel, starting on my right after Mr. Banning, is composed of Dr. Jana Price, Transportation Safety Specialist, Dr. Lauren Groff, Chief Data Scientist, Dr. William Bramble, National Resource Specialist for Human Performance, Dr. Catherine Wilson, Senior Human Performance Investigator, and Mr. Brian Soper, Lead Aviation Accident Investigator for Air Traffic Control, who is seated behind Dr. Wilson. Witnesses for this panel are composed of the following individuals. From my left, nearest to the board members. In the front row, we have Mr. Frank McIntosh, Acting Chief Operating Officer, Air Traffic Organization, Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Nick Fuller, Acting Deputy Chief Operating Officer, Air Traffic Organization, Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Matt Fiskus, Safety Group Manager for the Eastern Service Area, Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Matt Kabak, Senior Technical Advisor, USCAS Government Co-Chair, Accident Investigation and Prevention with the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. James Jarvis, Air Traffic Control Specialist for the FAA Eastern Service Area Quality Control Group with LEDOS. Mr. Clark Allen, who was the Operations Manager at the DCA ATCT at the time of the accident with the Federal Aviation Administration. And Mr. Rick Dressler, Aviation Site Manager with MedStar Transport of Metro Aviation Incorporated. In the second row, from left to right, we have Ms. Marjorie McDonald, the Director of Safety and Occupational Health with the U.S. Army Secretariat. Mr. John Nelson, Program Manager for the Aviation Safety Management Information System with the U.S. Army Combat Readiness Center. Mr. William McInnes, the Director of the Data Analysis and Prevention Directorate of the U.S. Army Combat Readiness Center. And Mr. Ross Stedman, who was the prior Safety and Occupational Health Manager with the U.S. Army Aviation Brigade of the U.S. Army. Colonel Andy DeForest, the Commander of the U.S. Army Aviation Brigade with the U.S. Army. And Mr. Chris Saylor, Director for Safety and Regulatory Compliance with PSA Airlines. Chairwoman Hamady, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and the respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket as exhibits.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bauer. And really quickly, one of our investigators had asked if by the end of today you could give us the number of the order that's being rewritten so we could just document it and then they have it. That would be helpful.
Yes, ma'am. It's the 1030.3, and one of my SMEs is my Director of Safety who's leading that rewrite here in the room, so he understands the ask to get that done in a hurry.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. 1030.3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you again, Dr. Bauer. I'm going to ask the witnesses to please stand. It looks like we have a few new ones here. Please raise your right hand and say, I do. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth? Thank you so much. You may be seated. As a reminder, you'll remain under oath until, well, the end of today. We ask that you answer the questions factually and avoid any type of analysis. If there's any question on a question, feel free to ask. And please push your microphone button to talk and then push it again to make sure it's turned off. All right, I'll turn it over to Dr. Price.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The panel will begin with a focus on what sources of safety data existed to measure mid-air collision risk before the accident, who had access to those data, what specific metrics were tracked, what they indicated, and how they were used in the context of safety management systems. I'd like to call for the exhibit, and I'd like to begin with, I will ask either Mr. McIntosh or Mr. Fuller, if one of you would be willing to please just walk us through this diagram, the FAA safety risk management and safety assurance processes that are found in FAA Order 8040.4C concerning SRM policy.
Good afternoon. Yes, for the SRM policy, as we talk about, we use what they call the DIAT system, which is basically to design the system. For this particular example up here, we're discussing a proposed change. And in this proposed change, it could be technological or procedural. You would need to discuss the system analysis. If we're talking about a procedural change, it could be the airspace, radar, something of that nature. If we're talking about an airspace change that we're looking to change, we'd have to identify any of the resulting hazards. That could be unfamiliarity with the new procedures, pushing the aircraft into a different profile. Say we switched from using runway 1 to using runway 33. Those would be some kind of new changes if we had never done those before. We're taking hypotheticals. When we're analyzing the safety risk, what we're looking for there is the potential, is it the risk of collision? What's the worst possible outcome? When we're looking at assessing the safety risk, it's about the probability of those things occurring. And so we marry those two together, and we have a scale that we put it into. It's low, medium, or high. We can't allow risks to come into the system that are high risk. So we have to treat those risks and come up with a way to mitigate it. If we can't mitigate it, we don't make the change. If we can mitigate it down to a medium or a low, we allow those changes to take place, but we put in a control, some kind of monitoring process, some parameters that we can't exceed. If we exceed those parameters, then we know our controls aren't working. We have to come back around and put in additional mitigations or stop using the new procedure or new equipment, whatever that may be. When we go over to the safety assurance side of the house, again, that's the system operation, how the system is designed, how it's flowing. We have to have a process for identifying those outliers. And we have various sources. Matt is here next to me. I'll let him speak to all the different quality assurance database products that we have and we produce in the ATO. But again, they also conduct a data analysis to determine if our controls are working, if the hazard is untreated, or if the risk is still excessive. And then if we exceed our conformance, again, we either have to return to your previous system or put in additional controls, take some kind of corrective action to mitigate or treat the risk in the system if it was introduced by us. And if there's an identified hazard that existed previously, we continuously monitor it. It's not a one and done thing. It's not like we check it one time and it goes away. We continue to monitor the system. We continue to monitor the health of the system. It's a 360 process, and that's basically the ATO SMS process.
Thank you. So with respect to safety assurance, and this question might be for you, Mr. Fuller, or possibly Mr. Fiscus. There's a table in the ATO's Safety Management System Manual that contains some of these data sources. I'm going to list some of these sources and other sources. And For each one, could you just answer yes or no as to whether they were being used to monitor midair collision risk as a part of ATO's safety assurance process before the accident? So I'll list them. The Aviation Risk Identification and Assessment System, or ARIA.
Yes.
The Aviation Safety Information Analysis and Sharing System, or ASIAS system.
Yes.
Performance Data Analysis and Reporting System, or PDARS.
Yes.
Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System Resolution Advisories, or TCAS RAs.
Yes, but we have limited access to that information.
Okay, we'll go into more detail a little later on that. Great. Air Traffic Safety Action Program, or ATSAP reports.
Yes.
Aviation Safety Action Program, or ASAP reports.
Again, limited access, but yes, we use that.
Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS reports.
Yes.
Mandatory Occurrence Reports, or MORS.
Yes.
Near Midair Collision, or NMAC reports.
Yes.
Thank you. Prior to the accident, did ATO analyze midair collision risks specific to the DCA area?
I don't know if specific to the DCA area is an accurate assessment. We analyze midair collision risk nationwide. I wouldn't say we focus on one specific airport. Internally, the facility obviously has the same reporting systems, the same processes. They would be focused primarily on DCA. Also, you have the district that monitors the health of that particular airport. But if you ATO, we have to focus on the entire national airspace system.
Okay, is there anyone at the table who can speak to whether it was being analyzed specific to the DCA area?
Thanks, Nick. Yes, so we would provide data, and by we, that would be my office, Quality Assurance Office. So we would provide a portion of that data that would support the ultimate goal of avoiding a collision. And by that I mean MOR data, which you mentioned, Arya data, which you mentioned. So embedded inside of both of those reports would be the indicators of a NMAC, the actual NMAC definition, and then checking that box yes or no when we review those reports. So we do support that, and we would support that through validation of both of those types of safety entries. So it's somewhat limited, but it's also somewhat specific. And I know you said we were going to get deeper into that, and I'll be glad to explain that later too.
Okay, thank you. So back to the graphic that remains up, and this might be back to you, Mr. Fuller, or possibly Mr. Fiscus. So with respect to safety risk management, the graphic identifies two potential types of SRM triggers: plan changes and potential hazards or ineffective controls. And you spoke to those a little bit in your opening remarks, but I'm just wondering if you could give any examples of when plan changes led to SRM panels at DCA.
We've done plan changes for new departure procedures, airspace modernization, any waiver request. We've just recently done an SRM panel for space launches, things of that nature.
We heard about the runway resurfacing project. Was there one done in response to that?
I'm not familiar with that specific project. I'd have to check back and get an answer to you for it.
Okay, thank you. What about the other trigger? Could you give some examples of when potential hazards led to SRM panels at DCA?
You mean specifically at DCA for potential hazards?
Yes, so voluntary reports or potentially concerns from the helicopter working group, things that triggered that kind of a SRM trigger.
We changed the procedures there. Recently here, we just conducted an SRM panel on that.
Anything before the accident?
I would have to go back and validate. Again, I don't know about specific DCA SRM panels, but I'm certain when we've done things like put in stars, we've done, I know they had a runway closure prior to, we have certain triggers that will automatically require us to do an SRM panel. For DCA specific in the past, I don't have that inherent knowledge. I'm gonna look to the members to the left and see if anybody has any specific knowledge. Maybe James.
Good afternoon. When looking after that district, DCA specifically, well, the way the system works is quality assurance would validate a particular issue, and let's say it's a near midair collision. They would then forward that to my office, quality control group, and then we would look into that. And between the two offices, we communicate if there's been multiple events or are there similarities to those things. And from there, we kind of determine, and we work with the facility to learn more specifics, like one that comes to mind was there was a particular pilot that seemed to always think everything was a near midair collision. And then, so their office would determine whether or not it was, kind of let me know along those lines of, hey, this looks similar to what we heard from before. And then I would look into it a little further and work with the facility to find out if there's anything we can do.
Thank you. Yeah, that segues to a follow-up question that I had, which is just in general, is there a process for deciding what rises to the threshold? Because it seems like there are probably a lot of day-to-day issues that you could be considering. What's the process for deciding that something rises to the level of an SRM panel?
If you're speaking to an existing hazard in the NAS or something like that, we look for outliers. And so what we do is we have a baseline for certain things like runway incursion rates or, Arya encounters, airborne proximity encounters for a specific facility. If there's an outlier for some reason, that would be the trigger for us to start analyzing, okay, what's causing this? At that point, we would dig into the data a little further using our safety assurance processes, our QA and QC groups, along with our safety and technical training, just safety team now, to further analyze what's causing this. And if that same group determines that there's a particular procedure or airspace change, then we would run that through our SRM panel process to figure out how we can put effective controls in.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Price, if I could give you one current day example of that would be what we call closely spaced parallel operation. And very specifically, that would be Class Delta runways, parallel runways that are less than 1,000 feet. So that is something that we saw and was detected via Arya. We've done quite a bit of work in following up on that, done validation on that. And so where I'm going with that whole topic is that would be an example where you see something that is a day-to-day operation. You note that there's a potential existing hazard there. There were actually 2 collisions that involved that specific type of operation. And so what we would do and what we're currently in process of doing is compiling that data before we do SRMs. That would be an existing hazard, obviously, to be evaluated through that process. Before we do that, we're in the process of looking at that through a safety assessment. So that would be the most current, at least that I can remember, would be a current example of how that would work.
Thank you. Yes, I believe we have some of that documentation about that example. Now I'd like to go into more detail about some of the specific data sources I listed and how they were used and what they can tell us about potential mid-air collision risk. And Mr. Fiscus, you had the opportunity to brief us on this, the Aviation Risk Identification Assessment or Arya system. So if you could just give a brief summary of that system and why it was developed, what data it uses, and how it's used by ATO.
Sure. So I'll begin with the purpose for Arya, and I believe to this day the ATO is one of the only ANSP or ANSPs in the world that uses that type of system. So, and by that I mean Arya is not driven by a lateral or a vertical standard. It doesn't look at proximity as a way to generate something for, in particular, my office to look at. So it moves beyond the compliance standard, and it looks at the interaction of aircraft. So how are they moving towards each other? And then it generates a report, if you will. We call it an encounter, and we would look at those from that aspect. And I know during our briefing, one of the things that we wanted to emphasize is that just because an Arya encounter was generated, it does not necessarily mean that there's something wrong or that a hazard or that risk exists. It's just an example of something that you may want to look at. And so further along those lines would be, if you see something through encounters, there's groupings of them, what we would really want to do is analyze that and see what particular barriers are in place or are not in place. And then that would trigger further possible corrective action, or it may not trigger anything at all if we determine that there's sufficient operational standards, LOAs, SOPs, the National Air Traffic Order in place to mitigate that operation. I'll be as brief as I can, and I'll remind you all too, I am not a programmer, but I have been a heavy user of Arya. All three of our service area offices are. So essentially, Arya utilizes offloaded en route radar data and also offloaded terminal radar data. So it goes through the SWIM, the System-Wide Information Management System. That is then ingested by NOP, the National Offload Program. And so Arya that is an algorithm. We've often had folks say, can I see an example or can you show me Arya? Which you can't do. It's a mathematical algorithm. It uses that NOP data, it ingests that information, and then it starts looking at interactions between pairs of aircraft. It starts at 8.33 miles, so if you, let me back up just a minute, or just a second. First, you need a full data block. Between the two aircraft, you need a full data block. And that assumption then means that that one aircraft at least is receiving some type of air traffic services. If they both have data blocks, also included. So it ingests that information, it looks at the interaction, it's seeing if one of those has a full data block, and it starts the real analysis, as I say, because Arya could look at aircraft between departing Miami and LA. It has the capability to do that. But specifically what it does is it starts looking at those aircraft at 8.33 miles. And so we often get a question of why 8.33 miles? So for the folks that developed the algorithm, the mathematicians that were behind that use that, they use that as a baseline. Essentially at 500 knots, an aircraft would travel, how far they would travel in 1 minute would be 8.33 miles. So that's a baseline for the algorithm, and then it does other calculations based off of that. And there really would be three primary calculations to get to generating an Arya encounter. And that would be, where are the aircraft currently located? Where are they projected to be? And then how quickly are they projected to get there? And the quicker that those things happen as they interact, the closer that they get as they interact, there is an index value that is assigned to that encounter. The lower it gets, potentially higher the risk is involved with that event. But as I said, you could have an encounter that generates a very low index value, that there are air traffic procedures in place that we have deemed to be acceptable. You could have something that's a higher value where we don't really see anything in place, and that's something that we would want to address from the standpoint of safety barriers. So essentially that's it.
Thank you for that detailed description.
You're welcome.
So you mentioned that Arya doesn't base the production of the preliminary Arya reports on proximities. But I think we know now that Arya can be used to generate data based on proximities. Before the accident, did ATO use Arya to track aircraft that came within specified proximities?
We did not use proximity. We used the actual index and the algorithm itself.
Okay.
We have the capability, as you said, to do that. And we've since done some of our own analysis through our dashboard and through our dashboard programmer that has integrated both the Arya index score and also proximity in there.
Okay, thank you. You did mention the preliminary Arya reports that it does generate. The Arya system generated, as you told us, 874 preliminary Arya reports for the DC area between June 2022 and May 2025, which was about 24 per month. And you've already told us a little bit about preliminary Arya reports. Could you tell us what happens after a preliminary Arya report is generated?
Sure. So the very first thing that would happen with that is if it meets the criteria to be a PAR, it shows up in our office for the validator that's assigned to that particular facility to validate. Inside of that PAR form would be several data fields. They're very consistent from one form to the next. Air traffic incident information, determining whether or not there's a loss of separation, pilot deviation, NMAC, and then of course there's going to be a QA summary at the end of that. Also, as a byproduct of that, was we have an Arya dashboard where you can go to, as a matter of fact, anybody that has access to the system that we use to support that, which is called CEDAR, the Comprehensive Electronic Data Analysis and Reporting System. Anybody that has a next generation account that can access CEDAR can also access that Arya database. So that would include local QC, the QCG, and of course QA and other folks that are in the field. So we validate those individually, and then we would look for patterns, consistent patterns related to a particular operation. In the absence of having a barrier analysis review and a way to aggregate that and communicate that information through that platform, we would do a lot of that, as I said, through the dashboard, and then we would do a lot of that through communication with various groups.
For the 874 that I just mentioned, and you mentioned your classification system, how many of those were classified as near misses?
Out of that grouping, none were classified as an actual NMAC, using the very strict definition of a NMAC, correct. It's zero.
Okay. And I can't remember if you said this, but how soon after those PARs or preliminary Arya reports are generated, are they being analyzed by the QA folks?
Yes, and I've got a little bit of an update for you on that. It used to be under the older system before they updated the way that data is moving through the SWIM system to NOP and then offloading to Arya. It used to be next day, roughly. I'm told now normally it is almost real time. There is some delay in some of that. However, to answer your question specifically, some of those based on workload of my staff could be done the same day, and some could be done 3 to 4 days later. So say an encounter happened on a Friday, Monday was a holiday, you could have a delay there. We could also be backed up a little bit in workload and you could be delayed. But generally it's going to be within a few days of that Arya encounter would be reviewed.
So in terms of making those reviews about whether those were near midair collisions, it sounds like your teams wouldn't have the benefit of, for example, any kinds of voluntary reports that might have been issued as a result of some of those encounters, because there would probably be a delay. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we normally do not access those.
Okay. What about some of the other categories you mentioned? Loss of separation. Do you have a count of those for that 874?
I do not have a count of losses for the 874. However, after the accident, we were hit with multiple requests for data. So I can tell you that in a 1-year time frame, we went back in calendar year 24. I believe it was in the June time frame, and we looked forward up through the date of the accident, so 8 months, and we looked at PARs, and then out of that grouping. And subsequent to that, so we looked June to January, but then we decided to just do a full year. Somebody had said, hey, instead of doing 8 months, can you just give us a full year? So that actually was beneficial because we could look 8 months prior to the accident and then roughly 4 months after. So in that 1-year time frame, there are, from memory, about 264 PARs. Of those, 38 were fixed wing to helo encounters, and of those, 5 were losses of separation.
Okay. Well, with your dashboard, it sounds like you can do roll-ups of these. Do you track these over time, some of these different metrics, some of these different counts of loss of separation or PARs?
We can do that. Traditionally, though, and by traditionally I mean most recently, we've tried to move away somewhat from just counting pure numbers and trying to get more context. So I'll give you an example. If you compared one facility to another facility purely just by the numbers of losses they had without context, you could be misled that one facility was doing or having more of a risky situation than another. And I'll give you an example. So one facility had 15 losses, one facility had 5 losses. We could be tempted to say that that facility with 15 losses is more risky from the standpoint of QA. But when you look at the context of that, there could have been a technical violation, missing call sign. Somebody pointed out traffic. It was a very good application of visual separation. Call sign was missing, so technically we called that a loss. So without that context, you could get lost in numbers. So to answer your question directly, we do look at that. I'm not putting aside that you could absolutely have an outlier in numbers, and that would be indicative or could be indicative of some kind of an issue, but normally we do not do that. But we have the capability of doing that. And one caveat, one extra caveat there. That is actually what the dashboard is for. So when we go into the dashboard, if somebody wants to go into the dashboard, they are going to be looking at numbers, but they're going to be looking at numbers of groupings of encounters, and that would be very much beneficial. So if you had a grouping here or a grouping there, depending on where your airspace was, that could be beneficial.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, part of the panel is looking at how we track safety assurance data over time within a facility, for example. So that was why I think I was interested in understanding how you might be looking at, for example, the number of losses of separation over time at one facility. It sounds like that isn't happening systematically. Is that correct?
So we do have some features that look at a rolling average. We have a surface safety metric and we have an airborne safety metric that we monitor on a rolling average. We also have what we call the safety trending and analysis dashboard that almost acts as a heat map for certain facilities, and it's normalized on a rate per, I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, per 100,000 operations or per million operations. I can't recall what the rate is, but it's a rolling average, normalized rate, and the facilities are given a score where we can kind of track. And again, if we see an outlier in one particular area, maybe they're doing well in the airborne metrics, but in the surface metrics, there's something that's causing them to jump off the charts. Then that gives us a reason to have our runway safety team have maybe a special focus RSAT, or which is a runway safety action team meeting, excuse me, and do deeper dives and analysis into what is causing that surface metric to be off a little bit.
Thank you. Yes, and in a few questions, I'm going to show a picture of the airborne safety metric, and then I'll ask you to go into more detail about that. But for now, let's just finish the discussion of Arya. Mr. Fiscus, I just have one more question about Arya. FAA Order 7210-633A describes a process for reviewing the preliminary Arya reports and referring them for barrier analysis process. And we were informed that this process was instituted in 2022 and then discontinued several months later and has not restarted. Can you describe why that process stopped and what changes are being made?
Sure. So I was not involved with the management of the bar program at that time or the development of that program, but to my understanding, it was stopped because, and you're correct, it was the 2021-2022 timeframe when it was implemented. We ended up doing, or at the time the bar team did some analysis at 2 separate facilities. I believe the first one was Aspen in Colorado. The second one was at JFK. No, actually that's incorrect. It was at Teterboro. And my understanding is that the context, so back to my point earlier about having context related to information, not just pure numbers. What we're striving for is context, and the context that came out of BAR was not beneficial. The team at the time determined that it was not beneficial, and so the program was stopped. And so you're absolutely correct. Those reports, those referred ARIA reports, are what were going to be used to generate BAR requests, and those would come through the process of QA validation. But those don't exist at this time. And BAR actually, since its moratorium in the past couple of years, when we started, and that's where I was working collaboratively with NACA on the newer bar process that we have, a reinvention or the redistribution of bar. We have since then worked that process, whether it's platforms, data platforms to support it, work instructions SOP to support it. We're through all of that, and we've started implementation in one district out in Western Service Area, which would be the Oakland district.
Okay, do you have any documentation of the new process that you can share?
We have a lot of documentation concerning that, be SOP, work instruction in particular.
Okay, it would be great to have some of that. Thank you. Okay, next topic is near midair collision definition. I'm just going to read the definition from FAA Order 80-2011 of near midair collision. It says it is an incident associated with the operation of an aircraft in which a possibility of collision occurs as a result of proximity less than 500 feet to another aircraft, or a report is received from a pilot or flight crew member stating that a collision hazard existed between two or more aircraft. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so just to clarify, because I think this can be a little confusing, if two aircraft come within, say, 400 or 300 feet, is that automatically counted as a near midair collision, or are there examples when they come that close and are not so categorized?
It would not be automatically categorized. Yeah, in a few examples of that would be VFR to VFR helicopter interactions, passing and diverging. So say one aircraft passes another and separation was to decrease at that point to less than 500 feet. Applications or proper applications of visual separation, that could be another one. So the key to that piece, and often when we categorize something as a near midair collision, it's going to come from the pilot report. It's going to come from them either calling the facility directly via phone or them saying on the frequency that was close, that was a near midair collision, or we almost had a collision. So those types of things are very straightforward, and they're very simplistic, if you will, to categorize as an NMAC. Where it gets to be gray is in the very definition of itself, where it says that there's a possibility of a collision. And so if I'm validating, or Mr. Fuller's validating, for example, from one validator to another, or from somebody that's looking at that report, their perception of what is the possibility of collision may be different, if you will. So very easy, as I said, when it comes from a pilot, but when you get into the possibility of a collision, it gets somewhat gray. But you're correct. Those would be the two exact examples.
I would love to add on to that just a little bit. Like an example would be Van Nuys, where the two runways are separated by 350 feet. They're parallel runways. If you just strictly went by distance, they wouldn't be able to run an operation there. And so that's why we wouldn't call those mid-airs. But of course, if they're turning base towards each other and don't have each other in sight, then you do have a potential for a collision there, because they're such close proximity, traffic hasn't been issued, they don't have each other in sight. It could be a near mid-air collision. But if traffic has been issued, they understand it, they have each other in sight, then it's not. And so that's the kind of gray area that Matt is talking about.
So in the context of Arya, we heard that, it can be difficult because with respect to the timing, we don't know what those pilots may have been reporting for near midair collision categorization. So some of that appears to rely on just judgment calls, looking at the radar data.
Yes, and to add a little bit more context to that, during that same time frame, we did have 4 NMACs, but those came from MORs. And so again, you're right. Or what I was saying earlier is an example. The pilot reported ones are very simple, and you're right. There's some judgment involved when you're reviewing those in the absence of a manual report being submitted.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you again. However, we do take those reports that are a possible near midair collision. It's not just our opinion. We refer them over the flight standards or the CMO, who would then get in touch with the pilots get that additional context, that additional information, have interviews, discussions about what really occurred. And then they ultimately, flight standards, make the decision on whether it's a NMAC or not. All we do in the air traffic organization, it determines if it's a possible near midair collision, and then we refer it over to flight standards for the final determination.
Yeah, that's a great segue to my next question. So the question was, are there other ways that near midair collisions are tracked? And I was specifically curious to learn about the near midair collision system database. So perhaps one of you or Mr. Kabak can describe that database.
So the near midair collision database, it used to be hosted on our public side of the ASIAS program, the Aviation Safety Analysis Information and Sharing Program. In 2022, I believe it was that's where the data ended up being where it resided to be viewed. Where it was tracked within the Air Traffic Quality Assurance program, which is hosted by ATO. In 2022, we've the flight standards pulled it away from the ATQA program and dropped it into their safety assurance system, which is a newer system. That system is still continuing to evolve, so all of that data still resides within the safety assurance system. It just no longer has the linkage to the public ASIAS database. That's still under works.
So the public data goes up until about 2021, I believe.
Okay.
And then there's no more. But what you're telling me is that it is continuing to be tracked. It's just not available publicly on the public database.
Yeah, the data still exists, and it exists within the safety assurance system. We no longer have that linkage that we used to have. We're still evolving the program, and it was farther down on the waterfall to get that linkage reconnected, and it's just not been done yet. It's still being worked.
Do you know how many near midair collisions are in the database for DCA since it was taken offline?
I have not pulled that number, but I can look for it.
That would be great. Thank you if you could submit that to us. Okay, I'd like to turn to the ADSB performance monitor data that I spoke to Mr. Suki briefly about in panel 4. That system was able to detect 366 traffic alert and collision avoidance system resolution advisories, or TCAS RAs, within 10 nautical miles of DCA between 2023 and 2025. Were data such as these tracked as midair collision risk indicators prior to the accident by ATO?
We monitor the data. I don't know if it's totally an indicator. So often, you'll still get a TCAS RA when there's visual separation properly being applied. And so you need to have some validation from Matt's team, things of that nature, before we totally just count a TCAS RA in and of itself as a near midair collision indicator.
So just to paraphrase, you're not looking at TCAS RAs over time for different places as potential indicators of midair collision risk?
We monitor the performance of every facility, and I think DCA for TCAS RA rates was probably middle of the pack, 117th or something like that. Out of 313 facilities, I think it's 247 towers. They were pretty much dead in the middle. And so what we look at are the outliers, like I spoke about, Van Nuys, the Aspens, those facilities that jump way off the charts, and we try and figure out what's driving those indicators and mitigate those those outliers, and then work our way down the list. So DCA, yes, we were monitoring it, but the data didn't support that they were an outlier, if that makes sense.
Thank you. In the case of the 366 TCAS RAs that were identified, we discussed how only about a third of those threats that cause those RAs could be positively identified. And I'm guessing that some of that has to do with the ADSB out of certain aircraft that fly in that region. But for those that could be identified, the 123 where the threats could be identified, 56 of them were helicopters, and some of them were involved in multiple RAs. So my question is, before the accident, did FAA have any process or policy to notify aircraft when they were involved in TCAS RAs? The threat aircraft, that is.
I don't know if we had a process to notify an aircraft that they were involved in a TCAS RA. Typically, especially with DC, our data indicates that the vast majority calls a TCAS RA with an aircraft in the south flow on arrival to runway 19. They typically involve helicopters that are maintaining visual separation from that commercial aircraft. It still may trigger a TCAS RA. It was a compliant operation, but we won't go back and tell the helicopter, hey, you caused an RA for that commercial aircraft. We would not normally do that. Now, if that helicopter aircraft did something wrong or violated the Class B airspace, busted their altitude, we would then notify them of a possible pilot deviation and then take potential enforcement action from there.
Thank you. Mr. Dressler, I think that in the case of this accident, or prior to this accident, did Metro Aviation ever learn of involvement in TCAS RAs from FAA or any other source?
No, we did not. Not prior to.
How did you, or did you ultimately become aware that MedStar helicopters were involved in TCAS RAs?
I did, via the Washington Post article.
Okay. So if you had been notified just along the way, would that have affected your operations? How could you have used that information?
So I think in collaboration with DCA Tower, we would have performed an analysis that would have made clear what Mr. Fuller said. Were we on visual separation at the time? Were we converging, diverging? Did we follow in behind? And subsequent to that, actually before the Washington Post article was published and we were presented the data, that's exactly the analysis I performed of the supposed RAs and near misses, is how it was phrased in the Washington Post article. It was near misses, not just RATAs. So data analysis at the best of my ability to determine that we did or did not maintain safe operations.
That's useful to understand. Thank you. Okay. Back to FAA. Next, I'd like to talk about voluntary safety reports described in FAA Order 7220B. As discussed, some of these reports are protected. However, ASRS, or Aviation Safety Reporting System reports, are available to the public and have been useful in understanding previous near-miss events near DCA. Can you talk about how ATO uses information from ASRS or other voluntary safety reporting programs in its safety assurance and safety risk management processes?
Yes, it's going to take a while. ASRS, I am on a distribution list where I get emails of specific ASRS reports that concern air traffic operations. When I receive those reports, I know the members of ATO Safety also receive those reports. We distribute them out to the particular, say if it was involved in something at Chicago, if it was an air traffic operation, I would distribute it to the director of operations in that specific district, asking them to follow up. If it involved signage or runway markings, I may distribute it to the airport's operators there for those specific ASRS reports. Also, they hold a monthly telcon, which we participate in and listen in, where they discuss ASRS trends, any kind of specific reports or examples they may cite, and then from those we'll develop corrective actions and we'll follow on from there. When it comes to ATO internal voluntary safety reporting programs, we have a lot of mechanisms which we use that information. First and foremost, the facilities have access to those reports through their local safety councils. And so the facilities, management and labor representatives can get facility-specific data that submitters are reporting to modify procedures, conduct training, various analyses, so to speak, to mitigate risk within the NAS. At the higher level, we have the Event Review Committee, which may see a specific trend related to a facility or a district or a nationwide issue that they could then submit a corrective action request. That corrective action request would go to a VP of a line of business, and it's tracked until its resolution. It could be from anything as minor as the tower cab shades cause visibility issues, or as large of an issue as air traffic controller training on the appropriate way to issue weather information or disseminate weather information to pilots. And so we get quite a robust reporting system from ATSAP on very specific issues. Where we still have room to grow is how to be more proactive with executive data sharing. I get the information, but I have to ask. I have to know there's a problem to request information. And so I have to say, hey, get with my NACA partner. I need information on DCA to see what kind of reports are there. And they'll feed me back a report. We'll both get the reports and see all the specific issues about DCA, and then we can work together on the best path forward to mitigate them. The next level is to be proactive, where ATSAP is coming to us directly, and we have that trust and confidence where they will say, hey, here's an issue that we're seeing at this airport. We feel you all need to take specific resolution. We'll work it. I think we're finally getting there with trust. I mean, it's not like the ATO in the past has not done things to discourage that trust, but I think in the past 10 years we've established that we're using voluntary safety reports for positive means, and I think we're closer to getting to that next level of trust. You asked specifically about voluntary safety reporting systems, and so I'm assuming that includes the ASAP programs and our confidential information sharing.
Yes, I had a question about that, about confidential information sharing programs, so this would probably be a good time just to explain who has access to that system and how you use it.
So we have information sharing agreements with certain airlines. I want to say it's in the hundreds now of the different users of the confidential information sharing program, and they work through a team of analysts that we have that are in the voluntary safety reporting program. They share reports with us. They link up if we have matching controller reports so that we get a 360 view of the scenario. And if there are identified issues on the airline side, we put out a monthly briefing item to controllers. We use it to help drive some of our training. If we're getting reports that controllers are doing, say, late runway changes and it's causing risk to the pilots, we would then put out some kind of mandatory briefing item or some kind of training material to our controllers explaining all the difficulty that goes into a late runway change.
Thank you. And before we leave this topic, I just wanted to get on the record with respect to ASRS reports, which are publicly available, that there were reports in October 2022 and April 2024 that involved reports of reported concerns about fixed wing helicopter near misses that had less than 300-foot separation. So I don't have time to read those, but they are publicly available as reports 1947048 and 2106384. Okay, so
Dr. Price?
Yes.
May I add one thing to when you asked me how did it affect our operations?
Yes.
And of course, after the fact, I thought of what we did. So with the Washington Post article came out and we analyzed all of the data we could, we did in fact change our operations. And before December of 2023, at Georgetown University, which is on the northern part, which would affect the River Visual 19, and that's where I think even Mr. Fuller mentioned that there were some reports from that specific area. That's us and our helicopters going in and out of Georgetown. So while I analyzed the data and discussed the data, and I didn't necessarily feel that we had, I knew we did not have any near misses, we changed our operations anyway. In December 2023, a rooftop pad was opened, and now fast forward until this year, and we were still doing business as usual. We had been lifting from the pad, making the call to DCA tower, and that was just the standard operating procedure, and I changed that. So the reason I changed it was, and talked with all my pilots, and I put myself in the shoes of a commercial airline pilot who is on the river visual, and which is already a complicated approach. And what effect would they have if they had a TA or an RA go off? So we no longer lift from the pad without radio communications and sequencing from DCA tower. So even though we have enough room at Key Bridge, just inside of their commercial traffic's at about 1,200 feet, our standard practice is 500 feet in ingress and egress. Even with that allowable separation, we are not lifting until we have clearance and coordination to ensure we're not setting off RAs and TAs.
Thank you. I feel like I should also ask, since I asked you, Mr. Dressler, to our Army colleagues, even though I think in the present day it might be difficult for the ADSB performance monitor system to identify Army aircraft, if they were identifiable, would you see value in learning about your involvement in TCAS RAs?
Absolutely. I think from a data perspective, additional data is always good to bring back to the crews. I think throughout the discussions we've had over the last couple days, ADSB is a risk mitigation tool, and it's valuable to the U.S. Army. And certainly moving forward, we'll incorporate the use of ADSB in our training.
Thank you. Okay, I have two other topics, and then I'll be finished. Mr. Brian Fuchs, could you please bring up Exhibit 17W, page 5? Thank you. And you referred to this before, I think, Mr. McIntosh. This is a presentation to the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives Aviation Appropriations Subcommittee. Could you provide an overview of what's in this presentation and how often such presentations are made to Congress?
So we do this presentation bi-monthly to Congress. Initially, the ATO was tasked after I believe it was an OIG report with doing a rolling surface safety metric. We developed an airborne safety metric on our own afterwards to support it. Again, it's a rolling 12-month average to gauge our performance. We have a commercial airborne safety metric and a non-commercial. And the reason we split those out is because we track the non-commercial, but we may not have had much involvement with some of the non-commercial, but we still track the airborne encounters. And so if it's an IFR aircraft that has an encounter with an unknown VFR, we track that. If there's a fatal accident, obviously they have a significant effect on the rolling 12-month average, which is why if you look at our commercial airborne, it's up 164%, obviously because of the tragic DC accident.
So the y-axis for that graphic says airborne risk per million airport operations. Is it possible to describe what goes into that metric here, or if not, can you submit that for the record?
Yeah, we can certainly submit it for the record. It's a formula. We have some data scientists and mathematicians developed it. It factors in fatalities. It's a weighted score of fatalities, injuries, aircraft damage, airborne IFR or airborne encounters, things of that nature. But we can certainly submit it for the record. It's much easier than me trying to explain it.
Thank you. My final questions concern the FAA National Airspace System helicopter route analysis. On March 27th, the acting FAA administrator then told a congressional subcommittee that FAA had a task force studying so-called hotspots at 10 locations with mixed traffic. Is the helicopter route analysis the result of that effort?
It's part of it, yes.
Do you want to explain what other parts resulted from that?
So one of the things that came up was we discussed Van Nuys and the challenge we have with Van Nuys and Burbank, per se. I think Van Nuys accounts for, I want to say, almost 7% of all the TCAS RAs in the NAS, even though they're such a small facility. Part of it is because of their runway, how small or close their runways are to each other. The other part is because the departure for one of the runways is right underneath the arrival for Burbank Airport. And so arrivals into Burbank get a significant amount of TCAS RAs with Van Nuys pattern traffic. And so some of the things we've done is, I believe, July 7th, we've lowered the pattern altitude at Van Nuys by 100 feet for 90 days to test and see if that's going to lower the amount of TCAS RAs. When that 90-day test is complete, we're going to go down another 100 feet. Of course, we are also working on a special, I think it's an RNAV visual approach that would move those Burbank arrivals from over the departure end to more of the midfield point of Van Nuys, which in theory, because the Van Nuys pattern aircraft would be in level flight at that time, it would reduce the number of RAs that those Burbank aircraft are getting. So those are some of the things that have come from this hotspot analysis.
Okay. And to be clear, we heard the term hotspot earlier this week with respect to charting, and as I understand it, this is a different definition of the term hotspot.
This hotspot is not an FAA term. It was something that Midair, working with ASIAS, I believe, created and distributed, and so that's how it became a hotspot thing. But it's definitely not a title I would have called it, but it is what it is. The administrator said we'd work on it, and so that's what we're doing. We're tackling these issues.
Thank you. The report analyzes data from 16 airports in 10 major cities. For Washington, D.C., Dulles, BWI, and Andrews Air Force Base were included. Can you explain why DCA was not included in the analysis?
We did a DCA-specific analysis.
So it's not being compared to the other airports?
No, it is on its own, and we track specific mitigations for D.C., and we do a monthly report on D.C. alone.
Thank you. The methodology section of that report describes a database of helicopter, and helicopter fixed wing encounters. Can you tell me how those encounters were defined and what system was used to generate them?
We use Arya data along with any of the mandatory occurrence reports to go along with it, to supplement it.
So is it a specific distance used in Arya, a specific proximity distance?
I don't know about the specific distance, and I have to refer to Matt because Matt is the one who I ping every month with my data. But what we did is track. There's a way you sort ARIA data, and you can sort it by just fixed wing and helicopters or fixed wing only. It has a lot of filters. If Matt wouldn't mind explaining those for me.
Well, I'm less interested in sorting it by the types of aircraft and more interested in whether encounters is defined as a certain proximity between two aircraft.
Yeah, I have not seen the final report on that yet. If they're using the term encounter, more than likely that is coming from an ARIA encounter minus some kind of lateral distance. However, there was some subsequent analysis that was done, and it could be included in that report. I've not seen the final that includes that type of information. It also could include PDAR's information as well.
Okay, yes. Yes, I think it would be very useful for us to be able to get a definition of how encounters were defined in that report with respect to ARIA or PDARs.
So one of the things that it's been, I don't want to say difficult, but it's been a good problem to have post-accident, is we are looking at all the ARIA encounters post-accident at DCA. We've only had one in that time frame. And it's the measurable encounter where it triggered a PAR for our employees to review. And that was actually an aircraft that was in one of the prohibited areas for presidential movement that was permitted and was properly applying visual separation. And so while we're looking for any encounters that would create a preliminary ARIA report, and I believe the score is 15 or lower for IFR VFR?
IFR VFR is 5.5.
Okay.
Okay, I think what you're saying right now, Mr. Fuller, is you're defining encounter as the generation of a preliminary ARIA report. I think one concern I have, and what I'm hoping to get clarity on, is it feels like encounters is being used as a term, and close proximity event and proximity event, and without any specific kind of operationalization or definition of what exactly that refers to. And especially if you're tracking it over time, or if you're using it as a risk indicator, it'd be very valuable to understand what that is. And so my last question, I refer to, there was a media report about changes that took place at Harry Reid International Airport in Las Vegas as a result of the analysis. And that media report said there was a 30% reduction in proximity events, quote, proximity events in 3 weeks after that mitigation. So I'd like to know what reduced by 30%.
So we look in the ATO, we look at the preliminary ARIA reports. The challenge we have is the initial media reports that go out use terms like close calls or proximity events or close proximity events. Our communications office will translate ATO speak into media speak, and will translate some of these terms into close calls or proximity events or close proximity events. These are not things that we use internal to the ATO.
Totally understood, but can you retranslate them for us? Can you tell us what they were saying? What did that actually mean?
Preliminary ARIA reports are what we were looking at.
Thank you. Those were my questions, and I'll pass to Dr. Groff.
Thank you, Dr. Price. I now have some questions. I'd like to go back. We talked about ASIAS. Mr. Kabek, could you briefly describe the Aviation System Information Analysis and Sharing, or ASIAS program, and just if you want to include kind of the purpose of the program and characterizing the participants in the program?
Sure. ASIAS program was developed in 2007 as a public partnership with private industry. It was an evolution of the previous process with a commercial aviation safety team that was developed in 1997. Up until ASIAS became viable, the commercial aviation safety team, as they were looking for ways to create safety enhancements, the only thing they had available to them was accident data. And as we evolved further along the century, we recognized that we've become increasingly safe. We needed something else to look at since accidents were starting to dwindle off, thankfully. The advent of the ASIAS program gives us the ability to look into precursors based on voluntarily submitted information from stakeholders. It includes flight operations quality assurance data from over 45 air carriers and a number of GA partners as well, and includes aviation safety action programs from air carriers and GA partners, and it also includes air traffic safety action programs. So we blend all of that data together to give us a holistic approach of what's going on. By using that de-identified data in a protected manner, we can really start to understand where there may be risk in the system, and we offer that information back out to stakeholders that participate in the program so that they can benchmark their own internal safety metrics against NAS metrics.
Thanks. Mr. Fuchs, could you bring up Exhibit 17, India, please? Page 16, just the bottom half of the page. Yeah, thank you. This is actually taken from an ASIAS presentation slide. It might be difficult for some of the folks in the room to see, but it's a listing of various data sources used by ASIAS. Could you just maybe provide examples of a couple of those that would be used or could be used to assess potential air traffic conflicts or mid-air collision risk?
Sure. So the three I already talked about on the proprietary side being the FOQA, the ASAP, ATSAP information, obviously are key drivers in that information. We also ingest through the MITRE systems the FAA's NOP data, as Mr. Fiskus described. It ingests the more public side of the data and allows us to blend that together. We also ingest weather information, airport information, all of our flight manual type things, our charting is all ingested in there as well. All of that helps us generate a complete picture of a lot of different areas of risk.
So you mentioned NOP data, just our acronyms. NOP is?
The National Offload Program.
National Offload Program, but it's correct to say it's essentially radar?
It's surveillance data, yes.
Surveillance data. So that is the source, more or less, for other systems that we've talked about, like Arya and PDARs. It's generally, is it safe to say that's generally the same source of information? It's surveillance data. Does ASIAS use ADSB surveillance data?
Yes, we do also get ADSB ingest.
So on the left-hand side, there's sorry, excuse me, just leave it up just one moment longer, please. There's a reference to proprietary data, and on the right-hand side, I guess we would say is non-proprietary data. You referred to this a bit, but could you just explain the difference between proprietary and non-proprietary data, and maybe particularly how that information and the resulting analyses can be shared?
Yeah, so to start off on the right side is mostly non-proprietary data. That's mostly FAA data. It's National Weather Service data. It's publicly available information. Very helpful in combining all the information together with the proprietary side. The proprietary side is, as I mentioned, those 3 programs. That data is not owned by the ASIAS program. It's owned by the individual stakeholders. So if an air carrier decided one day for whatever reason to pull out of the ASIAS program, their data would go with them. It's basically how we mean it.
And so there are restrictions then on how any of those data or any of the resulting analyses can be shared, is that correct?
Yeah, because it's blended with the proprietary data and the voluntary safety data, it is protected under 14 CFR 193 and a few other 49 CFR codes as well that basically say that we will protect the data because it's voluntarily submitted, and we will protect it in the effort to continue to receive it. Obviously, some of it is much more data than is required by regulation, so, but we need that information to help us make good decisions on risk. And the threat of a possible leak or spill of the proprietary data, it could jeopardize the security of the program.
So just to clarify that those restrictions then would also extend into the non-proprietary for the reason you mentioned, because they can be blended and merged and could
because it's blended together, it's protected under all of the previous mentioned.
Thank you for that. And so it sounds like the voluntary reports in here are very similar to Mr. Fuller, what you mentioned in the ATO confidential information sharing program that includes ATSAP and ASAP reports, and you have agreements with operators to provide ASAP reports. Are they the same, or are these 2 different systems that do have similar merging of voluntary reports?
So I believe that they're similar data sources, but they're separated. The ASAP information that we get from air carriers under the ASIAS program comes to us in a different manner than how ATO receives it through the confidential information sharing program.
So an operator would have an agreement with the confidential information sharing program and with ASIAS separately?
Yep.
Okay. Can you share any examples prior to the accident of potential air traffic risks that were studied by ASIAS?
Yeah, we've been looking at a number of different risks through ASIAS, but one that we've been researching for a while, as Mr. Fuller mentioned, was the interactions around Burbank and Van Nuys. That's one of our ones that's higher up on our exposure list. And knowing that there's mitigations in place, we recognize that. We're still monitoring it very closely to see how those mitigations are going to take effect. Matter of fact, under the U.S. Aviation Safety Team umbrella, we're doing a safety risk assessment out there in 2 weeks. to sort of combine some of the data sets that we have together with ATO and with operators. A number of the air carriers that operate into Burbank have their own data, and it's benchmarked off of our SIAS data as well. It highlights an area that we need to go take a look at. So that's one of the ones that we particularly were using, and that was in place before the accident.
So maybe more on that. Prior to the accident, was ASIAS routinely tracking any metrics related to midair collision risk specifically?
We do track exposure to TCAS RAs within the ASIAS program, yes.
TCAS RAs. Any other metrics specific to midair collision?
That's probably the biggest one that we use.
Okay. Prior to the accident, had ASIAS conducted any analyses of midair collision risk that included the DCA area?
We did not.
No. Who can request an ASIAS study or data summary?
So any stakeholder of the program can request a data summary, and we've worked through numbers of those frequently. Reference this accident. NTSB is a stakeholder of ASIAS and did submit a summary information request that was provided.
How many requests do you process, let's say in a typical year? How many?
It varies from year to year, and it's slowed down recently just because we've been in transition in the ASIAS program. We're transitioning to a new platform, and users recognize that. So it could range from a few to 10 to 20, I think, is probably our max.
And you mentioned the benchmarks and metrics that are being tracked. Are those shared out beyond the program, or is that still limited to those that are participants in the ASIAS program?
It's limited to stakeholders.
Prior to the accident, how many helicopter operators participated in ASIAS?
Off the top of my head, I want to say 15 or so.
Okay. And was that through agreements of operators directly, or was that through the U.S. Helicopter Safety Team, or what was that arrangement?
So it's promoted by U.S. Helicopter Safety Team, but each individual operator signs their own agreement with the program.
Does the U.S. Army or any other military branches participate in ASIAS?
U.S. Army does not, but we do have Air Mobility Command is in there. I believe it's Naval Air Force. Atlantic is also in there, and the Air Force Safety Center are three DoD partners.
Is there any specific challenges I could imagine just because of mission-sensitive information, anything, how you could separate that information if they were to participate?
So we're working through that, actually. We're in the process of meeting with DoD folks post-accident to see if we can get more DoD participation in there. We recognize that there are some challenges that we'll need to work through. I don't know what they are quite yet. But we'll obviously probably the easiest and most of interest for us would be the commercial variants of the aircraft they operate, and maybe less of interest would be the military variants. But definitely lots of opportunity there, and we need to see how we can make that work. And
if ASIAS identifies a safety issue, what options or processes do you have to mitigate a problem?
So normally the way it comes through is the individual safety teams, whether it be Commercial Aviation Safety Team or U.S. Helicopter Safety Team, General Aviation Joint Safety Committee, they're looking through the data on a regular basis. They're the ones that are really manipulating and understanding it. I'm the commercial or the government co-chair for commercial side. If we find a risk that we think might be needing more additional information, we have a certain gate of information where we can get to the ASIAS program without needing any further approvals of any kind. If we believe, or if our MITRE counterparts believe that the study or whatever research we're asking them to do is over a certain threshold, we need to get approval from the U.S. Aviation Safety Team, which is the overarching governing body of the program.
We had the previous discussion of the SRM process, SMS process. Within the FAA's SMS structure, would that sort of a review kick off an SRMP, or would that count within the SMS process of an acceptable review?
Yeah, so FAA is members of the U.S. Aviation Safety Team as well. As we work through the process, if there's something that highlights a potential risk, FAA could take interest in that, obviously, and trigger their own internal processes.
So it would then carry over then to be
yes.
FAA process. All right, thank you. I just have some questions now I want to open up to maybe Mr. McIntosh, Mr. Fuller, and Mr. Fiskus even particularly. about the interactions between ASIAS and the analysis activities that occur within the air traffic organization, or ATO. Since they share similarities and, as we've seen, data sources, how do the data analysis activities of the ASIAS program differ or coordinate with those of ATO for safety issues particularly related to air traffic?
So typically we work together with, we have representatives on all the different safety teams within ASIAS, and the Vice President of Safety is typically the ATO representative on the U.S. Aviation Safety Team. If there's a safety enhancement that's recommended out of one of these ASIAS meetings, the ATO can choose to run it through an SRM panel. We can choose to provide our own corrective action and just report back to the ASIAS team until we get a specific resolution. And one that comes to mind is the Denver TCAS issue, where ASIAS identified to us that they were receiving reports for, I think, 12 years of TCAS RA pushdowns going into Denver. And they were averaging, 400 a year, and it represented a significant risk to them. For us, internally to ATO, because we were not tracking it, because it wasn't a compliance issue, it was just the proximity of aircraft on parallel final, and the terrain at Denver was causing TCAS RA pushdowns. ASIAS brought that information to us. We ran it through our own SRM processes, determined we did have a risk there, came up with a corrective action. We developed an approach procedure, a 3-degree offset to runway 16 right at Denver, and we saw the TCAS RAs drop from, I think we were doing 400 a year to, I think, 3 last year. And we're still trying to find a way to get rid of those last few 3 and what's causing that specific issue.
So I guess that example is actually part of the question. When you have 2 analyses programs running and they find different results, it sounds like in this case it had a positive result, one informed the other. What is the normal flow of information, though, if you've got 2 different analysis programs that are covering similar topics?
We still have access to the ASIAS data. We can go into the report, the tool, and search around and search trends. We have access to all the reports that ASIAS creates. And so maybe if something is not a KPI for us, but we see in the ASIAS data that it is triggering it, then we can go ahead and say, okay, hey, we don't have this. We should be monitoring this. Let's see what our data has. And if we don't have this, why are we missing this data? And a lot of times it's because we don't, in the ATO internally, have access to FOQA data, things of that nature. And so this is where ASIAS closes one of those gaps for us.
And so how does ATO or ASIAS share information about local safety issues? Then it's that kind of a relationship that maybe you get directed to look at something if ASIAS finds it, for example?
We attend the U.S. Aviation Safety Team meetings, CAS meetings, things of that nature, and we freely share information there.
Can I?
Yes, please.
So so Denver occurred when I was the vice president of safety, and as Mr. Fuller had indicated, we went to a CAS meeting. And we reviewed all of our mandatory occurrence reports with TCAS RAs. The TCAS RA requires a mandatory occurrence report. To Mr. Fuller's point, we took a look from a compliance issue. We changed procedures at Denver where we wouldn't turn aircraft on parallel runways. We would stagger them to make sure that we weren't having risky behaviors. But the TCAS RAs were, as Mr. Fuller said, the faster aircraft on the parallel was catching up to usually the regional jets, and the regional jets were getting the TCAS RAs, and they were getting CFIT alerts, controlled flight into terrain. While the ATO said from an ATO compliance process or review, we don't see anything we are doing incorrectly. But having the partnership with the stakeholders, the airlines, we realized that there were still safety risk, and that's when we developed the 3-degree offset to help cure that problem.
Okay, thank you. Previously mentioned the Air Traffic Safety Oversight Service, or AOV, that actually falls under the aviation safety, or AVS, that's responsible for independent oversight of ATO and its safety management system. What analyses or metrics of mid-air collision risk does AOV use in that oversight, if any?
So I'm speaking out of a job that I used to have.
Yeah, I'm glad you're on the panel because
Yes.
if you to share what was that position that you formerly had?
Prior to this position, I was the executive director for the Air Traffic Safety Oversight Service. And so AOV is not fully equipped to produce their own data. They have some data sources that they monitor internally. They have some programs, but really it's about having unrestricted access to the ATO data. And so that's the relationship that we forge, the understanding. They have unfettered access to our ATO safety data. They sit, AOV is a member of our executive steering committee and also on the ATSAP ERC. So they are present for all of the ATO safety analysis and data. So while they don't normally create their own, they have a couple metrics, things that they monitor. It's really about them having access to ATO data and making sure that we are in compliance with our internal SMS process.
Okay. Does ASIAS provide any analysis support to AOV?
AOV is also a stakeholder under AVS, so they do have access to it as well.
Okay. Are there any other programs or processes that we haven't mentioned here or discussed to ensure information relevant to midair collision risk gets communicated to everyone involved, particularly for those that don't participate in confidential sharing programs?
We still have some other probably programs we haven't really touched on. We have representatives that sit on the International Civil Aviation Organization Regional Monitoring Agency, I believe is what it's called, and it's for oceanic safety monitoring. And so some of the large height deviations, things of that nature, turbulence reports, TCAS alerts over the oceanic or the international environments, we still monitor those. We have representatives that meet on a monthly basis. In addition, we have just now recently started to transfer some of those duties over into ATO safety. So we're getting real time, instead of waiting for the regional monitoring, the RMA meetings, we are starting to do real time, real time, I say the next day, data gathering and analysis here internally, and we're working out that process now.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Kabak, I want to go back to you. Just a couple questions specific to analyses that were conducted to support this investigation, or in light of this investigation. After the accident, ASIAS conducted a retrospective review of safety information for the DCA area. What sources of data were used to conduct those analyses?
That was using TCAS RA data as well.
TCAS RAs, and was the Arya system used?
Yeah, we did. So I think I know where you're going. We did use information that we get out of Arya. We don't. It's a component of ASIAS. We don't actively monitor it, but when we need to use it for analysis, we can jump into it.
Yeah. So this was an analysis in response to the accident. This was not out of routinely monitored data. So the results of that analysis included proximity encounters between fixed-wing airplanes arriving or departing DCA and helicopters from between October 2021 and December 2024. And one of the numbers from that analysis that was cited in the preliminary accident report that received a lot of attention was 15,214 proximity events. Can you explain what that number included?
Yeah, so when we went to look through that, we started sort of high to try and bucket it down to understand where the risk was. Class B separation between IFR and VFR is 1.5 miles and 500 feet. So we looked basically the next level down would be a mile and 400 feet. Within that data set, that's where that large number came from. The number is merely a count of proximity. It's not indicative of risk. It doesn't include the other context that may have been visual separation applied or some other separation requirements.
Okay, and in fact, as you mentioned, that analysis included counts at several different layers of proximity distance. What's the value of analyzing proximity encounters at different cutoffs like that?
it's a start. It helps us understand sort of where we're at. When we start with that large number like that, we can start to drill it down to understand the closer we get, the closer to the risk we actually are. So that we want to start baseline high with right below the separation requirements and start to feed that down, and then recognizing that there's additional context to that.
And how are those different cutoffs selected?
That's done under the Midair analysis. I'm not sure what the cutoffs are. I know that their target number for what they call close proximity is 600 feet laterally and 400 feet vertically, and that was a significantly lower number. If you want to talk percentage of operations, even that 15,000 number in that time frame was 1.6% of operations, and as we dug down into what Midair termed as close proximity, it was less than 0.02% of operations.
Is there a reason why the 500-foot threshold of a NMAC wasn't specifically used?
Because within the Class B requirements, 500 feet is appropriate separation between IFR and VFR, so we just didn't use that one.
And was this the first time that the ASIAS program had done this type of proximity analysis? It sounds like maybe Midair is maybe tracking that 600 lateral and 400 vertical.
It's a process we've done as a quick look in another situation, but it wasn't, we've not done a full-blown analysis like this before.
Okay. So I have one last question. I'll open up to anyone on the panel that would like to answer, but particularly I'll direct to Mr. McIntosh, Mr. Fuller, and Mr. Kabeck. Over the last 3 days now, we've discussed various alerts to controllers and pilots, and an extensive list of systems and methods for analyzing how often aircraft come close to each other. Based on all of your experience and what you know that's available, is there or could there be a common measure to objectively monitor mid-air collision risk?
I don't know that there is one singular answer right now. There are a lot of different indicators and a lot of different scenarios. There are new entrants coming in. I don't want to say that there's no one magic number that we can all coalesce around. Airspace structure is different, and something in the terminal environment is going to be totally different in an en route environment. A 1.5 miles in terminal is just normal business as usual. In the en route environment, that's pretty scary. And so I can't say that there's one specific number that we could agree to, or one value.
And I want to be clear that I'm not suggesting that would be the only, but if there is, I think, Mr. Kabeck, you can say from your experience with CAST, in the early days of CAST, one of the first things they had to do, they realized, is you have to get everybody to at least agree to some common definitions. Everybody does their own analyses to manage the piece they have of the system, but when we come all together, is it possible to have one common objective metric that could be shared among the groups, even if it was just limited to the terminal environment?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Fuller. It would be difficult to get to. We maybe could with a lot of effort and research and thought on it, but in my mind at the moment, it would be really difficult to get to.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. I'll pass to Dr.
I do have a comment to make about that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
There was a time that metric did exist, and it was what we called 1,000 feet vertical separation, or 3 miles, or 5 miles, whatever that different distance was. That was the standard. And from that point, we've gotten to where we are today.
Thank you.
I'd like just some clarity, please. Are you talking about IFR to IFR separation?
IFR to IFR was 1,003, and there are some other separation standards based on we'll say class of service area you're in, A, B, C, etc. there was a basic, and today we don't call it that. It's not. Now it's a proximity error. It used to be something different.
And Dr. Groff, if I could add to that, because that's an excellent question. If you could come to an agreement on some form or some standard lateral value, and then you could pull in context. So there's an effort right now, it's called Arya in context, and it's pulling in metadata from Arya. And one other key piece to that would be if you could pull in reliable voice analysis. So say you chose a value of 400 or 500 feet, and it's a slant range, and then you pulled in the voice data that also indicated that a visual separation clearance was validly given. And then you pulled in context that indicated the aircraft that were involved were VFR or IFR or something like that. I think that could be an answer to doing something like that, but it's the reliability of that context related with the slant range that would be the key piece.
Thank you.
I'm going to switch gears away from data just a little bit. Well, I've got these from Mr. Fuller, but Mr. McIntosh, you could answer as well. In a broad sense, how would you describe a positive safety culture?
A positive safety culture would be non-punitive, educational, continuous learning from systemic issues. When a safety event occurs, we should learn from it as a whole national airspace system. Don't be reactionary to one, realize that there's various indicators in place that you need to factor in, and then take that into account into your SMS system. But ultimately, a healthy safety culture is one where employees don't feel like there's punitive measures, that they can feel free to come up and report safety issues to management vice versa, and then collectively we work on improving the safety system together as safety professionals. Anything you'd like to add, Nick? No, I agree with you, boss.
Well, Mr. Fuller, my next question is actually for you, because when I read your bio, you actually state that in your previous position as the Vice President of Safety and Technical Training, your efforts in that position helped to foster a positive safety culture. So I was hoping you could expand on what sort of things in your role you felt contributed to a positive safety culture.
We did national training on voluntary safety reporting. You know, we have held numerous symposiums with commercial operators, helicopter operators, where we came in and discussed ideas for improving the safety of the NAS. You know, previously, after the Austin runway incursion, we participated in the huge lift to reduce the runway incursion rate, especially around A and B errors, and getting the surface awareness initiative, the approach runway verification tool, all of those sprints through. We had to do SMS and SRM panels on some of the specific initiatives we were doing, and so those were some of the activities that I supported as the Vice President of Safety.
So, Mr. Fuller or Mr. McIntosh, what are some of the behaviors that you would expect to see from employees of ATO that demonstrate that there's a positive safety culture?
Just voluntary reporting that's very robust. Active local safety councils at the facilities where they meet regularly. Discuss safety events and ways to improve upon those safety events, to develop procedures, to develop corrective action plans. You don't want something to root into a particular facility and take hold. You want to make sure you're very proactive. We're humans. Controllers are humans, managers are humans, prone to make human mistakes. But we have to have dynamic teamwork. We got to back each other up in the tower cabs and the TRACONs and the centers. We have to rely on each other's expertise, and when we see either one safety event or a couple safety events, we can't just have a lack of vigilance. We need to attack it. We need to develop those corrective action plans, and then we have to monitor Just like the SMS process is, you have to monitor those corrective action plans. You got to make sure it's mitigating the safety risk. Once you have got compliance, then you have to go back to it, and you got to continually assess that corrective action plan, make sure that it's doing what it was intended to do, and just don't lack any vigilance throughout the whole entire facility. There's 313 facilities that we need to have active local safety councils and depending upon each other. And one thing that somebody once told me was a really good leader does not, they're not troubled by bad news. They take it on, and they understand that mistakes happen. You can't shy away from it, and you got to get better from it. And that's what we really need to start making sure that we continually do, and we have to actually promote this.
Do you think that the ATO does promote that?
I think the ATO does a very good job at promoting it at senior leadership levels. I think they do it very well in the district levels. I think when you talk with our labor peers, they'll tell you the same thing. I think some of our facilities are probably still learning and probably need a little bit of help, but to Mr. Fuller's credit, he did go actively and work on ATSAP training. I know he did that in conjunction with Mr. Murdoch sitting at the NACA table. That was a very important initiative for us to make sure that people understood the value of a voluntary safety reporting culture.
How do you think your definition, and maybe it doesn't, but how do you think your definition of safety culture compares to a just culture?
I don't think we would talk about safety culture without saying just as a part of the definition.
I have some more questions, but I know that before I get too far, I know that Mr. Soper has some questions regarding that topic, so I'm going to turn it over to him, and then I'm going to come back to the rest of mine.
Thank you. So I know there's a lot of reasons for removing or replacing an individual from a position, and we certainly wouldn't want to get into all of those, but since I've been working here doing air traffic investigations for about 15 years, it's always struck me how many times that as soon as we announce a launch, from the time we announce a launch to the 2 or 3 weeks maybe following the on-site investigation, that the air traffic manager and or key management personnel are often relieved, moved, changed out, sometimes right while we're on site. As the first step to resolution. So while I understand it can be for a lot of reasons, it does kind of have the appearance of that knee jerk. And do you believe that this is aligned with the ATO's just safety culture that you mentioned?
No, I don't believe removing a person from a management position based on a single event is warranted. I would classify that as a knee jerk. I would hope that when we're taking a look at the performance of a management team, are they promoting safety culture? Are they promoting corrective action plans? Are they ensuring that they're following our QA quality assurance and our quality control processes? Are they making sure that they're actively engaged with the local safety councils? Are they doing all the right things to ensure that those facilities are doing the right thing for the American public and for the controllers involved?
Okay, thank you. So the most recent case of this, in the case of the DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower, and in the wake of January 29th, the FAA has removed everybody from the general manager to assistant general managers from the Washington District, as well as the air traffic manager and the operations manager from DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower, effectively removing all of the institutional knowledge at the management level that existed there in a time when we are trying to make corrective course correction. All personnel were replaced with individuals that don't, while they have great resumes, and I'm sure are great in their positions, and I commend them for stepping up to come in and help with the situation. However, they don't have the skill set or the experience from DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower as they try to navigate all these new procedures and changes that are coming down the pike. Can you please help me understand how this will provide an orderly and safe transition to the new and still evolving operational procedures, a decrease in risk of reoccurrence, and an increase in safety?
Brian, so the individuals that I know came in are what I consider to be change agents and understand the importance of shared safety culture, that understand the importance of a quality control program, understand the importance of a corrective action plan, and more importantly, following up with that corrective action plan. The individuals that were put into that place, as you said, their resumes were not just impeccable, but they actually shown as proven leaders that can actually effectuate change in a positive manner and ensure that safety is not compromised.
Okay, thank you. Do you feel that the control workforce and facility management's faith and confidence in their senior leadership is important and essential in a just safety culture?
Absolutely.
In my experience and observation, this practice it actually works in contradiction. And I'm going back now to the change out in people. It actually works in contradiction to building a true just safety culture. It seems to illustrate to the workforce that it's not real, because a system failure absolutely resulted in what appears to be blame and even punishment or retribution in their eyes, resulting in the workforce's loss of faith and confidence in their highest level of leadership, which can have broad negative effects. If you're still committed, which I feel you are by your responses, to a just safety culture, how would you explain this to your air traffic control workforce to prevent that loss of faith and confidence? And many of them are listening right now.
And I respect the controllers that work at DCA just like the controllers that work at my other 312 facilities, and I'd be more than willing to sit down and have that conversation along with my NACA counterpart. We have been committed to visiting DCA on a bi-weekly basis with senior leadership. I've required the vice president and deputy vice president to go there on a weekly basis, check in, do what I consider wellness checks, make sure everybody's doing all right. But I've been there a couple times myself to show that we are committed to the controllers that work at DCA. We care about them. We care about the jobs that they do, and we know that they're committed. They're going through a very hard time now, and rightfully so. This was a tragedy. And we make sure that we go over there and they understand the importance of what we're trying to build, and that we're not going to shy away from things, but we're going to stand with some resolve and make sure that we make the right decisions for the right reasons. And I'm willing to sit there and have those conversations with any of the controllers that want to talk to me.
Great. That's great to hear. Thank you. I appreciate your responses for that. Kat?
Thank you. Mr. Allen, being at the DCA tower, how would you describe the safety culture there?
Are you referring to pre-accident?
Yes.
The safety culture, I believe, was robust. In previous CCVs that we had shown great improvement. We had spoken about the one over the past couple of days that did not go so well. I believe it was approximately 2022, but the subsequent ECVs 2023 and 2024, there was great improvement across the board in all categories. QC was 100%, as one of the ECV team members is a quote. Our LSC, we had put additional effort into them, got them additional training, and continued to work on progressing the facility and any issues that arise. There was great communication between the workforce, the union, and management officials. Things were done in a collaborative manner, and I believe that the safety culture was improving and continuing to improve at that time.
And what about since the accident?
Post-accident, excuse me, post-accident, there was a lot of items to navigate, as you could naturally assume. This safety culture had shifted from the facility driving safety to outside the facility was driving safety. Up until the point of my departure, that's how it appeared to me.
Before your departure, how did you feel that ATO supported the tower
You mean the time frame between the accident and when I left?
Correct.
The support did grow. As stated throughout the past couple of days, resources were being deployed with additional support staff. Equipment is on the way. Things of that nature were helpful. Those things were helpful, yes.
Were there things that you felt, areas where you felt the ATO could have supported you more? You and the staff, the personnel?
Yes. I believe they could have listened and heard what we said and allowed us to be part of processes to make the facility better and safer.
Well, what do you think? What happened instead?
Instead of a discussion occurring or a collaborative process to occur, directives or rules of that nature were just handed to the facility.
Mr. McIntosh or Mr. Fuller, do you have any anything you want to add to that or comment on?
Yes. I would say prior to the accident, the facility was making steps towards improving the safety culture internally. Unfortunately, we had a tragic accident with 67 lives were lost. Myself as the Vice President of Safety was given a task to fix the facility risk between helicopters and fixed wing. And it wasn't to work through a collaborative process and allow a few months, it was to get the job done immediately. That's what we did. The data since the accident, no more TCAS RAs between fixed wing and helicopters, no more Arya encounters, no more NMACs between fixed wing and helicopters in the DC area. That's what we did.
Just add on that right after the accident, some immediate changes need to occur with some of the policies and procedures, and I'm sure everybody can understand that. And I understand while some facilities, they want to be able to fix the problem themselves. I know I would want to if I was a facility ATM or an OM or a controller. But immediate changes need to be done. But we did bring the facility along, and we talked through these things and why they were necessary, because we felt that was absolutely needed. I know that when I went and visited the facility and visited the ATM and the OM, I said, we're going to get additional help from the district. We're going to make sure that the district brings in appropriate quality control, staff support specialists, help with some of the data requests and the data pulls, because there was a lot, rightfully so, to try to provide the forensics of what happened. So we provided a lot of support to the facility and made sure that they had. I was a little disappointed that it took as long as it did as far as the district providing those. So I did direct the vice president to make sure that they started getting direct support from the district as far as more staff support, more support managers to start helping the OM and the ATM so they could just manage the facility. But as Mr. Fuller said, the one thing we had to do was take action. And I hope everyone understands why that was necessary.
Thank you for that. Mr. Jarvis, you're very familiar with the DCA tower. Do you have anything to add as well?
I do. In my office, I am the expert in the Washington, D.C. area in the district. After the accident, no one from my office spoke to me. They still haven't spoken to me about the accident. They haven't asked how am I doing, where I would have brought me here and put my experience to use in helping this facility and the district realign things and start to get things back where they need to be. I'm disappointed that those efforts weren't made. Thank you.
I'm sorry. We have to chime in up here. You didn't have any near-miss events because you shut down traffic on Route 4. And also, if the tower is responsible, why weren't you removed? Because ATO is also responsible.
So we didn't remove anybody as a result of an accident.
You didn't.
No, we did not.
I think many would disagree, since it was done pretty immediately. Also, the NTSB had to weigh in several times to get people help in the tower. Back to staff.
Okay, I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Let's go back and broader. So if you could, Mr. Fuller or Mr. McIntosh, if you could please describe the safety management system at the ATO.
When you say describe the safety management system, you mean different than the prior example where we design the system, we identify hazards, we assess the risk, we analyze the risk, we treat the risk. It's primarily our safety management system in a rough nutshell.
Okay. And so you follow the ATO, we've got the safety management system manual. Your safety management system, I'm assuming, is based off of this manual?
Correct.
Okay. And the safety management system at the ATO, that applies to all levels in the ATO, so down to the district, facility, all the levels fall under that SMS?
Yes.
Okay. How are your expectations about safety management communicated to those within the ATO?
We conduct training. We have SMS facilitators. We build it into our processes, our QC, QA processes. We have staff support specialists. It's primarily how we do business.
And the manual, the safety management manual, is that something that, is it expected that a facility level, let's just say, would this facility be familiar with the SMS manual?
Most of the air traffic managers should be.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And they get the training as well on what SMS is?
Not specifically on what SMS is. Mm-hmm. They get training on specific principles that they should follow, how to do a SOP change, how to go about requesting support from the service center if they're looking to do some kind of procedural or equipment change. If they're looking to add equipment, we walk them through the SMS process and how they should be the change proponent if they're looking to do something different for an SRM panel.
So when we look at SMS or safety management, we know that there's 4 tenets of it. And so if a facility is to be following the same principles of it, how do they know what to do if they're not receiving training? They may or may not be familiar with the manual. It seems like, how does it filter down to the facility level if they're not fully aware of it?
So we have layers of training as managers go through as they progress. in addition to normally most of their resume, job experience. Those would be the kind of things we check for before they became an ATM. But if they didn't, we have additional courses. We have management courses they can go to and get some of that initial training.
I'd like to speak to that also. Part of the quality control group is we are, in a way, support to the facility. And in the quality control group office, we have a safety risk management team. And as we build relationships with these facilities and the air traffic managers, we communicate to these managers of the support, the SRM support that they have. And once we kind of put those parties together, the SRM team or the SMS team will then forward a bunch of information to them and demonstrate how things are to be done.
And back at the ATO level, is there somebody on like a day-to-day basis who's in charge of SMS?
When you say day-to-day basis, we do have a director, AJI3, that their team specializes in SMS and SRM for the ATO.
Okay. And what about down at the facility level? Who would be responsible for safety?
So ultimately, every employee is responsible for safety at the facility level, but all of our facilities are required to have a local safety council. You have an ATM that's the ultimate decision maker at the facility level, but they have a principal fact rep that they work with as well.
Every district also has a quality control manager, a QC manager. Most districts have at least two. And they look at all the facilities, look at the data, make sure corrective action plans are in place. And the intent is that you have more of a neutral view. And what you want to do is you want to bring all the standards of quality up. And by having a neutral view, you kind of lose some of that. Looking through a keyhole, you might be a little myopic. So that's what the intent is. And the QC manager should help us with that as well.
I appreciate that. So how does the FAA determine, or the ATO, how do you determine that the SMS is working?
Again, it's that continuous monitoring that we do. Continuous improvement is what we strive for. We've got our quality assurance, our quality control groups. We recognized after the accident that we did have some gaps in some of our processes, which is why we did a realignment. We're doing standardized training for all of our QC and QC specialists. We're rewriting that particular order as well, updating that and giving them recurrent training because we identified that some of our QC specialists in the West may be doing things or evaluating things differently than our QC specialists in the East. And so in an effort to standardize things, we've made some of those changes as well.
And you mentioned that there is some training provided to personnel regarding SMS. Is that a one-time training? Is that incorporated into recurrent training? How often are they getting that?
I don't have the specifics on how often they get it, but we do refresh that training. We've got some ELMS courses they can take if they need to. In addition, if someone's going to participate in an SRM panel, there are online courses they can take. There's various avenues of being refreshed.
How does the ATO as a whole ensure that controllers don't become complacent or take unacceptable risks? So we've heard a lot of things about possibly 40 to 50% of conflict alerts being irrelevant. We've heard about non-standard techniques in the DCA area. We've heard about squeeze plays. We've heard about making it work. So how does the ATO how do we monitor that? How do we make sure controllers aren't becoming complacent? They're not cutting corners.
Again, we've got robust QA and QC processes. We have operational skills assessments in the facility. We have external compliance verification tools. We've got lots of methods, our voluntary safety reporting systems to monitor the health of a facility. We've got partnership for safety programs, local safety councils. We have monthly briefings that come out from our QA and QC courses. I mean, we've got a lot of systems to try and mitigate complacency.
want to add on a little to that, if that's okay. And to Mr. Fuller's point, each facility is required to do a certain amount of operational skill assessments, OSAs. It's essentially an over-the-shoulder. We'll watch controller work, make sure that they're compliant with the policies and the procedures. And a certain amount of those need to be validated by the QC department. Again, an independent view, make sure that the grade sheet matches the performance on what they're listening to. Every facility is required to do an internal compliance verification, an ICV once a year. It's something where they take a look, but it's very similar to an external compliance verification where an outside source comes in and takes a look at the same things. And the external compliance verification and the internal compliance verification, they'll compare notes, they'll make sure that the facility is right where it needs to be, but it kind of helps identify any short gaps that might be there. One thing that's human factors related is sometimes a facility, to your point, may be cutting corners, and all of a sudden that might be a cultural thing, or maybe there's something that may be trained that might be a little different from what the national policy is, and people can kind of fall into those things. While the external compliance verification will come and identify and say, no, you're not where you need to be from the national standards. So these things definitely help us with ensuring that those gaps or shortcuts don't happen. As Mr. Fuller said, we also, when we start seeing national trends, where we start seeing perhaps a drop data block, starting to see a rise in that, if we're starting to see us clipping where we're not completing position relief briefings or something along those lines, we have monthly SAFE discussions where we'll meet with NAC and we'll provide verbal briefings to all the controllers and the managers to understand that we are starting to see some national trends, but it really helps ensure that the compliance is up and we're not cutting corners.
One thing to add also, at least on the Eastern Service area, is when we're going to conduct the external compliance verification, one of our SMS specialists will conduct a review and provide any information as far as, hey, they got, we'll say, a runway refurbish program going on. They've done SMS on that, and these are some hazards going on. So we do get the groups work together and communicate what's going on. So that's part of the prep work before conducting an evaluation.
Mr. McIntosh, have you been here for the previous 2 days as well?
No, ma'am, I have not. I was in Dallas for a senior leadership meeting where I was meeting some other directors and talking about safety and training.
Okay. And so then maybe I'll address this to Mr. Fuller. Just given everything that you've heard over the last 2 days, and Mr. McIntosh mentioned the health of a facility a couple of times. What would you say the health of the DCA facility was at the time of the accident? How would you describe that?
Obviously, there's lots of different levels when you're talking about health. If you're talking about facility staffing, they were healthy. If you're talking about procedural compliance, they were getting better, but not exactly at the level where we expected them to be, given that the proximity of the facility, the importance of it. They can certainly move airplanes. Obviously, they're proficient at moving airplanes. You don't certify there unless you are. But we did have some QC processes and checks, some documentation errors, things of that nature that just point to a little drift in our bookkeeping. So they were good from a healthy standpoint of moving airplanes, but we had drifted off and dotting all our I's and crossing our T's at the facility.
Do you think that the ATO had its finger on the pulse, so to speak? Did you know the health of the facility in those regards prior to this accident, or was it the accident that brought those things to light?
We have taken some steps to get DCA healthier in the past. I think it was mentioned previously, we've done a lot of support, having Mr. Jarvis on site, traveling up. We typically don't travel contractors to support a facility, but that was done in the past, I believe. We did director check-ins where I think they sent us a QC team here for 3 or 4 months in a row to help get their paperwork up to date, help refresh their training. When there was a discussion about their tower simulation system being outdated, We hired a new, what they call a field service rep or an FSR to correct their visual database for their tower simulation system. We've now invested in software so that if we have issues with their tower simulation systems, we can have someone remote in and correct their tower simulation system. So we've ramped up the support for DCA, and I think, you know, as we continue going forward, you'll only see them get better.
So we've talked a lot about risks that were identifiable in the safety data prior to this event. Do you think that there were unaddressed mid-air collision hazards at DCA, the terminal area, that were unaddressed prior to the accident? Should we have known about it, I guess is my question.
I think there were some things that we missed, to be quite honest with you. Not intentionally, but you know, I was talking about how certain facilities can drift into some culture, and I think a big thing was we were really dependent upon the use of visual separation between helicopters and IFR inbounds and outbounds. It's not illegal. It's a legal maneuver, but based on the complexity of the airspace and close proximity, I think those are some things that we definitely take a look at now, saying that we would have definitely shine a bigger magnifying glass under that if we could go back in time.
So where do you think the breakdown was? How did we miss this?
I think this really speaks to the importance of shared services in the district, making sure that the district support is there and that you have those independent reviews, as I was speaking of. When our QC departments go and they take a look at operational skill assessments and they take a look at MORs, they take a look at trends, we need to be very mindful from a shared services perspective and taking a look at, is the facility doing all the right things, and giving them some objective counsel and even talking about ways that we can put in some better corrective action plans that would help the facility out. But that's the intent of shared services.
Mr. Jarvis, in the ECVs that you did you feel like this was a known hazard prior to this event?
The areas that I felt they needed support with was administrative and another operations manager, because their supervisors were young. The workforce is very young and they need coaching. They're only going to do as good as they know how to do. And that is a very demanding tower. And those men and women are doing their level best to get it right. Oftentimes that spacing is not where it should be, and it's coming from we'll call it a more senior group of people that, you know, it's intimidating to try to ask for 4 miles and somebody kind of rubs you the wrong way and you say, okay, I'll just deal with it. Well, you need a supervisor to demand 4 miles. And that takes time to build. That's a tower team. Everybody up there depends on one another to do their level best. And I think, you know, it takes more folks. Having that other ops manager, support staff, definitely would have been very helpful.
We heard during our interviews a couple of times the word political being used, that this is a political airport, there's political pressure, and I think it's political pressure being the nation's, you know, the airport closest to the nation's capital, but also pressure from airlines, political pressure. And so Mr. Fuller or Mr. McIntosh, how would you respond that those working in the facility feel that things that occur at this airport are very political?
I think this airport has got, there's a lot of optics on this airport, right? We have being the nation's capital and the importance of it. So when we talk about politics, I will say this, since I was the DCOO and now as the acting COO for the last 60 days, I've received nothing but support from Secretary Duffy, from then acting administrator Chris Rochelot, and now acting administrator Brian Bedford. They've been tremendously supportive, and I haven't felt any pressure from them whatsoever. Our biggest thing is ensuring that we continue to funnel resources, and that's the thing that is kept being asked of us, is making sure that we continue with a pulse on the facility and we continue to do the right things.
Thank you. I can pause here if the board members wanted to ask questions in this area.
We don't know where to begin. I'll let Member Graham go first. Oh, whoever.
I'll be honest, I had some questions for the FAA, but from what I've heard here recently, I don't think I need to ask any questions to the FAA, and I'll leave it at that. I think, yeah, on this topic, I'll pass.
Member Inman.
I'm going to slowly work into this maybe, because I'm going to hopefully modulate myself. Mr. Fuller, a little bit ago, you said that you came in, you were tasked with helping to fix DCA. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that you fixed it?
I didn't say we fixed it. It was to eliminate the risk between fixed wing and helicopters.
Yeah, you're tasked to fix it. Did you hear Mr. Allen's comments a few minutes before then, where he had talked about safety culture and what he believed on the ground? Could you recount what you thought he said?
On the ground, he thought that they had a robust safety culture. But sometimes when you're too close to a problem, you can't see it as a problem. If you've been trained that way, that's the only way you know how to do it. And sometimes it takes an external lens to see where there's additional risk.
Okay, and so that's coming in and surging these headquarter resources and people onto the DCA tower, right?
Correct, which is where, again, Mr. Jarvis had talked about they lack sufficient support and the district manager wasn't providing them additional support.
And so now you've been able to replace a bunch of people to give them better support?
We have been able to give them better support, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to start with directing to ASRS report 2212055. This is from one of your controllers there in February of 2025. It will be up on the screen. We're being forced to use minimum radar separation rules while only having a radar qualification, computer-based, that I had years ago at a different VFR tower that I also had a different class of airspace. Is that the type of fix that was implemented?
So as a Class B airport, they should have already been providing Class B radar services. That's what they're trained and certified for. They had refresher training in September of 2024, and they had refresher training again on the same subject this year in May of 2025.
So why would they be filing ASRS reports on this?
I'd be speculating on why they're filing reports.
Well, the report is so that they'll see people and they will listen to what the issue is. Is that not correct?
Yes, but the issue is they should always be providing Class B separation services. Visual separation is only a means to relax that, or to put that, well, I say put that responsibility on the pilots. But they should have, prior to the accident, prior to the change, been qualified to provide Class B radar separation services.
Did you ask them if they were able to meet those minimum standards, or did you just assume that they should?
Well, I saw their training documentation that said they were all signed off and they could all meet those standards.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think, Mr. Soper, I'll pass on that. before you stepped into this role, were you part of the AGI Safety Integration Group? Does that kind of fall under your area?
I wasn't part of that group.
But sorry, did that fall under your? Sorry, is that under your umbrella?
If there is an AGI Safety Integration Group, yes, it'd be under mine.
Right.
Or it would have been.
So I'm kind of curious, and you said that they had some quality control issues at DCA prior to this accident. Can you explain to me why the ATC specialist from the AGI Safety Integration Team had been on detail to the FAA headquarters from their permanent position as the operation manager since March of 2023 for over close to 2 years, detailed to headquarters?
I don't have the particulars on that detail.
It's in the Air Traffic Control Human Performance Group's factual report.
Okay. I believe you. I don't have the specifics on why they were detailed over. Again, they're district resources when they're support managers or support specialists. They're not assigned to just one particular facility.
Well, this was the permanent position operation manager at DCA.
The permanent position manager during my time frame that I knew was Clark Allen.
You may want to check into that because it sounds like they were detailed to your organization from that tower.
Yeah, prior to the accident, DCA was only authorized one operations manager.
And so this was the ATC specialist, and their permanent docket or position, as I understood it, was the operation manager at DCA ATC. Is that true, Mr. Soper, correct?
Yeah, this individual, his name isn't redacted, so I can say this is Connie Thompson, who is currently signed there, and he said that his permanent position is OM at DCA, but he is on a detail to, I forgot the name of the office, but.
I don't know that one particular individual, but DCA only has one permanent OM position. Mr. Allen was filling that position at that time. I believe it may just been a misunderstanding.
A misunderstanding if he was detailed to the FAA headquarters since March of 2023?
I don't believe he was on a detail. We can't fill a position permanently if that employee is detailed out. HR wouldn't allow us to put a permanent behind someone on a detail. They have to have a position to return to.
Okay, well, the Air Traffic Control Human Performance Group Chairman's report is signed off on by all the parties, so that means the FAA party representatives looked at this and at least confirmed it. So you may want to check within them too. I want to go back as well about all the support that was being offered. I'll go back to March 27th, 2025, whenever our group and group chairman were at the DCA Air Traffic Control Tower to interview 2 ATC personnel who were with the helicopter working group. We state in our interview prior to the first interview, the facility had a non-safety related emergency. Do you know what happened on that day? And you were surging resources and taking care of and fixing the culture there.
I can't particularly recall that specific day. I was out of country on that day.
I think it was widely reported in the news. That is the day a manager was arrested for striking another employee? You don't remember that?
I don't have the dates in particular, but I do recall that, and I don't believe it was a manager.
I'm sorry, maybe not a manager, I apologize. An employee in the cab that was working at the time. Mr. McIntosh, do you remember that date?
I do.
Was this part of the resources that were being surged in to help the DCA team? Because at that point, had they had an opportunity to have the resources of what's called SISM?
They had SISM almost immediately after the accident, and we sent a SISM team as a follow-up. So we sent SISM there twice. And as far as the incident that you're speaking to, that was a traffic management coordinator that had an altercation with a controller.
I understand that. I think emotions were running high. Those were humans, I would say, or at least in my estimation. And I actually used to live until I moved away from that airport area. I used to live, a controller lived in my building. Would it surprise you, Mr. Fuller? I think this is probably a pretty good definition. Would it surprise you that a lot of rank and file that are listening to this or that have listened to this investigation believe that there's leadership within the ATO group that have a certain amount of hubris?
I'm not surprised, but okay, I understand that.
Does that concern you?
I think that most people think that headquarters is just there to I don't know, drink coffee and hang out, but they don't understand the amount of work that we do to make sure that they have the adequate resources and available equipment, and that we're directing the support to help them achieve their goals out in the field facilities.
It sounds like from someone at the facility, they maybe wanted a little bit of equipment, but they don't want the directives coming down. They'd rather drive the change from there, because it sounds like at Potomac Traton, at least earlier, they were trying to make changes to reduce flow. Is that a good assessment?
I believe that's what the Potomac Air Traffic Manager said, but again, that was a report that never made it out of the building, from what I understand, and that Mr. McIntosh and myself are now making sure that they get TBFM, TFDM. We are directing those resources to support the facility.
TBFM, you said that you're making sure they get that resource?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to go back to that same group chairman report for ATC on page 82. Status update on February 10th, 2025, comment number 5. These were records, I believe, that were provided by, Brian, these were provided by FAA?
I apologize. What was the question, sir?
Page 82, ATC human performance. Time-based flow management.
And I'm sorry, what was the question about that? I don't have it in front of me.
The comments that were provided and the updates.
Yeah, we received this from the FAA.
Okay, so this is an FAA update?
Yes, these were provided by the FAA.
I'm going to be looking, can you look at comment 5 before I ask this publicly? I just want to make sure it's correct.
Yeah, that was pasted right from their document.
So these resources you provided, this is a document from FAA, February 10th, comment 5, regarding time-based flow management. In response to site update, this item was revisited at the Gov Board meeting on 2/6/2025 with AGT, NATCA Program Office, and SLE present. Disposition. Due to budget constraints and other program priorities, this effort is currently on hold until further notice.
I'm not sure what that document is referring to, but I want to tell you what I did and what the ATO did.
I'm saying this report was sent through concurrence with FAA party representatives and was put into the docket. We've seen it for almost a month versus the documents you gave us last Friday. They've seen it, we've seen it, everyone agreed to it, and yet we're sitting here getting testimony. We've done these great things. We've done these wonderful things. The documents and the information and the facts that we have are not seeing that. And I think that's the frustration of why I know it's the reason why Mike is probably better at holding his tongue right now.
Well,
but I'll tell you what, I'll yield my time to the chairman. We'll deal with that.
I would like to answer that question, please.
Sure.
So I want to match your frustration, because I can tell you, with every ounce of my being, I had a conversation as the DCOO with senior NACA leadership on a call on a Saturday, talking about how the facility was doing, some things that they needed to be successful, along with the facility rep, along with the air traffic manager, along with the vice president of air traffic. And the two things they asked for, the first thing they asked for was terminal flight data management, saying that would help them tremendously in ground control. My answer was, you got it. The other thing they started talking about was mile and trail, and how stream classes and compression was hurting them. I said, well, I think you need time-based flow management. We needed a commitment that we weren't just going to do TBFM using what we call the departure tool, where you would just use TBFM to schedule departures, but you would actually have a commitment from everyone on board that we would actually meet times on the glass, meaning when you would lose time to actually achieve the appropriate intervals. And that required conversations from not just Potomac and Washington, D.C., but centers that are further out there. My counterpart also committed to that. Going past that conversation, we met with the PMO. I met with my boss at the time, Mr. Arell. I met with the administrator and said, these are the things that DCA has asked for and that we need to commit to. and I got unwavering support to do that, and they are scheduled to receive both of those products. We moved them up in front of the waterfall, and they're receiving both of those products late February, early March.
I think
and I can commit to that in testimony.
Yes, sir. Well, yesterday somebody committed to it, and they also committed that Potomac had had the equipment for 7 years. DCA, according to this, was requesting it since 2023, had the equipment and been asking for it. What I'm worried is now we're going back to the same thing we did with manufacturing. It's a whack-a-mole. And so now we're moving this ahead of the waterfall. But are there other agencies, other towers that are asking for things that are critical for safety, and now we're just trying to jump ahead to try to take care of the most pressing political issue because it's in D.C.?
Mr. Inman, this is what I can tell you, was when the request was made, DCA was not, they were no longer in the waterfall for TFDM, and we were discontinuing TBFM altogether. TBFM, while it was available to the facility, still needs adaptation, where we go in and we develop stream classes and freeze horizons that will show up on a controller's radar display, plus the required training. So while there is the ability to do this, you still need to do a lot of adaptation. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and there's a price tag that's associated with it, but you can't put a price tag on safety. So we moved this first. As far as the whack-a-mole, they weren't on the waterfall. I made a decision after consultation with my leadership that DCA definitely should be on that waterfall, that it would help the controllers workload on ground control, and it would definitely help them with delivering an appropriate rate. And I felt it was the right thing to do.
I appreciate that. And I will say this. I know Chris, I've known Liam, the new administrator. I do not question whether it's your desire to do things safely, but there is a disconnect between what your frontline employees, the Mr. Allens, the Potomac Tricom managers, your controllers, what they're hearing and experiencing versus what is being said in these testimonies. And we would like to try to figure out how to bridge that, because there's a significant frustration between what's actually occurring being what's being said for public consumption.
I 100% agree with you. There definitely seems to be some barrier in communication where the people that impacts this the most are not hearing the things that the FAA is moving forward on, and that needs to be addressed. I agree.
Okay. So that's the point. I actually, and I do want to clarify, I wasn't suggesting that either of you should be fired. First of all, Nick, Mr. Fuller, you've been in this position since how long?
About a month. That's
it's
going on 2 years.
Month,
yes.
Right? It's
yes.
a very long month. So I appreciate that. And Frank, I deeply respect you and your work. So, but what we're trying to understand is where the disconnect is. Because what we have is, for example, 10 to 15 reports from controllers today that are saying that there were, or reports that from controllers today that are saying there were 10 to 15 loss of separation events since the accident. That, let me just, that they're aware of, that they have filed reports on, that, and we know of, we know of the flyover, we know of JPN, we know of controllers crying, we know of controllers crying in interviews, which is actually, and I do appreciate you did send CISM out. I did call and have a great conversation with Chris Rochelot when that event occurred, when we were on site and there was a fight in the tower, and you worked with NATCA to get them out again, and I talked to NATCA. So I do appreciate you did go out and work to get them help. What we're concerned about is much like what we were concerned about in 1282. There seems to be a disconnect from what we're hearing from people in the tower or at the other levels than what is happening within the leadership, either at ATO or at FAA. There is a disconnect, and we're trying to figure out how do we bring that together, because what we're hearing is and seeing is and what they're seeing is the response is people get transferred or fired. And so or the safety culture team got removed. So we're trying to figure out, okay, that's the message they're hearing, which isn't good.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I will commit to you and everyone on the board and the panel that I will start working this immediately to make sure wherever those barriers are occurring, that it stops, because we're still answering questions on staffing from some media outlets. And I've worked with NACA going, where is this coming from? And clearly someone in the facility doesn't feel like they're getting the help that they should be getting. And quite honestly, if that word's not getting down, then we need to do a better job in breaking through whatever that barrier is.
Well, and I think it's the opposite, is it's not just, are you getting word down?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Is where is the communication from the bottom up?
It's an excellent point, and I think that's something that is something else that I will address.
Yeah, and listening, and
Yes.
and we want to be helpful in that. Don't whatever we can do to help. My concern, and let me just switch gears for a second, and I know the parties have questions, but when you said you got it, that's what we would like to hear. I would like to walk away from this hearing with a renewed commitment to move forward on the investigation and to move forward on safety. And a little bit of frustration. I mean, when I look at, I have the FAA order, I don't even know what this, 88, you have a lot of orders, by the way, 8020.11 Delta, where it lays out NTSB investigation guidelines and how the IIC needs it. FAA may request whatever information they need, but the IIC needs to be informed about and given that information. But then when we request the information, maybe not from you, we're told no. That's frustrating. I mean, here's a perfect example. And, this is why Dr. Price and Lauren Groff were asking questions. Here's a perfect example. We had asked for information and were told no, data in relation to our investigation. We asked for information. Dr. Price followed up and asked for information on a call, and then didn't get the information. Then I had to ask the administrator for the information for data. Specifically, for data on Arya, is that correct? Arya data. Then we were told we couldn't get the Arya data, so we said, okay, well, what if we submit the ASIAS request again and just add additional information? Mr. Kaybeck, I think you responded. And we didn't get the information. We were actually told that's how you should ask for the information. We didn't get the response. And then I had to come in and say, how come our team isn't getting the response? And the response was, let me say what we asked for. We had to ask again because we couldn't get ARIA data. For data for the time period October 2021 through December 2024, we had to ask again, okay, we want fixed wing helicopter encounters for the following proximities: less than 1 nautical mile lateral and less than 400 feet vertical, less than 600 feet lateral and less than 400 feet vertical, less than 1,500 foot lateral and less than 200 feet vertical, and less than 600 feet lateral and less than 200 feet vertical. Also, we were told that ASIAS use, and then we asked about a definition on close proximity events. The response from FAA on July 24th was no. So I'm just going to go back to the order that actually says the FAA will comply with 49 CFR section 831.5 and not interfere with the NTSB investigation. So when we're asking for data and you're telling us we can't get it from ARIA, So then we say, well, do we have to ask it this way? And you say yes. And then we put in this way, and then you come back and say, nope. I think you're interfering with the investigation because you're basically telling us no every which way we can. The response was, nope, we're not going to conduct duplicate ASIAS analyses, which actually wasn't duplicate. We were told to ask it that way, and we added additional questions. I want to hear, great, let's work together. I don't want to hear no every time we ask for information. You know, and then I got to hear on July 11th or June 11th at a Senate meeting that somehow our 80 out of 15,214 events, and then 210 events, and then 85 events of 1,500-foot lateral and 200-foot vertical, that it's actually 5. I had never heard that. And we don't even know where that came from, because this information we got was from you all, and the information you provide senators was from, actually from, I don't know, NMAC or whatever you call it. I mean, I'm not going to play the data game with you guys anymore. It's actually a well-known thing that every time we come out with data, you're going to come out with some other data the night before. And that data should have been shared with our IIC according to your own order. So I just don't understand. Either we're going to work together on safety and on this investigation, or we're going to continue to ask for data and you're going to continue to say no, or whittle down data that we received from you. I just don't understand it. It's not helpful. It just looks like you're trying to hide things, which I don't think you are. Yes, you can respond.
Thank you. Thank you for the last part. We definitely don't want to hide anything. And if anything, we want to be transparent with our data. What I'd like to ensure, and I'll work with the ATO, is if there's a data request that we don't understand, or there might be some problems, then let's work together to make sure that we can get you, or at least articulate exactly what you need so you can complete your investigation. I feel like everyone that I work directly with and close with, the NTSB makes the FAA better. And the FAA makes the NTSB better if we work these issues together. So the last thing we want is for there to be a feeling that we are not good partners when it comes to raising our safety standards.
We do want to work together, so maybe we come out of this hearing where let's work together and talk about some data, but then I also think probably some data sharing with the operators. I mean, we have a lot of data here that they've probably never seen. Go ahead.
I know we're asking for a lot here. We all want the same thing. My biggest concern, being a former director of safety for an organization, for a flight organization, a manufacturer, is making sure everybody in that organization feels that they are the safety officer and they're being heard. I don't think that's happening right now, and I know this is not part of an investigative hearing, but you don't have a safety management system if that person out on the leading edge or in that control tower doesn't feel like they can report, they can be heard, and be responded to. And that deeply hurts me, and I know it hurts them even more, but for our system to be as safe as it can be, you've got to engage every employee, and they got to feel like they're engaged. So anything we can do to work with you on that, to make that happen, we will do.
Yeah. I think you just did. I will tell you, I'm just going to go off my own experience, but as an air traffic manager previous, as a director, as a general manager, in all my job things, leadership needs to be seen, not heard. You need to make yourself accessible to your field facilities and make sure that they do see you as human, not hubris. right? And that you care about not just the safety of the operation, but the people that are in that operation as well. I agree with everything that you said. We do need to make sure people feel not just valued, but they can be heard and bring those things forward. I testified earlier that I do believe that the ATO has a good safety culture and has a good just culture, but if we're seeing that in some of our field facilities, then clearly we have some work to do. And we got to push forward and make sure, again, that we're doing the right things for the right reasons. That would definitely be one of them.
I don't know. No, I came here because of the MAX crashes. I think you may have heard that, Frank. First one was a tragedy. The second was a travesty. I worked with the FAA during that time. And the reason I bring that up is I think our frustration, if I can just echo this, we'd like to be treated privately the same way we are publicly. And publicly, we're treated very well. We're going to cooperate. We're going to do everything. We're going to do all that. You get thousands of pages thrown on you on a Friday, and you're trying to we're living up to a promise to every one of those victims' families that we would do everything we could, and we're going to continue to do that. So that's, I think, all we're asking. That would be my first request. Chair, if you don't mind, the second request would be a break. We've been at it for 3 hours. I think it would be fair for everyone.
Problem
Let's
is,
just
I
take the
can
temperature down
just
a little
keep
bit.
going. Yes. Okay, let's take a break to, what do you want? 15? Okay, 6:30.
They just need time to get them. They're like, it's just, they just were immediately irritated.
You have, thanks to Member Inman, a box of candy if anyone is feeling like they need some, including in the audience, but come on up. I think what we're going to do now is Dr. Wilson, sorry, has a few follow-up questions, just a couple. Then we're going to go to the parties. And then what's going to happen is, unfortunately, the front row is not released yet, but you can eat candy in the back row because we're going to flip it, and then we'll continue on and go back to the technical panel and eat candy in the meantime. Everybody is literally eating candy right now. All right. Over to you, Dr. Wilson, and Mr. McIntosh and Mr. Fuller. Thank you very much. We had a good chat. Dr. Wilson.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, just a few questions for you. I wanted to give you, from the facilities standpoint, an opportunity to talk about data trends and analysis and find out what you do at the facility level. It seemed like the beginning of the panel, we were talking more at the ATO level and what data they look at. So I just wanted to get a sense of that to give you a broad area that we'll be talking about. So Dr. Price asked about lots of different groups of data that can be looked at to identify trends. At the tower specifically, what is your understanding of the data that's used to identify trends that are specific to your facility?
So for the most part, as far as trending goes, the facility would be typically the one that would file the mandatory occurrence reports, the MORs. If there's a voluntary reporting via the ATSAP program, whenever the ERC reviews that, they do contact the facility ATM and the facility union rep, and we have that data as well. Within the facility, we also have the local safety council, where they become aware of items either by controlling that they notice or through reporting of controllers in that regard. So we can routinely meet and look at those items and see if there's any trends. Now, in addition to that, another arm of that within the facility was the support manager. They cover training and QC for the facility. So with conducting the required OSAs and additional OSAs, we can therefore identify other means within the facility of items that may trend or in one direction or in another. With caps that we've implemented, there are milestones and goals and mitigations within those that are tracked routinely. Following up with the district QC, there's various means for us to track and analyze trends.
That process of looking at trending data, is that a documented process at the facility?
The OSAs are documented, MORs are documented. All of the different avenues that I described have a form of documentation associated with them.
Okay. Is there one person at the facility who's responsible for looking at the data, or does it fall on multiple people?
The data comes from various forms. Like I had said, the ATSAP data would come to the air traffic manager and the FAC rep, so they would have that slice of data. We're all able to look at MORs. We're all able to look at the OSAs, the caps. We have regular meetings in regards to those, so we can identify trends.
Who leads those reviews of the MORs?
It would be with the air traffic manager and any support staff and operations manager, support manager.
I guess I'm wondering, okay, so this data comes in and now, like, who's looking at it to say, like, yes, we see a trend? It's just you review all the reports in the meeting at once, or, you know, somebody sits there and says, we've had 5 reports related to this, 10 reports related to this, like.
So for instance, like whenever a supervisor or somebody conducts an OSA, they have that information on the assessment of the position at that time frame, and then it is validated. And then with those subtasks, you can look at a report and see, okay, phraseology is ticking up, or there's non-compliance in that realm, and here's the documented dates and times that occurred. Now you can start looking at that trend. Okay, this is occurring here. It's with ground control. We need to work on ground control phraseology or something like that.
So is all of this in a database where you could say, I want to know if phraseology is an issue, and you can go in and filter and you can pull up all the reports that have phraseology?
Yeah, like for MORs and OSAs, CAPs, we all do all that via CEDAR.
Could you just, for the audience, give us what OSA stands for and CAP?
Operational Skills Assessment, and CAP is Corrective Action Plan.
Thanks. So from your perspective, were any close calls or near misses, were those being identified in the data that you were looking at?
There's nothing that I'm aware of at this time.
Did the facility ever receive any concerns or feedback from operators about concerns that they had about operating in the DCA airspace?
I'm not aware of any specific concern. As the operations manager, I spoke with everyone routinely, or a majority of folks routinely, and I wouldn't say that there was one thing that jumped out more than another.
Okay. The Local Safety Council, just really quickly, could you just give us an overview of what its purpose is and who sits on that council?
Yeah, the Local Safety Council, it's comprised of controllers and management from within the facility. Their tasks are they review the voluntary reports, the ATSAP reports that are put in, and help formulate responses to them and analyze them and see. They have a database that they can go into and see, are these issues occurring elsewhere in the country? What were they doing to mitigate them? Is this a larger systemic problem, or is this localized to us? They provide assistance with developing briefings, issuing briefings, and training, just to name a few things that they do routinely.
The ATSAP reports that are reviewed, they're de-identified. So could you just walk through the process really quickly of an ATSAP report? So a controller files an ATSAP report, and what happens to it? And then how does it get to the Local Safety Council?
Yeah, so the ATSAP report, a controller can file it anytime. It doesn't have to be on an FAA computer. They can do it on their phone, computer, iPad, whatever they choose to. Once they complete the report and submit it, it is then sent to the event review committee for that region. And the event review committee reviews it, accepts it, and then they contact the facility management and the air traffic manager and the facility union rep and share a redacted version, I believe, of what the report was and ask for follow-up and what mitigations may be taken for it.
We talked a little bit about the ATSAP program yesterday with Mr. Lehman. He brought up some concerns that he had. What is your opinion of the ATSAP program? Do you think it's working? Do you think it needs some improvement?
Overall, I think the program provides benefit for the voluntary reporting. It's great to get that information. I think the way the information is distributed is maybe too limited, and it could be shared more broadly to address issues. It's fairly well contained, in my opinion. So I believe that could be addressed. There's other portions when ATSAP sit with the event review committee and whether they accept them or don't accept them, there's various opinions on how that should be managed and maybe the powers that they have in accordance with the agreement for it. So overall, I think the concept is great. I think we could refine it now.
Do you have any idea of how many ATSAP reports are received at your facility in a month, in a year, any data like that?
No, I did not have access to it.
Do you have any, the answer could be no. Do you know how many of the reports get accepted versus rejected?
Ones that I was aware of, I can only think of one that was not accepted.
Okay. And as a manager, do you feel that it limits your ability to manage? So if you were to see a concern with a controller by them filing an ATSAP report, does that limit the response that you can give? So if you see something and you think maybe this person needs some extra training or some sort of corrective action, by them filing an ATSAP report, does that limit how you could respond?
Yeah, there are limitations with it.
Does the ATSAP ever, so let's say a controller happens to file multiple ATSAP reports where maybe there's a trend with that controller that's identified. Does the ERT ever come back and say, hey, we're seeing non-punitive, but hey, this guy needs, or this gal needs a little more training? Is that something that ever happens?
Not that I'm aware of, but that's in their purview whenever they receive the reports to review it, and because they have the identified data that they can link them together and notice a trend, and then they can contact the facility in a course of action.
Okay. And one of the things that Mr. McIntosh mentioned about SMS and positive safety culture is that the ideal situation would be that controllers feel comfortable reporting concerns to, let's say, managers or employees of ATO would feel comfortable coming to their managers and reporting concerns. Does that happen, or does everything just go through ASAP, or ATSAP, excuse me?
I would say that it would be facility specific, and it would be an individual preference. I know during my time there, people would routinely come by my office and we would have discussions on how things could improve or change or get better. And then there was other folks that preferred to utilize the ATSAP program. So I think it's really dependent on the individual.
And as a manager, did you feel empowered where if somebody came to you with a concern that you could take it up to a higher level or to some review committee that would then consider the feedback?
Oh, 100%. I would always share it with the air traffic manager, support manager. We worked as a team. We would share that. We wouldn't keep it to ourselves.
Great. Are you aware, going back to the local safety council, was the issue of moving Route 4 over 295, was that ever discussed at the local safety council level?
I don't recall.
And I think if I recall from your testimony, either yesterday or the day before, the moving of the Route 4 to 295 was discussed as a part of the helicopter working group?
It had been discussed before, yes.
Okay. But there was no is that in meeting minutes or anything that discussion happened, or?
There was nothing that we could find.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mr. Allen, I wanted to follow on to this line of questioning about the ADSAT process and some of the other safety assurance processes that were available to the facility. It sounds like you were involved in processing those and presumably learned some things from them. Is that correct?
Yes, the information we had at the facility.
Okay, so we asked this question at a higher level, but at the facility level, do you feel that the safety assurance processes that you had available were blind to any of the risks that this accident has uncovered?
I don't think anything blinded us. It was that.
Is there anything that, since the accident, that has highlighted hazards that you didn't feel like you paid enough attention to before or weren't aware of?
There's nothing that's jumping out to me at this moment.
Okay.
Okay, does anyone else on the panel have any questions for the FAA witnesses before we turn it over to the parties?
I think that concludes the questioning of the front row, Chairwoman Hamady. Still reserve the back row.
They're sugared up now. All right, we are gonna go a little backwards here. Now we're gonna go this way. So we'll start with PSA Airlines.
Yeah, sorry I was not prepared. Didn't see that coming. All right. Mr. Fuller, just a quick question before you go back here a couple hours. Said, go through your statement here, just stated that the FAA would contact helicopter operations if an altitude was violated. Kind of trying to realize, like in the last year, how many times did the DCA tower observe or report helicopters altitude deviations? I assume you call them PDs or pilot deviations like you do for us, rasher warnings.
Yeah, pilot deviations. I don't have that specific data for PDs for the last year, to be quite honest with you.
Do you remember any at all, or could you get that data for us?
We could certainly get the data if the NTSB or needs that request. It's not difficult. No, not a problem at all.
See if I believe that's all the questions I have right now, ma'am. Thank you.
All righty, well, we'll come back. Alpa.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we bring up 17 Juliet and on the last page of that document? So this data shows that we're potentially missing up to 50% of TA data in the DCA area. I don't know if you guys can see it off to the right there. It's a little bit cut off, but that basically says 40% of flights recorded do not have TCAS TA. There we go. Perfect. How accurate or how are accurate decisions being made on potential near midair collision risks in the DCA area if we're missing this data, Mr. Kabak?
So this is part of the problem with analyzing TA data is that it's an incomplete data set, and it would be very heavily influenced by the fleet type it operates at a certain airport. So one airport could spike in perceived risk just because the certain fleet flies in there that reports TA data. And as you said, only about a little over half of the flights that we have, or in that case, less than 42%, I guess, record TA data in our FOCO database.
So is there any way or way forward where we can start to shrink that gap and get more fidelity?
That would rely on equipment upgrades on the operator because it's operator specific, transmitted into the FOCO data that we would then get from that. We have no control. It would be operator specific.
Understood. Are there any other known critical gaps in ASIAS, such as what we have here?
If we wanted to use this data for analysis, this would be one. Off the top of my head, I can't think of what another one would be in that instance.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Fiscus, this one's going to be for you. What factors led to changing the NMAC definition from the original 500-foot and 1/2 mile lateral to just a 500-foot proximity? And this happened in 2020.
I am not sure of that.
Okay, you're not aware of when that changed or the reason surrounding why?
No, I'm not. So my understanding was, when the 633 alpha, the 634 alpha, the 632 versions of reporting order, those were all written and processed and implemented back in 2012. And at that time, it was still 500 feet, a 500-foot bubble. Yeah, so prior to that, I'm not sure. But those were flight standards directives from the .11, the 80-2011, and the 80-2016, the air traffic version of that, if you will.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You bet.
And then for or I guess Colonel DeForest and Nelson, if you guys are in the back there. So no near-miss occurrences were reported in DCA by the Army, and this is from 2020 to 2025. Is there a lack of reports from Army aviators in DCA?
What I know, and this is of the 15, and throughout this investigation, when the 15,200 or plus occurrences, we did our research, and what we found was, of those 15,000, and I know it's rough data. There's probably some criteria there that we need to flesh out. But of those three, we know of, or I'm sorry, of those 15,000 plus, we know of 3 that involved Army aircraft assigned to 12th Aviation Battalion, and those were in 2022 and 2023 respectively. One was a near midair, one was a loss of separation, and one was a violation of a prohibited area. And those are the only 3 we know about.
So the reports that go into ASMIS is what I'm reading it as, is essentially saying that the way that your program that was started in 2020 to record that data through 2020 to 2025, those reports, they never made it into that software.
And this is just in the confines of the Class B airspace, the vicinity of DCA.
Yes, exactly. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could just add to that.
Absolutely.
There were a number of near-miss reports that were filed by the 12th Battalion that were not, necessarily near misses in the airspace, but were in the DCA airspace, but they were filed for other areas as well as some other operations. So there was reporting. This may have happened because by the time those pilot deviations got to the command, this was, several months later, so they did not enter it into ASMIS at that time.
So that data wasn't captured. I'm reading out of the actual factual data group report. It's on page 17, but it basically just says the Army review of near-miss reports in the ASMIS for a period of fiscal year 2020 through 25 identified 24 events, and none of them occurred near DCA. So,
there were 24 near-miss
and none of them occurred in the DCA
and none
area.
of the ones that were reported were in the DCA area.
Yes, sir. That is what the data states. That's my time for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. U.S. Army.
No questions.
Thank you. Sikorsky.
No questions, ma'am.
FAA.
No questions, ma'am.
NATCA.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Just a few questions, and I'll follow up on a few topics that have been discussed. So I'd just like to, Mr. McIntosh, Mr. Fuller, just like to talk about the safety risk management process, and if that process has executed any safety risk management panels for the removal of Route 4 and Route 6.
Yes.
When were they conducted, and what parties were present at that panel?
I know it's part of the public docket. I don't have all the different information in front of me, but I'm sure it's available in the public docket there.
Were there any identified hazards in that panel?
I don't believe so in the removal of the routes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dressler, did you participate in any SRM panels or safety risk management panels with the ATO or the FAA regarding the removal of Route 4 or Route 6?
They were never considered as part of an SRM, and the FAA quoted a specific part of the SMS manual that said they did not need to be SRM'd.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fuller, Mr. McIntosh, are you aware of the changes that Mr. Dressler's organizations have made in reference to the hovering versus staying on the ground and communicating with ATC before they depart?
No, not aware of those changes.
Mr. Dressler, would have you like to be part of a process that evaluated the data that you saw reference TCAS events and mitigations that you needed to put in place to prevent them?
Absolutely, we would.
I think, I don't want to speculate, would the ATO like to have had that conversation with Mr. Dressler's organization to identify any other risks that the changes they made may introduce into the system?
So we have a helicopter working group, obviously for the DC area, but the National Helicopter Working Group. I know the last document I saw, there were like 41 operators present for their last meeting. I think the NTSB was an observer as well. They are looking to make some changes to Route 1. As part of that, I asked them to include an SRM panel on that particular one. I know it's a high visibility, highly used route, but it's also the area that contains the greatest number of indicators. So the plan is to include all parties, and eventually as they make changes in the upcoming months, to have an SRM panel.
Great, thank you. Mr. Allen, back to you. I don't see a clock, but let me know if I run out of time. You said that ATSAP should be changed, and it limits your ability to do things to controllers. Can you expand on what the limitations are and what changes you think are needed?
Some of the changes that one of the big changes that I mentioned was the data being more readily available. From my experience, it's been in a tight chain of command, so to speak, of who can access it. As far as the other part about it being limiting is there had been certain occasions that had occurred in the past where there were individual circumstances that had occurred with an event, and some of them, separate from the performance, there may have been a conduct issue with it, but the conduct issue was covered under the ATSAP report, and therefore it couldn't be considered. And then the IPM, at times, you know, we go through the performance record of conversation process, but you have to go through that so many times before you can seek another course of action.
Okay, so to summarize, you're saying ATSAP limited your ability to discipline? That's it?
Well, when it was warranted or potentially could have been, or in the IPM process, it keeps you at the performance record of conversation level versus pursuing other avenues.
Could you give me an example of an other avenue?
Other avenues would be maybe some classroom time, maybe some simulator time, depending on what the individual deficiency was.
You are aware that the ATSAP program does allow for training. I think that's what you're describing.
Yes, with concurrence up through the ERC.
Correct. So,
Yes.
but is the standard for training in that instance any different than ever training a controller?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand.
So maybe being a little more explicit. You just have to identify and document a deficiency, and then you should be able to train, correct?
Should be, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's my time. Thank you.
Well, we're going to do one more round. I can go backwards or I can go back to PSA. How do you want to do it? You can either keep going 5 more minutes or I go back to PSA.
I can keep going.
Okay. We'll go back the other way.
All right.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. Okay, so and then just to Mr. Allen, going back to the data, sharing more data. Where is ATSAP not sharing data that you would like to see data shared at?
As the operations manager, it wasn't readily available to me. I would have to receive the information from another source.
And that other source was who?
The other source, if NACA had brought it to me, or if the ATM had brought it to me, I would have been aware, but I didn't have the opportunity to log in and see any trending data. I would only be able to see an individual report.
But your facility could do that, correct?
The local safety council.
Correct. So the data is in the facility, and the local safety council could use that data and inform you of what the portal says, correct?
Correct.
So it is available to you?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. McIntosh, Mr. Fuller, quick questions. Prior to the accident on the 29th, the ATO had a safety culture office. Post-accident, what is the status of that office?
I think you're talking about the safety culture team within AJI3.
Correct. Yeah, I said office team. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. They're currently going through a reorg right now. I don't know what their current status is, to be quite honest with you.
And is their workload and tasking similar, more or less, prior to the accident, as compared to prior to the accident?
So some of the activities have changed. Prior to the accident, they were, I would say, more about safety culture outreach. And they spent the vast majority of their time traveling to other countries, other ANSPs, providing safety culture training. And post-accident, we decided to direct more of their resources directly to supporting air traffic initiatives internally.
Okay, so they're still doing air traffic things, or within the ATO, I should say, not air traffic things.
They're doing other work within the ATO.
Okay, safety culture work or just other work?
Other work, I'm not exactly certain what they're doing. I'm not overseeing that particular team anymore.
Okay, Roger, thanks. Just a question on safety data and TCAS events. I think Mr. Fiskus or Fuller or Ms. McIntosh, any of you can answer this. When we see numbers of TCAS events, right, them in themselves, I think we've determined analysis is important to determine what was occurring. Is it uncommon for air traffic to be in receipt of a pilot responding to a TCAS RA when 2 aircraft were in level flight?
I'm sorry, you said, is it uncommon?
Correct.
No, it can happen.
Yeah, okay, Roger. And do you know when it normally happens? In what scenario?
They could be 2 aircraft in level flight, heads up.
Yeah, correct. Okay, Roger. I think we often we can see it when VFR aircraft at 500 feet above or below IFR aircraft separated by 500 feet level. We just
Absolutely.
could get a TCAS event in that instance, correct?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I was going to say that's probably the most common that we see.
Okay, Roger. And I really just have one more question, and I just want to clear something up, Mr. Jarvis. I hope I got your last name right. I believe that was correct. Earlier in the day, we were talking about NMACs and what the altitudes or what that looked like. What was the definition of a NMAC that changed? And I think at some point you started talking about it might have been 1,000 or 3 miles, but that was I just want to make sure the record's correct. 1,000 feet separation or 3 mile separation is a radar separation and was not the definition of a NMAC.
I was not referring to a NMAC.
Okay, Roger. Thank you. That's all I had, and I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. FAA.
Just one quick question for Mr. Fuller. What is ANSP?
Sorry, I've been working on it all week. Air Navigation Service Provider. It's any one of the other.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you so much. Army.
No other questions.
Sikorsky.
No questions.
Alpa.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Fuller, you stated you rely on outliers to identify risks. What if there was a large number of airports that say had an occurrence, well, let's say in this example, resolutionary advisories, but it was a widespread issue, not necessarily an outlier in any case. So how are widespread threats identified if there was potentially no outliers?
Again, that's where we rely on some of our groups that we participate in, the SIAS, CAS, U.S. Aviation Safety Team, or just it's not uncommon for an airline's safety VP to reach out to me directly and bring some information that I don't have, say FCTs without radar, things of that nature.
So, but specifically, you don't have a way to analyze the data for a widespread issue without those outliers to trigger?
We do. We are investing in AI capabilities. So some of the things that we can't see or we can't fill as outliers, perhaps an AI tool will be able to pick up for us. So we are investing in those.
So it's currently a work in progress then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Also previously you stated there were 12 years of high occurrences of descending RA data in Denver. How did a problem exist for this length of time before effective mitigations were instituted?
So what's interesting about that is if you ran it, each airline ran it through their SMS process, and none of it came up as a high risk. It wasn't until it got elevated to the U.S. Aviation Safety Team, we worked through it, and we analyzed the collective risk and determined that it was high. But each individual airline never brought it to us as a specific safety issue.
So what you're saying there in that case is that data you said for 12 years that you had, you didn't know that it was a risk until you looked back and applied through a different lens, and then you realized you had 12 preceding years of high-risk data, and then you decided to institute once you realized that for 12 years it had been saying something, but no one had been able to see it.
Correct.
Okay. How long did it take from the point that you all did realize at the end of those 12 years to then the data showing there was no longer a risk?
So I just want to correct one thing. I'm not saying for that entire 12 years nobody saw it as a risk.
Okay.
It was just no one was willing to say it was a risk was great enough to not fly into Denver, per se. It took us to get that collective data, determine that there was significant risk, and I believe we had to work through our SMS process, run it through an SRM panel, determine what was the most appropriate fixes. Some fixes were build another runway. Well, that's not going to happen in immediate change. Some would be to upgrade the ACAS software and an airline and all of our fleet, which that wasn't going to be a quick fix. So it was working through those processes.
Of course, but ultimately, what was that time frame from when the issue was truly identified to a solution where specifically the data no longer showed that risk present?
I want to say it's 6 months, but it was the amount of time it took us to build a procedure and get it approved.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
And then just one quick cleanup for Colonel DeForest. What parameters would actually trigger an Army helo pilot to file a near-miss report into the ASMS program?
And that's going to be pretty broad. It could be, I want to say a set definition, such as vertical, 1,000 feet or 500 feet. It's if the pilot or aircrew perceives a danger or threat, and it's at their discretion.
So what you're saying is there's no specific or we'll say constrained criteria to truly define when they're going to submit that report. It just depends up to the aviator themselves.
That is correct. If they feel as though it involves safety and others need to know about it, and they'll file it.
Thank you. And Mr. Kabeck, can you confirm that ASMS data is not in ASIAS?
I'm not sure what that even is. Is that an Army product?
It is.
Then it's not ASIAS.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all of the questions from ALPA.
All right, PSA.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Kabeck, Real quick, just a couple questions, just following up from Alpha there was, are you aware that if PSA participates in ASIAS
PSA does participate in ASIAS.
with our FOQA data?
I don't know if it's FOC or ASAP. It's one or both. I don't know
Okay.
which one.
I was just curious. Do you know how long we've been doing that?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I was hoping you would have that information
Oh,
for
sorry.
us. So I just wonder, I mean, we've been talking about proprietary data and doing RA studies and things like that. Would it be fair to say that ASIAS should be the vehicle we use to do these studies, which is much more holistic?
The power of ASIAS is the collaboration of all the data together. So it's your data with Americans' data with everybody else's data all together. And then we blend in the ASAPs and ATSAPs. And like ATO, we're using artificial intelligence and machine learning. We're applying large language models to ASAPs and ATSAPs to add context to some of the digital data that's coming out of FOQA.
Thank you. Mr. Saylor? Do you know whether we supply both the data?
Yes, we do. We supply both ASAP and FOQA data into
And do you know how long we've been doing that?
We've been doing it. I started at PSA in 2013. We've been doing it ever since 2013.
All right. Thank you, sir. I have no more questions.
Thank you. We have more questions. I'll go ahead. Member Graham. No, go ahead.
Just have a couple questions here, probably for Mr. Jarvis. I was looking back at mitigation plans over 10 years that revealed several instances of noncompliance, resulting in about 67 total mitigations. And I see some of these were, well, there's non-standard phraseology, procedures, and application of visual separation, at least 3 different years over about 10 years. And other things with the radio comms, inadequate and non-existent training records for controllers, excuse me. What are some of the dangers of persistent non-compliance of standards?
Yeah, you spoke of a lot of things that took place throughout a decade, and I know when it came to communications, there was instance where an airplane needed to go around, and the controller went from his keyed up, it didn't work, to going to a third alternative, not the fourth alternative instead of a second or a third. So these things happen, and they're kind of event driven, and you kind of fix those as they come along, and a facility would then capture that on their internal, their ICV, as being non-compliant, and they mitigate that until such time that they can determine it to be compliant. And as a ECV comes in there, we will then provide that extra set of eyes and oversight, and either rate that as compliant or identify where needs are still needed. Many instances, an item that might be continuously non-compliant might not be exactly the same way. We'll say ATIS procedures. Sometimes and that's for those in the audience, I can't think of what it stands for right now, but it's a broadcast that has the airport information, and it includes a lot of things like what runway are you on, what type of approach is being used, what's the altimeter setting, anything that's maybe an obstruction to taxiways or runways. It includes all that information. And there's, in one instance, it might not be reviewed like it's supposed to be reviewed, and then the next time we come in there, and then the facility might be reviewing it, but they might not be broadcasting it as it goes out. So those are some things that can, the items can total up to a big number.
Are there processes or procedures in place to address issues like this that keep coming up again and again? Maybe it goes away for a couple of years and then comes back?
This goes back to staffing. And do you have staffing and administrative staffing that can look at these on the regular? And oftentimes it's you need the support of supervisors to participate in that process. And it's a collaborative process. An ICV is labor and management going through this together and agreeing that, yes, this is right, or no, we need some work on it.
All right, thank you. See, my time's about up.
I'm going to leave here in about 8 minutes.
Member Inman.
Thank you. Just go back and clear up just a couple of things. Now that we've all had candy, I want to go back to the waterfall and the traffic flow management. Is it my understanding that it was not in the waterfall and now it is? Can you go back and just reframe that for me of where it went?
The original plan for CPDLC, oh, I'm sorry, you said TBFM or
Yeah.
TFDM?
TFDM.
Terminal Flight Data
sorry.
Management?
Yeah.
Okay, so we originally were going to do, I believe it was 89 facilities, I believe is what the original plan was. And DCA was part of it. But due to budgetary constraints, it was lowered, and it was significantly lowered. I think it was more than that. I don't have the, I won't tell you the direct amount, but it was significantly lowered. Now, with, we did put them back in the waterfall because we saw the importance, because looking at that operation at DCA, the complexities that ground control has, there's a definite need for it. Once the Big Beautiful Bill was passed, that actually sent a lot more money.
Let me just go back real quick. Were they taken out of the waterfall then?
Well, when they cut the list down, the list is prioritized. So they weren't, once the cut was made, they came off the list.
When was the cut made?
I'm not sure when that cut was made, to be honest with you.
Because the request was in 2023, and it sounded like that they might have been in the progress. That's what I'm trying to get to. Because it sounds like you did a great thing, but I'm trying to say, how did you save it from this failure?
I worked with senior leadership and funded it and got it back on the list.
Okay. And I'll go along with this. Brian, can we pull up the, go along with the chair, you might want to update your website.
I don't think I own this website, but.
It's the FAA website. So this is the TFDM deployment, and if we can scroll down, please. Or DCA is on there, and it will be effective in July of 2028.
Yeah, I could see why there's some questions there. It should be effective spring of 2026.
Well, it was last updated June 6th of 2024. If you scroll to the very bottom.
So last year?
It was, at that point, it was still in the waterfall. And now, granted, it's been moved up a couple of years, but I'm just trying to figure out if this waterfall is a waterfall or not.
Can you tell me how many airports
Scroll
are there?
to the very top, please.
Yeah.
I think there's 27. Configuration A, 27. Configuration B, 22.
Okay. So
very top, please.
Then by that, Mr. Inman, then they were not cut off the waterfall. I just put them towards the top. So I apologize. I gave erroneous testimony.
Just wanted to make sure we're clear on it, because we got a lot of people that are very interested in some of these questions. You can keep the candy for right now.
Thank you.
Next question, though, and same thing, and I want to follow up to NACTA's question, actually. And this has to do with the ATO safety culture team. Mr. Fuller, you said they're being reorganized. Is there an ATO safety culture team in existence at FAA right now?
I don't particularly, to be quite honest, know what exactly they're called. I don't know what duties they're performing. We're currently going through an entire reorganization of that team. I can't even tell you how many members are still left on it. It was only a team of 3 prior to in that particular organization.
So prior to this reorganization, there were 3 people in the FAA on the ATO safety culture.
Dedicated just to doing safety culture outreach is primarily what they
Okay,
do.
if there's just 3, You said they're being reorganized. You were kind of specific about change of function.
Yes.
3 people. Is there any people assigned to that?
What we asked them to do is build in, instead of having a safety culture team trying to go out and teach safety culture at every facility, instead work with, say, our SRM panels, work with our QA and QC teams to build safety culture into those programs and processes so that they're promulgated much more easily rather than trying to go out and play the whack-a-mole game at every one facility where a problem
Your
is.
earlier answer, though, indicated they were going off doing a bunch of international travel, talking
They were.
to people. But this time, it's instead of doing it at different facilities. I just want to try to get clarity. I guess the next question I'll have is, were these safety culture team members advised not to speak about their change?
I don't know anything about that.
Mr. McIntosh, you know anything about that?
No, I'm not aware of that at
Could you
all.
inquire about it?
I can definitely inquire about it.
I mean, I think we've been talking about SMS, whether ATO safety culture team has either been reorganized, changed, if it no longer exists. We're talking about SMS. I think that's an important question. Chair, I'm out of time, but I might have a few more. What do you want to do?
Oh, no, I got some.
Okay.
Look, you gave me time, and now I've got sugar. I once did a 17-hour markup on the Hill, so we're here. Okay. I just want to talk a little bit about data. So performance data analysis and reporting system, also called PDARS. Just one more time for those who are not familiar, what is that? Anybody? Yep. Okay, I'll just read it. Collects and manages data, processes data and generates reports daily, shares data and reports among facilities, supports incident analysis and airspace optimization. Is that good?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. How do you typically use PDAR data?
Various ways. I'll think of the last project that we did. I'm going to use Jacksonville as an example. Jacksonville Center has had an increase in traffic, and we recently decided that it was in the best interest of build some ultra highs to add some additional capacity and to improve our efficiency, but it's also a safety metric as well. When we talked about sector splits, meaning we're going to build an ultra high to take and alleviate some of the additional aircraft down at some of the lower levels, what is the best way to, what altitude would work best to stratify the airspace where if you were to build an ultra high, they would be effective? Would it be, let's build an ultra high flight level 360 and above, how many aircraft would that capture? If it was 350 and above, how many aircraft would that capture? So using PDAR data definitely helps you decide on what's the best way to provide some kind of mitigation or a new procedure or a new airspace, some airspace capacity, but you want to take a look at traffic information. So the PDAR data will give us traffic information to help us lead us to a better decision.
Okay, thank you very much. There were 3 separate PDAR studies conducted on DCA helicopter routes. One looked at data from January 1st, 2024 to January 30th, 2025, including counts by month, day, hour, and aircraft type. Can you pull up Mr. Fuchs, Exhibit 3G. Page 9. So in total, there were 13,866 helicopter flights transiting the DCA airspace. If I'm wrong on it, understanding any of this, please let me know. It's a long day. 10,990, which is on the next one, of which were military helicopter operations. It looks like there were several areas where helicopter traffic converged off of runway 33, and the study notes that as a hotspot at some point, I think pages 15 to 18 of the study. On page 25, it shows that for Route 1 West, Segment 1 from Chain Bridge to Key Bridge, 1,486 helicopter flights exceeded the route altitude restrictions of 0 to 700 feet. From Key Bridge to Memorial Bridge, also on Route 1 West, 1,733 flights. exceeded the route restriction of 0 to 300 feet from Memorial Bridge to James Creek Marina. Again, Route 1 West looks like 1,852 flights exceeded the route restriction of 0 to 200 feet. For Route 4, the north section around DCA, 523 flights exceeded the route restriction of 0 to 200 feet, about 17.5% of all flights. The most egregious were the southern portion of Route 4 and Route 6, just over and slightly west of DCA around Glebe Road. The second study was to look at helicopter and civilian aircraft operations, encounters between helicopter and civilian aircraft over Route 1 and Route 4, and how many civilian flights are offloaded to Route 33, or runway 33, given that squeeze on miles and trail. This was done at the request of NTSB, and that looked at January 1, 2018 through February 29, 2020, and January 1, 2023 through February 28, 2025. We excluded a time period due to the pandemic. I think I was, if you can turn to page 14 of the study, I think it's actually page 54 of the exhibit, maybe. I think what I was particularly struck by was encounters by airline, and I believe that's military aircraft, with PSA being number one, and PAT taking up most of them. You do have some that are unknown. Republic Airlines, American Airlines, Southwest, and JetBlue. If you can go to the back one, 13. Mr. Yeah, this one shows that the CRJ-7 has the most. Go down to 15. And there's the heat map right off of 3.3. I guess I'm wondering from all this, and you can take it down, all this is in the docket. What I'm trying to figure out is, how do we not find this out after an accident? How do we ensure that data is being evaluated and shared among all groups, whether it's federal organizations or users of the airspace, including commercial airlines, helicopter operators, everyone. I'm trying to figure out how we do better data sharing. I mean, here you have basically what looks like predictable at some point, and then you have, I don't know, we have a list of different databases or data systems, Arya, ASIAS, PDARS, ATSAP, ASAP, ASRS, more, NMAC. I mean, there are so many. How do we do better to share data so that we can be more predictive and less reactive?
So I completely agree with you. And one of the things as I look through the chairman's factual report is none of the airlines had identified any of the risk here. The Army hadn't identified the risk here, and we hadn't identified the risk here. So again, we have to get back to that collective risk, just like we talked about with Denver. How do we use all of our data, which is gold, to actually make some jewelry out of it and come up with some really good fixes for this? I don't know, but I hope that the AI tools that we're developing will find some of the things that we're missing that we just can't catch, because most of the operations that we looked into were actually compliant. They had an appropriate level of visual separation, or they were some divergent rule that was being applied. But we need to really modernize how we measure risk and how we proactively address it. I completely agree with you.
Well, and I feel like, I feel like everyone's so siloed. FAA may have access to a whole lot of data. Army may have some data. We have data when we ask for it. Mr. Dressler may have no data. CAST may have some data, but commercial airlines, and I know, I called American after I believe it was probably that flyover event, and they didn't even know about it until I talked to them. So how do we get to the point where we're all talking with each other and not so siloed so that we're sharing that information? We've got to figure out a better way to do this.
I think the administrator has really been pushing forward with hosting a lot of the forums. And so we've had helicopter operators in, we've had, I think commercial is who we had in, and we had GA. The problem is we had them all in separately, right? And so they all gave us their perspective. We need to find a way to integrate some of these conversations and so that we're all working for the fix together as well. But I can certainly take that back, and you have my commitment to explore opportunities to do that.
Thank you. Member Grimm.
Staying with that theme kind of about sharing information, the information from ADSAP, from yesterday's testimony and today, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done with ADSAP, and I don't know if you have any oversight on that, but it's important. I'm not sure the event review committees are working the way they should be with some of the results, but people should be seeing stuff, the individual with maybe additional training or procedures or policy changes at a facility, and that stuff can be de-identified and put out to the facility, but it just doesn't seem like it's happening. And I think if you look at the numbers of reports coming in, they're probably down too, just looking at some of the stuff in our docket. So I would hope that would be part of the program.
We agree, and I think we can even do some data mining. See, the numbers are there. I mean, we could be able to tell you, I can't tell you right now, but what the trends are, how many ATSAPs are turned in via monthly basis. We can even do it by region. Do we see more in Western, Central? Is there trends there? There's definitely a lot of data mining that we can do. But to your point, and we were really good with ATSAP when we first rolled it out, and we were very deliberate in how we went to field facilities and talked about the value of voluntary safety reporting programs and building a safety culture. And then some drift happened, and I think we started getting into what I called folklore. People started making it into things that it was never intended to be. One of the most famous things was a get-out-of-jail-free card. It was never meant to be a get-out-of-jail-free card. You can still do performance management when somebody files an ATSAP. Just have to know exactly what the way to proceed with these things and make sure that you do it the correct way. We were very conscientious. John Murdoch was part of the team. Let's go back out and do field facility visits and make sure people understand the value of these things. But to your point, I think we need to continue ensuring that ATSAP information is readily available, and we identify systemic issues so we can present the appropriate mitigations.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Inman.
Mr. Phillips, can you bring up, it's page 15, it's the Air Traffic Manager, Potomac. Mr. McIntosh, I realize you've got a big organization, and I apologize because you're not able to see everything that we've seen, so this may help you with a little bit of the frustration. The very first lines start with base this entire program off of. Yeah, we're going to go down to the bottom. This is the Air Traffic Manager for Potomac, and if you start around line 19, saying is an entire workforce since 2008 has been trained to know anytime you make a mistake, you go and fill out a form, and for the most part, you're getting immunity, whatever words you want to call it. And in a few minutes ago, you said performance management, so I'm going to skip down a little bit. I get told all the time, I'm hurting people's feelings when I talk to them about performance management, and I shouldn't talk to them. They already know what they did wrong. That's kind of indicative of what we found with frontline employees that are telling us. And I realize that's not your intention, but do you see the disconnect that we're seeing based on the docket material?
I am, and that's disappointing to read. Performance management is not meant to be punitive. It's meant to actually build controller skill sets and manager skill sets. Performance management is not always negative either. We should reinforce good behaviors, reinforce positive techniques. I'd
love for you to give us some more things to reinforce.
Yeah, these aren't
good things.
These aren't I'm sorry, I'm going to use Chairman Hamady. These shouldn't be siloed. Mm-hmm. These should be things that every manager, supervisor, employee should expect with good, active individual performance management. A controller never stops learning. A manager never stops learning. Mm-hmm. When there is a safety event, I was one that learned more by making a mistake and then realizing, okay, I won't do that again, right? And then what's best about that with good positive performance and feedback is then when I'm training somebody, I pass along those legacies. So IPM's never meant to be a negative, and chances are you don't have to pull someone in your office to yell at them or to give them bad news. If anything, if an employee goes to your office and they think they're going to get yelled at, you've already missed the boat. That should be a relationship between the supervisor and the controller, and it should be built on trust, and it should be built on being the very best we can be as safety professionals.
I don't disagree. I'm trying to show the disconnect between us and what we've read in 10 to 15,000 pages and the message we're receiving. That is where real frustration is coming, and I just reiterate it. And I also want to go back, and I appreciate you saying you're going to start using AI, do data mining and researching. I love the fact that you're doing it. Can I give you your first suggestion, and it doesn't really take AI or data mining?
Of course.
Currently, there are 205 open recommendations from the NTSB to the FAA. 108 are in acceptable status. Do you know how many are in unacceptable?
I don't have that metric, but I think you're going to tell me.
You're going to need better staff to prep your books. 61 are currently unacceptable. 36 are not yet classified, meaning we've given them or we don't have a response yet. We've closed 958 unacceptable. In fact, specific ones involving military aircraft with private aviation, involving controller training, emergencies and threat management, which we ask every one of these controllers about and they don't remember doing. And it happened back in 2015. In 2023, we had to close it unacceptable because we couldn't get an answer. So instead of data mining AI or looking for trends, we've got 61 recommendations that are right now unacceptable. I think that'd be a great place to start, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, can I have one more question, but I'd like to turn the timer off for the answer.
Sure. Or you can just...
Yeah, just keep going. I just don't want to feel uncomfortable. I think I have one more question, and this is kind of a little bit of Groundhog Day, because Mr. Allen, each day I've had the opportunity to see, and I truly appreciate your testimony and what you've told us. And I think our staff would indicate that you've really been a good asset in working with us and your interviews and everything else. And each day I've come to you and asked, what have we asked you that you would, what have we not asked that you would like to tell us? And each day you've said, can I wait till tomorrow or the next day? Well, we're running out of days, and I don't want to come back tomorrow. So first off, I appreciate your diligence. You probably answered more questions than anyone else. So thank you for that. So I wanted you to have a moment to tell us what we need to know to make this safer.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this hearing. I want to thank the Board of Inquiry, the technical panel, and the entire NTSB. I don't think the transportation, having gone through multiple events now with the NTSB and intimately working with your team during these events for well over a year now, I don't think transportation as a whole could be where it is today without the work that you do. So I wanted to thank you and the entire NTSB. As far as the reason why we're here and anything that may be missed, I honestly have thought long and hard about it, and each night, the little bit of time I have before I go to bed, because we're here all night. With working with your team and stuff, I don't know that there's anything that I haven't said, to be honest. I've shared everything through various interviews. You have my various testimonies. I've said it here. I think, you know, listening to the past 3 days, there are a lot of things that can be done differently. I don't think this accident occurred that night. I think it happened years before. We've talked about, you know, resources, whether they were available or unavailable at certain time frames, folks being listened to or not being listened to at certain times. This was not that evening. It was a combination over many years that I think that built up to that evening. So what I would hope as we move forward here, and what I've learned over the past 3 days, is each party table, the witnesses, the technical panel, and the board, I think everybody has learned something different or something new by all of us coming together. And what I would like to see is the FAA lead that charge now and bring everyone together. There be no handcuffs. There be no, it has to remain in this scope, or have that free open discussion across all lines of business, across all issues, and get back into the facilities and the people. We can go out and buy equipment. We've referenced that they just gave us $12.5 billion. We can go out and buy it tomorrow. But what we can't do is not invest in the people that have to operate that equipment every day. We must invest in them. We must make every day that much more better and more safer, so we don't have to have this panel again. That's what I've gained from this over the past 3 days. Thank you.
We appreciate your service and your colleagues, every one of them that are out there today, so tell them thanks. Madam Chair, that's all the questions I have for the front row.
They're not totally excused because they're just going to the other row. Okay.
Chairwoman Hamady, I think we have one more follow-up from the tech panel for the front row.
Well, you could still ask them when they're in the back row too, right? Because I have others. Yeah, no, go ahead, Mr. Graf.
I promise to make it very quick, but just regarding ATSAP, and I think for you, Mr. Allen, regarding access to ATSAP reports, or maybe the helicopter working group, given we have 2 programs for sharing of ATSAP and ASAP reports, as noted in the group chairman factual, ASIAS did provide those to the NTSB. Just want to clarify, did you attempt to get access to ATSAP reports and were unable, or did you not attempt?
I had not made an attempt.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
We're free to make the change now.
All right. Mr. Fuller's actually smiling.
They can have, there should be a candy basket back there.
Please take your name plate.
Please take your name tag and try and keep the same arrangement.
I'll also just one more time say, you don't have to keep your jackets and ties on, except for Colonel DeForest. So member Inman isn't back yet. Apparently there's a stash of snacks and water over here if anyone needs anything. There you go. Oh, and on the other side? Oh, and on the other side over here. All right, we're going to go ahead and start. Dr. Bauer, do you have your technical panel?
Yes, we do.
Start whenever you'd like.
Hey, Bill, are you ready to go? All right, Dr. Bramble will begin the questioning of this part of the panel.
Okay. Thank you all for your patience and your dedication to safety and for being here. Mr. Saylor, you are, well, could you please just state your position for everybody who's here?
Yes, Chris Saylor, Director of Safety and Regulatory Compliance with PSA Airlines.
Okay, would you please describe the staffing and organization of PSA's safety management system?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have oversight of the flight safety, maintenance safety, safety management system emergency response, regulatory compliance, and a few other things mixed in. Our safety management system, we are fully compliant, Part 5. We were approved in 2015, one of the first first regional airline to our understanding that was approved Part 5. Under flight safety, we have numerous safety programs. We have an aviation safety action program for the pilots, dispatch, and mechanics. We have a general hazard reporting system. We have flight operation quality assurance, FOQA, line operation safety audit, LOSA, and a fatigue risk management program.
Okay. Under Part 5, what are the major components of your safety management system?
Yeah, absolutely. Built on 4 pillars of the SMS. The first pillar obviously being safety policy. That's the overarching policy that we have governing all of our safety programs and the non-punitive reporting of all employees. We have safety risk management. That's basically defines how we identify hazards and how we risk assess them in the organization. We have safety assurance, which outlines basically the different ways that we monitor the risk mitigations that we put into place, and how the safety assurance works through many data sources, being flight safety data, internal auditing, external source data, et cetera. And then lastly, safety promotion, which in my opinion is probably the most important. That really goes to your safety culture like we were talking about previously, and people's education and understanding of SMS, the reporting programs, and understanding how to file safety reports, et cetera.
What tools did PSA have to identify traffic conflicts or similar kinds of events, near midair collisions in the DCA terminal area?
Yes, absolutely. So the primary way of internal data that we had was the Aviation Safety Action Program, the ASAP reports. We also had operations reports, or the general hazard reporting. Those reports are required to be filed by pilots if they receive a TCAS RA. FOQA also monitored TCAS RA as a safety performance indicator for the airline. And then those are the primary internal sources that we had. Externally, we, like I mentioned, we participate in ASIAS, and we use that data as well.
How did PSA analyze and act upon such events, such as your TCAS RA events or your ASAP reports?
Yeah, absolutely. So every single TCAS RA event that we receive, we bring into our SMS. It's individually risk rated, and we track those, report on those on a weekly basis up to our leadership team, and they're also tracked and trended into all of our SMS meetings that we have on a monthly and quarterly basis. The ones that are associated with ASAP reports, some of those we're able to coordinate through the Confidential Information Sharing Program, CISP, which we heavily utilize that and coordinate with CISP.
And how does CISP interface with other entities or organizations?
Yeah, so basically we'll, when it's an ASAP report's filed and it goes through CISP, if there's an ADSAP controller report available, we'll match those up. Sometimes there may not be an ADSAP report available, but that's really what we rely on. That's really the primary way of being able to identify, the other traffic, get the radar data and everything we would need to paint a full picture of the event. We really rely on CISP. Now, if we know who the traffic intruder is, if we through the report or the pilot report, they identify the other aircraft, we can work with the other airlines. We're a very close-knit community. There's really no competition in safety, so I can pick up the phone and call any of our, industry partners and in the aviation safety business, and we can coordinate together.
When you do have an event like that, is it standard practice to notify the threat partner in a traffic conflict or near midair?
It just depends really on the severity of the event and the details that we're given, and if follow-up is necessary.
We noted in the data that there were a lot of instances of unknown aircraft conflicts identified in the FAA system, or perhaps that was the Arya system, I can't recall. But do you have trouble identifying the other intruder aircraft sometimes?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends, obviously, on how much data the pilots are able to give us, on if they know what the intruder aircraft was, if they have much detail from ATC at the time. Like I said, if we have enough data to action on it, we can. If we don't have enough data, that's really where we're going to be reliant on CISP or, in an aggregate way, working through ASIAS and really trying to fuse the data to be able to give us, access to the information that we need to take action.
But has that felt like a particular challenge, or does it feel like you generally can find out when you need to?
Like I said, if the details are given to us, we can certainly action them. But in general terms, I think when we're talking about ASIAS and fused data sets and being able to give us access to more data, that would be certainly helpful.
Okay. Soon after the accident, PSA informed the NTSB about 5 TCAS RAs, its flights it had encountered in the DCA area within 6 months of the accident. How did PSA identify and analyze those events before the accident?
Yeah, so, those 5 events we brought in, risk assessed each one of them as part of the SMS. They were put into the overall metric for TCAS RAs and our monitoring of DCA. Those 5 events, were in that same time frame. We flew 38,000 operations into DC. So those 5 events were, made up less than 1% of the total operations.
Okay, were any of those events similar to the accident event?
None of those events were identified. All of the events were TCAS RAs, and none of them were involved with runway 33, and none of those events were identified as near midair collision.
Okay. If a near miss involved an external party like the tower or the Department of Defense, one of their aircraft, what process was available to facilitate joint analysis and risk mitigation?
When you say the tower, you mean air traffic control?
Yes. So if we were in the terminal area and you had a reported near miss or near midair collision or loss of separation by one of your flight crews, and they believed that there was some tower involvement in the event, how would you coordinate with FAA on analyzing and responding to that? And then I'd like also a similar answer about what you would do if there was a near midair collision between a PSA aircraft and a military helicopter, for example, in the DC area before the accident.
Yeah, so first and foremost, obviously, if we had any report of near midair collision, we would immediately take action in our SMS. We would take that extremely seriously. But again, if it involved tower, that's where we're going to work with the FAA and ADSAP, through the CISP program. So we're able to be more specific with the CISP program, we're able to send that report over through the CISP to ADSAP, and they may or may not have a matching controller report. But in an event such as what you're describing, if it were to be a more serious event, they would certainly reach out and try to solicit a report, from my understanding. So the main coordination would obviously on the safety side would be through CISP, but I know through other events that we've mitigated with DCA, such as some of our ground-related issues, we've reached out to their air traffic management team and worked directly, and we have a relationship with them. So we would have certainly, been all over it to make sure that we investigated it and took the required actions.
So you have an event review committee that examines ASAP reports, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. We have an event review committee, and that committee consists of the FAA, the Airline Pilots Association, and the company, and they meet on a every 2-week basis, if not more.
Okay, and the tower seems to also have an ERC that reviews ATSAP reports. Would the 2 ERC committees ever interact, or is that something that happens?
Yeah, and we have in the past. Actually, 2 years ago, we were working through risks identified at DCA on the ground in regards to taxiway and runway incursion type issues, and we coordinated numerous times through the ADSAP program and CISP, and sharing reports and working together jointly to come up with mitigations And ultimately, we actually had a joint ERC meeting, and then it led to an info share presentation that we did in 2023 together with the CIS program, PSA, and CIS working through some of those issues at DC.
How about with the military? If you had a close call with a military helicopter in the DC area before the accident, what steps would you have taken to try and address that?
Yeah, so I don't have any direct contact with anybody from the military. You know, if we had a close call with somebody in the military, I would certainly be trying to find one. You know, we're audited by the Department of Defense on an every 2-year basis, and they check in with us every 6 months, so we do have some contacts there. You know, we would certainly reach out and try to coordinate, but I don't have any direct military safety contacts pre-accident.
Okay. You mentioned your participation with ASIAS. Had there been any ASIAS analyses that had generated any concerns that you were aware of about mid-air collision risks in the DCA terminal area before the accident?
Not specifically. ASIAS has always monitored TCAS RAs as a metric, and we've always reviewed that data. DCA never stood out as a top airport for us using that data.
Okay. Has PSA made any changes to the way that it analyzes data since the accident?
Yeah, absolutely. We've done a comprehensive SRM of DCA post-accident, looking at all of our available data sources. We've begun looking at traffic advisories within our FOCA program. That was not something we specifically did pre-accident. We started doing that post-accident. And we've instituted the new requirement for pilots to file safety reports, an operations report, we call it, if they receive a traffic advisory below 1,000 feet. That's system-wide, not just DC. And that's trying to obviously give us some more visibility into that data and some context on what might be causing a TA. So if there's anything actionable out there, we can, you know, analyze it and take action.
Okay. Mr. Fuchs, can you pull up Exhibit 2 Hilo November, page 8? And I'm going to direct my next questions to Colonel DeForest. Colonel DeForest, you've commanded the Army Aviation Brigade, which oversaw the 12th Aviation Battalion and crew of PAT 25, since August 2024, which was about 5 months before the accident. This is a notional diagram of Army aviation safety-related organizations, individuals, and programs, including the Army Aviation Brigade and organizations above and below in the chain of command. Can you tell me where you're located in this diagram and describe the chain of command below and above you?
Absolutely. Can you hear me? Okay. So in referencing the diagram that is on the screen, where I am, if you look at the far left column, so working from the top, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks. I'm the fourth down, the Army Aviation Brigade. So I'm in that middle of the stack that's on the far left. My commanding officer, my higher chain of command is Brigadier General Tony Gant. There was recently a change of command. She commands the Military District of Washington, while also call it a dual-hatted command, Joint Task Force, National Capital Region. Subordinate organizations to the Army Aviation Brigade include an airfield division, a rotary wing battalion, and 2 fixed-wing battalions, and an associated headquarters staff. Within 12th Aviation Battalion, there's 3 flight companies, a headquarters, maintenance company, and then a combat engineer rescue company.
Okay, and I think in one of the interviews that we conducted, someone in your organization described, actually it might have been a higher level organization, but described the safety program for operational aviation units as being nested and embedded. Can you kind of give us a feel for what was the general approach to managing safety at the unit level?
Okay. Well, I'd say safety, for everybody here, it includes everybody. Everybody's involved in safety. Where I, guide the organization, it's a comprehensive policy informed by Army regulation and the Army Aviation Center of Excellence standards. Okay, so risk mitigation is going to be a theme for a lot of my statements. Embedded into everything we do, from pre-mission planning, actual mission execution, and then after action reviews. What I value in our safety program, first and foremost is the people, making sure I have adequate trained professionals in this formation, and they're arrayed appropriately. So in context, the Army Aviation Brigade has today 664 assigned, okay? 12th Aviation, which is the Rotary Wing Battalion within the Army Aviation Brigade, has just over 360 assigned. Within that organization, there's currently 5 safety trained professionals. Now, most everybody that we know, you can't just rely upon your safety officers in your formation to have a fully functioning safety program. So we rely on our specialists. So within an Army Aviation Battalion, you have a lot of specialty warrant officers trained in a lot of things. So standardization, this is going to go to one of my responses in my transcript. So standardization is paramount in Army aviation. When we want to foster a safe and a safe organization, and this is our mantra in that organization, is standards plus discipline drives your safety culture. So we value the standardization in our organization. We hold that to a high level of importance. Within 12th Aviation right now, there's 12 instructor pilots, 5 safety officers, a handful of 1 or 2 aviation mission survivability officers and aviation maintenance officers. All those individuals help inform and drive a safety culture. What I feel is important in the organization, is I went back to that training, so I wanted to lay out where the people are and where they're trained and what their credentials are. So next is going to be our reporting. What do we report on? And I think, previous panel mentioned ASMIS, so that's the Aviation or Army Aviation Safety Management Information System. So that's the common platform where we're going to make our reporting through. Next is going to be how do we train our people and continuously evaluate them? That's very, very important. Data monitoring. I think a lot of the discussion here, we all understand we need to monitor that data, what that data means, who has access to it, and what are those trends. And then and this is me specifically, after action reviews, that is so important, because that is where you're going to reveal some of that unanticipated risk. So those things you just didn't expect when you went out and conducted your operation or mission or whatever task you were conducting. So from the people, the governance, those meetings that we sit in, how we report the data, how we look at the data, but also how do we see ourselves during those after action reviews. And hopefully that's a good summary of how I feel about our safety program.
Can we pull up the figure again? So those 5 safety officers that you mentioned, they're embedded in these different levels of the stack that you're in between Military District of Washington and Bravo Company.
So those 5 safety officers, they're going to be organic to 12th Aviation Battalion. At the brigade level, there's currently 2 trained safety professionals and 2 standardization officers.
Okay. And my understanding from the interviews that we conducted is that the officers, the commanding officers at each level are in charge of the safety program. They're accountable for the safety management process. but the safety officers provide the expertise to help manage that program. Is that right?
That is correct. So your company commanders, and for flight companies, they are your low-risk approval authorities. So Army captains, they're in charge of their company. Most companies are just less than 100 people. Those company commanders are going to look to their safety officers to execute their safety program.
Okay. If we can put the chart back up again, please. And so where do the safety officers receive their training? And is that depicted on this diagram someplace?
I'll take that answer. The safety officers receive training from the Combat Readiness Center, and the safety professionals receive training through Army Material Command.
Okay, thank you. Colonel DeForest, can you describe for us the difference between a near-midair collision as defined by the FAA and a near-miss as defined by the Army? And Brian, you can take the chart down now.
So a near-midair collision, based on the discussion I heard, is anything less than a mile or 400 feet, if I heard correctly. And then a near miss for the Army can include the ground and air. So we report it in two different ways.
Okay. What capability did your brigade have to identify near midair collisions or near misses involving Army helicopters in or near or in or below Class Bravo airspace near DCA?
Okay. So I would say the different layers that I look at when I view the airspace in the National Capital Region. So those that have access to the FAA, because I think they see the picture holistically. So 12th Aviation Battalion has a liaison in the Multi-Agency Contingency Coordination Center in Herndon, Virginia. So that liaison officer works alongside an FAA representative. Next is going to be a Joint Task Force NCR. They representatives, not organic to 12th Aviation, but in my chain of command, they hold a bi-weekly joint airspace protection working group. So if there's anything related to exercise using the airspace or airspace issues, they would talk about it then. And then certainly we participate in the DC, the Rotary Wing Working Group, and also the SRMs as they occur. So those are the meetings that we attend and have representation in.
So the primary method would be to find out through those entities or processes?
Yes, for in-person interaction. There's also the reporting that can come from the U.S. Army Aeronautical Services Agency. I think I mentioned them on day one. So there's an Army representative titled the Department of the Army Regional Representative, and that's where the information flows down to, most of the time, commonly it goes to the battalion commander before it goes to a brigade commander. So that's where the unit would be informed of, say, a near miss.
Okay, so a near miss that involves a near midair collision would likely be reported to you through this liaison to the FAA. What's the name of that position again?
So the position, and it's typically a Army Lieutenant Colonel, so it's Department of the Army Regional Representative to the FAA.
Okay, so that's one mechanism that you might find out. In what ways could your pilots report this kind of an event?
So for, say you're out flying and you either hear that you may have caused a traffic advisory, resolution advisory, or you think you just participated in an unsafe act. So how this would go is you would report it on the radio to air traffic control, as much information as you could, and then you would, as a crew, discuss it either if you needed to return to base or continue your flight, you'd absolutely talk about it during your AAR and speak to the mission briefing officer that briefed you for that flight. So the conversation would continue post-flight, and based on the severity of the incident, absolutely, that's where the crews would put together a report, and it would be in ASMS.
Can you define AAR?
After action review.
Okay, so it's our understanding that there were two reporting mechanisms available to the pilots. One was an ASMS report, the Army Safety Management Information System. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the other is an operational hazard report. Which of these would be the preferred mechanism for reporting this kind of event?
So from my understanding, ASMS is the preferred reporting. OHR, in my experience, is for austere locations. So if you don't have access to a computer, it's a form you'd fill out, say, in the field, and it would be later ingested into ASMS.
And how long has ASMS been in place as a reporting system of that type?
Since 2021.
Okay. So prior to ASMS was an OHR the method for reporting?
Yes, to my understanding.
Okay. All right. Had your helicopter pilots submitted any reports of near midair collisions in the DCA terminal area since you assumed command?
Not to my knowledge.
How would the crew of one of your helicopters become aware if their helicopter triggered a traffic alert or a TCAS resolution advisory in a commercial airplane while flying in this area?
They would not. Unless it was heard on the radio, they would not have a cockpit indication.
Did other DC area operators, either fixed wing or helicopter, ever inform the 12th Aviation Battalion or brigade staff about such conflicts during your tenure? Prior to the accident?
Not since I've been in the organization, no.
Okay. Did your brigade ever have reason to reach out to another operator over perceived conflicts, traffic conflicts?
Not to my own knowledge, no.
Did the FAA ever inform you about traffic conflicts between your helicopters and other operators in the area?
No, they did not.
All right, let's talk about the Army Regional Representative, designated Army Regional Representative. Did you have interactions with them in the 5 months before the accident?
Not in the 5 months before the accident.
Okay. Have you had interactions with them in previous commands?
Yes, I have.
What was the nature of those typically?
It would be for alleged pilot deviation.
Okay. Tell me about brigade participation in helicopter safety working groups for the DC area.
So we would, or at least the one that I know of that occurred, so at least one representative from the brigade attended. And this is, I think it was in August of 2024.
Do you remember, are you aware of anything that came out of that in terms of recommendations that might be relevant to this accident?
Nothing came out.
Okay. All right, summing up, did the Army Aviation Brigade or 12th Aviation Battalion have safety concerns about the potential for mid-air collisions along the DC helicopter routes before the accident occurred?
No, I think the biggest risk, and Mr. Van Vechten mentioned, I believe yesterday, so a mid-air collision risk would be during a multi-ship formation flight. I think he described it very well. The other highest risk event would be a flight down, a night NBG flight to Quantico. So flights along the DC helo routes, I would say were considered relatively safe. No concerns with any proximity to commercial or rotary wing traffic along those routes while under air traffic control.
Okay, Mr. Fuchs, if you could put up the same exhibit. I'd like to turn to Mr. Stedman. Mr. Stedman, where are you located in the diagram, or where were you located at the time of the accident?
In the, excuse me, in the same place as Colonel DeForest. I work for him.
Okay, and it's my understanding you work closely together and had offices in the same building?
That's correct.
Okay. How long had you been a safety officer in the Army Aviation Brigade prior to the accident?
I started August 31st, 2009.
Can you describe your responsibilities?
My primary duty is to advise the commander and his staff on safety matters.
What guidance did you rely on to advise him and help manage safety at the TAB?
Are you asking like prior experience?
No, I'm asking about Army guidance and policies. Which documents did you refer to?
We follow the Army Safety Program that's in Department of the Army Regulation 38510 and some criteria is in Department of the Army Pamphlet 38510.
What percentage of your time was devoted to aviation safety versus ground safety, environmental safety, occupational health?
I estimated that at least 50% of my time was devoted to aviation safety.
Okay, and how much of that was helicopter safety?
With program areas that we have in 4 battalions, an airfield division, 2 fixed wing and helicopter, not all of that 50% was devoted to helicopters, but I couldn't give you an exact number, I don't think.
You have the Army Aviation Brigade has a pretty diverse aviation operation, is that fair?
That is fair to say.
Okay, can you review again which battalions, how many battalions and which have which type aircraft?
12th Battalion has Black Hawk helicopters. Our battalion at Joint Base Andrews has 6 jet aircraft. Our fixed wing battalion at Davison has a detachment that has 6 fixed wing aircraft. And we run the airfield division that runs Davison Army Airfield and the Pentagon helipad.
Okay, that includes air traffic control personnel?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you and Colonel DeForest managed safety for all of those operations?
Affirmative.
And how many other safety officers did you have assisting you?
At brigade level, there's 2 of us. At each battalion, there's a battalion safety officer, and each flight company has an aviation safety officer, as well as the maintenance company has an aviation safety officer, and the ground companies would have unit safety officers.
Okay, and just to be precise, the second safety officer at the brigade level had recently joined the brigade just before the accident, is that correct?
That's correct. Started working the week of the mishap.
Okay. Okay, it's our understanding that the brigade did not have a program to monitor operational flight data from its UH-60 helicopters to ensure that, for example, they remain below maximum altitudes on the DC helicopter routes. Do you know why not?
I couldn't answer that question.
I will try. Yeah, the DODI 6055.19 is the guidance from Department of Defense for the services to execute an MFOQA program. The Army has a portion of that in that we monitor flight data to support readiness through maintenance, as was mentioned earlier during the hearing. We have not been able to. It was an unfunded requirement. When it came to us, we have been unable to actually get started. We have gone back to OSD and told them that and asked if they could support with resources, and they said that they could not. So that's where we are at this point on our MFOCA program.
Okay. Mr. McManus, OSD?
Office of the Secretary of Defense.
Okay. In the year or so before the accident, how often did the 12th Aviation Battalion receive safety reports from helicopter crews about flight safety related issues, either through ASMS or OHR?
Could you clarify what you mean by safety reports? Did they receive them or did they submit them?
How often did you receive them from flight crews? Either, forwarded to you from the battalion level or directly to you at the brigade level?
For what time period?
Say the year prior.
For the year prior, I received no operational hazard reports. For the year prior, on the near miss reports as defined by the Army, I don't have the number for that, but near miss reports from the first one they submitted in 2021 until the time of the mishap, the total was 5 of the 23 that were submitted across the entire brigade. 3 of those were for wildlife strikes, 1 was for an off-duty event, and 1 was for a pre-flight event where some tail rotor drive shaft covers were found left open.
Okay, so as far as flight safety related reports involving the helicopters at the 12th Battalion, it was about 4 and 3 of them were wildlife strikes?
1 was a ground aircraft pre-flight, 3 were in the air. None of them were near miss reports near DCA.
Okay. If a near midair collision involving a battalion helicopter occurred in or below the Class B airspace around DCA, how would that event be identified and evaluated? I guess we already talked about how you might find out about it, but how would you evaluate it and decide what action to take? And this is for either Mr. Stedman or Colonel DeForest.
Absolutely. So after after that event would occur, the crews would talk about it. That would go to the mission briefing officer, ultimately the final mission approval authority. And that's where the conversation between the commander, the standardization officer, and the safety officer would discuss. Something like that, if it was a near miss, I want to know about it. Therefore, the battalion commander would be informed and I would be informed. How do you memorialize that in your aircrew training program? So the next steps would be to include it in the next safety council. Those are usually every month at the company level. And then it would be included in a quarterly safety and standardization meeting. Along those, so that's how we're capturing it across the organization. If there's an immediate change that needs to be made, the standardization section within the company would issue a standsgram. So that's it's a memorandum, and it would go into the aircrew information reading file. Really what that means is it's information that's distributed across the entire aircrew training program, so all crew members will see it, and they must review it before the next flight. So there's it's very, very timely in my opinion. So you're going to see it captured probably on a memo within a day or two. It will be discussed. That specific battalion does daily closeouts with leadership. They're going to communicate it across the other flight companies. Then it's going to work its way up to brigade, where the brigade standardization instructors, so I have a fixed wing and a rotary wing standardization instructor, they're going to look at it and review it. So within a day or two, it'll get to my level. And then dependent upon who else needs to know, because that's super important. Usually you're going to call the other aircrew, the other flight department, if you know who it is, so they know about it as well.
Is this wrapped into the mandatory quarterly Safety and Occupational Health Advisory Council meeting?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then what's the difference between that and the monthly Safety Council? Or is it the same thing?
Yeah, I'll take that one. The monthly meeting is a monthly safety meeting at the flight companies. The safety councils at the battalion are quarterly meetings that feed into the semi-annual SOHAC, which is Safety and Occupational Health Advisory Council. All of those meetings are the battalion safety meeting and the brigade SOHAC are held in conjunction with the aviation flight standardization meeting at the same time.
Okay. It's our understanding that the safety-related implications of such events were supposed to be handled at the lowest possible organizational level. Why is that?
That's published in Army guidance. Are you talking about a near mid-air collision report or just a near-miss report?
I think this guidance pertains to OHRs, but I could be mistaken. But
so if an operational hazard report was filed, what the colonel said was the crew, if they perceived an in-flight hazard, would report that to ATC on the radio. Once they landed, if they were filling out an operational hazard report, they would give the piece of paper to their aviation safety officer or their operations officer. That report would be handled right away, and the report would be handled if it involves civil aircraft or civil ATC. A copy of that report would be sent to the FSDO and to the Department of the Army Regional Representative. And when we submit that report through the safety chain to them, we would request a written reply of their actions taken in the investigation while we conducted our own look into the matter at the brigade.
So I'm a little bit unclear on whether or not sometimes an event such as a near-mid-air collision would be handled entirely through verbal communication versus documented in a report, either through OHR or ASMS. But can you comment on whether that would always be documented in a formal reporting system?
Yeah, so if they filed an operational hazard, or if they told their aviation safety officer about an operational hazard report that they had determined was a near mid-air collision, and they did not fill out the operational hazard report, their aviation safety officer would fill that report out and forward it through the chain. If they were to report it via the near-miss reporting system in ASMS, the safety chain would get an email automatically that that report was filed, take a look at it, and if it was for a near mid-air collision, then take action to get an OHR started and submitted through channels.
Okay. And then how would that information reach higher level Army safety organizations?
When we reported it through the Department of the Army Regional Representative, there are a few conditions where an operational hazard report would also go to the Army Combat Readiness Center, and we would report it to our higher command.
How did the Department of the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Environment, Safety, and Occupational Health, or DASA EOH, support your work as a safety officer? I'm asking you.
Any support that I got through that office would be through the Military District of Washington Safety Manager.
Okay. What is your understanding of the Army Safety and Occupational Health and Management System, its purpose, origin, and status?
Army Safety and Occupational Health Management System we call ASOMS. We began using ASOMS in September of 2021. It's to improve our safety programs and to establish an SMS. I heard someone earlier talk about 4 pillars of their safety management system. The Army ASOMS has 6 capability objectives, and I think approximately 48 elements. I may be corrected in a minute if I'm wrong. Those are leadership engagement and personnel soldier readiness, investigate reports and mishaps, incidents and illnesses, conduct safety and occupational health training and promotion, conduct inspections and assessments, conduct hazard analysis and develop countermeasures, and health protection and readiness are those capability objectives.
And I would add in my terms, it's moving from reactive to proactive over 3 phases. Right now, we're currently complete with phase 1, moving to phase 2.
And what is phase 1 and what is phase 2?
I'll take that. There are 3 stages to maturity, and I think I used the word in our interview, implementation. That's just the Army word. All 3 stages are progressing at the same time. It's just how you validate your maturity in each of those stages is my understanding. Ms. McDonald may correct me in a minute. But you get a baseline in each stage, and as you progress improving your safety program, you graduate out of a stage and baselined into the next stage of those 3 stages.
And stage 1 is implementation, or that describes all the stages?
Implementation of the program is ongoing in all 3 stages at the same time. So you may be 100% green in stage 1 and still be making progress in stages 2 and 3 at the same time because you're working toward all of those. It's just how you're evaluated on the maturity to move along the stages each time.
Okay, what's stage 1?
Stage 1 is, I think the acronym is Plan, Act, Do, if I'm getting that wrong, but as you have all the policies in place for a safety program that addresses all of those elements. Once you have all of those in place, then stage 2, from my understanding, is measuring, are you doing all of those things? And then once in stage 3, it's, to my understanding, is it effective? Is it improving the safety program? And then evaluating what you need to relearn as time has changed and things have been improving, what else you can go back and do. So it's just a continuous cycle of improvement.
Is this system intended to address aviation safety issues?
To my understanding, it's intended to address all of the functional areas of safety for the Army.
Okay, and which Army organization developed the guidance for this and has promulgated it?
I believe that would be Ms. McDonald's responsibility at the end of the table here.
Okay. All right, how did the U.S. Army Combat Readiness Center, USACRC, and the U.S. Army Aviation Center of Excellence support your work as a brigade safety officer?
As a brigade, they would provide us with various briefings and products. They've come to our unit to provide safety assistance visits, where they're briefing the unit on aviation safety matters. Last time we asked for a briefing from them, I think it was August 2023, and then again in May of 2025. In between, we've done aviation stand-up in 2024, where they've provided products in the total Army effort to do that stand-up. In 2025, they've again provided products for the aviation safety stand-up, which is currently ongoing. They also provide a lot of products available through their website. They provide an aviation analytics dashboard that we can use to analyze Army aviation mishaps across the force or within our own organization. They put out a monthly newsletter called Flight Facts that we distribute widely through the organization, preliminary loss reports. They support us with online training for Army human factors, online training for the Army Safety Management Information System, and have a help desk that's never said no when we call. And I'm sure the list goes on, but that's what's in my mind right now.
And those functions you're describing, those are performed by or that support is provided by the Combat Readiness Center?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What information does the brigade, or did the brigade, provide to the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Environment and Occupational Health, the Combat Readiness Center, or the U.S. Army Aviation Center of Excellence in return? Like, did you feed them information, safety-related information as well?
We were providing reports through whatever the active reporting system was at the time. ASMIS, I'm not sure when mishap and near miss reporting was stood up, but we started using that right away when it was implemented. We use the Army Hazard Management Module in ASMS, and the Program Management Module, I think, is still partially launched. We use that. And we use the Inspections, Assessments, and Audit Module of ASMS. And other than that, I think just the analytical stuff, or if we call them asking questions.
In the hazard management module, can you describe what you use that for?
Hazard management model, if we did an inspection, assessment, or audit, that would populate into the hazard management module. You could also manually enter hazards into the module, and personnel could make reports of hazards in that module, and they could even be anonymous.
Did you find that helpful, that module or the reporting system that ASMS provides?
I find it all to be a great program.
When was the hazard management module phased in, Mr. McInnes? Can you give us that?
I believe Mr. Nelson would be best to answer that.
It was actually May of 2021.
Okay. All right, so we're going to do a transition from sort of the program management aspects of this at the brigade and battalion level to more of the data side of things with some of the higher level organizations. Yeah, great. If you keep that up for a minute. I'd like to start with Mr. McInnes. Can you tell us where you're located on this diagram?
If you look at on the right side of the chart that starts down through the senior Army leadership, and then take the leg that goes to the left and then comes down to the Combat Readiness Center, you'll see under the Combat Readiness Center the training and then the Director of Analysis and Prevention. And I sit as the Director of Analysis and Prevention. The mission of the Combat Readiness Center is to preserve Army readiness through analysis, training, and development of systems that prevent accidental loss of people and resources. We are a one-star command that reports through the Director of Army Safety, who is a two-star on the Department of the Army staff. But our Brigadier General has direct access to the Director of the Army staff, as well as to senior Army leaders, the Vice Chief, and the Chief of Staff.
Okay, and does the CRC own, for lack of a better word, the Army Safety Management Information System?
We do.
And does it also conduct the ARAP surveys?
We do.
Can you describe what that stands for and what that is?
The Army Readiness Assessment Program is a battalion-level safety culture survey that a newly assigned battalion commander would sign up for and execute within the first 90 days of assuming command. Then after the sufficient number of surveys by the members of the organization had been completed, to assure the proper fidelity of the data, then that commander will schedule an outbrief with the safety technicians that work in the ARAP division within the Director of Analysis and Prevention, and they will be given a personal, however long they need, outbrief on what the data indicates after it has been analyzed, and also given ways ahead or tools that they can use to address any shortcomings that are identified.
Okay. Can you tell me, between these or other systems, was the Army tracking mid-air collision risk prior to the accident?
A mid-air collision is always at risk whenever there are two aircraft in the same area. So yes, we're tracking it as a risk. However, and as a where the severity would be catastrophic. However, the probability would be extremely rare. Is that with particularly between Army and civil aircraft or commercial aircraft. This is the first time we have data going back to 1972 in our database, and this is the first Army and commercial air incident on record from 1972.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nelson, can you tell us your position at the CRC?
Yes, I'm actually dual-hatted. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff and the ASMS 2.0 Director and Program Manager.
Okay. And so you are also in the Directorate of Analysis and Prevention?
I'm not.
Okay.
ASMS is its own directorate.
I see. Okay. All right. So what is the purpose and function of the Aviation Safety Management Information System?
So ASMS is the Army's designated system of record for safety and occupational health. And in that capacity, it is the single such system recognized to support those activities. If we think back to the activities or the components of ASOMs that Mr. Stedman mentioned earlier, ASMS has individual applications that underpin each one of those. So, for example, we have a mishap and near miss reporting application that handles every aspect of that from cradle to grave, whether it be, you know, a Class E mishap in which there's a laceration on someone's hand, to the complete loss of an Army aircraft that has a formal investigation board. Every aspect of that's supported. But ASMS is significant for a bigger reason, and that is it's the Army's first true total SOH system. And what I mean by that is we've unified all three components of the Army under one umbrella: the active Army, National Guard, and the Reserve. ASMS is, from a mishap reporting standpoint, we've done that for decades, and that's a very mature process. When we move into assessments, inspections, and hazards, and even into program management, those capabilities are new to the Army at large. And so this is a significant step forward, and it's a key driver to the success of SOH.
Okay, so tell me about the kind of information that you'd receive from an operational unit like the 12th Aviation Battalion or its parent organization, the Army Aviation Brigade.
It could be anything and everything I just mentioned, from a near miss report to a mishap to the conducting of an inspection to a hazard. So it could be any of those.
Okay. Do you regularly receive aviation safety related incident reports?
In general, yes.
Through the aviation safety?
They are through ASMS.
ASMS, okay. Do you receive OHRs? Not
directly. The OHR has historically been a separate form, a separate document, and our discussions as of late has been to leverage the near-miss tool as the single reporting tool and allow the attachment of the OHR to that, since it does support file attachment. So the goal of ASMS as the total Army system, as I just mentioned, is to have the full collection of data from everything that happens within the Army, down to every level across all commands. So that's critical to having the data analysis capabilities that we need going forward.
And how do you feel the adoption of these reporting mechanisms has been throughout the operational aviation units? Do you feel like you have good participation?
We do. I will tell you that across all of the major commands, we have usage in all of them. So any Class A or B or Aviation C mishap will be reported through ASMS, and that's a given. We are at 100% reporting at that level.
And Mr. Stedman, I think in your interview, you mentioned that it seemed like you had better participation from the fixed wing battalion than from the helicopter battalions. Is that accurate?
I did say that in the interview, and afterwards I asked myself, why did I think that? I think a little expectation bias. When I went back and looked at it, 12th's first report was 2001. Their last report was in 2024. When I looked at the fixed wing unit, they had a cluster of reports that were in 2023 and 2024. So I think I may have just mentally been thinking that they were better than the 12th at reporting, but it was probably just the recency of reports that made me think that is what came to my mind after I went back and looked at the data. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's turn to Ms. McDonald. If we could put the chart back up. Can you tell us where you're located in this organization?
Sure. I'm all the way on the right-hand side. I work for the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Installations, Energy, and Environment. My position, though, is in the Office of the Secretary of the Army, and my job is really related to policy, advising our senior leaders, both the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army and the Assistant Secretaries of the Army. I'm supported by our Deputy Assistant Secretary for Environment, Safety, and Occupational Health, and that's where I sit.
Okay, and I think you mentioned that we might have gotten the organization of the diagram a little bit wrong here in terms of where you sit and how that relates to the other organizations. Do you want to maybe point out any corrections we should note?
So I think, for the most part, where I'm sitting is okay. I think what we didn't accurately capture is where our Director of Safety and our Assistant Deputy Chief of Staff, or G357, sits. So as Mr. Stedman pointed out, we do have a two-star general that is our Director of Safety on our military side. And then we also have 25 additional, or 28 additional commands that are connected there too.
Okay, so that G357 bottom right center is should be a little bit elevated.
Yeah, you could almost put that up there where it says Department of Army HQDA Commander. Okay. I guess we'll definitely work on getting it corrected.
So. All right, and you're in the top left, I think.
I am in the top left. That is correct.
Okay.
Yep. I said top right, top left. It is.
Okay. Sorry. All right, you told us sort of your relation to some of the other positions, but what's your role there?
So my role, and I specifically pulled my PD so I can make sure that I told you exactly what my role is. 40% of my job is to develop Army-wide safety strategies, plans, objectives, policies, programs, ensure mission execution includes safety and occupational health. I evaluate performance and compliance with safety laws, regulations. I represent the Army in interagency meetings and hearings like this one. I provide expert consultation to Army leadership, serve on boards and committees representing the Army, maintain liaison with federal agencies, review proposed legislation, prepare congressional testimony, and represent the Army in meetings, and participate in planning, budgeting, and oversight of execution of safety resourcing. And that is a position that affects Army-wide operations and includes aviation safety.
Okay. What involvement do you have with the ASOMS program?
So from a policy perspective, our office did author and issue through the Secretary of the Army the policy to implement the Army Safety and Occupational Health Management System. And then I also provide oversight to implementation and then the monitoring of the strategic objectives to implement.
Okay, and what's the vision for how ASOMS and ASMS are to interact with each other and with the operational units?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at our Army Safety and Occupational Health Management System, it's really built and designed so at the lowest level, our commanders have the ability to identify hazards and assess risk in their organization that drives then those standards, right, that develop those standards, implement those standards, and assess those standards for efficacy. It is supported by our information technology. We continue to mature that support and have been for quite some time. And I know you're all safety management system experts over there, and I think you know as well as I do the best safety management systems that are out there that are high performing are supported by information technologies that align very closely with the tenants and in our situation, our capabilities of that management system.
Okay, and how about Mr. McInnes's organization in terms of his analysis capability? How is that to support ASOMs?
Currently, Mr. McInnes provides data analysis related to mishaps that have occurred and the implementation of that hazard tracking piece. So where our organizations can do inspections of any kind, put the information in there, the capability to actually track how well commands at all levels are developing their policies on doing those inspections. We'll use inspections as an example, putting the data in the tool, and then it provides the capability to track to completion those corrective actions. That's one example.
Okay. 2023 General Accountability Office report noted deficiencies in Army National Guard safety management, including high workload that degraded Army National Guard safety officer efforts and National Guard pilots' challenges meeting flight hour goals. Has the active duty Army aviation faced similar challenges?
I would say yes, and then I would tell you that we are currently in the midst of our manpower model evaluation, which we do have to recertify every single year. It defines step by step how our safety professionals and our safety officers are to execute their duties as our safety SMEs across the Army. And then it gives us a workload number so that we know those requirements, right? So that we know how many safety people, whether our safety and occupational health professionals or our aviation safety officers or our ground safety officers, the outcome is to define those requirements in which it takes to get us to minimum compliance.
Do you know what triggered that report?
I believe there was a National Guard helicopter accident in the state of New York.
Do you recall the nature of the accident?
I do not.
Okay. Anybody else on the panel?
Yes. It was a training flight where there were 3 personnel on board, and during the execution of a maneuver in a Black Hawk that involved the stabilator on the Black Hawk, the crew, they initiated the maneuver at an airspeed that was not acceptable for the maneuver, and the aircraft crashed on the airfield.
Okay. Thanks. That concludes my questions.
And Dr. Groff, did you want to get a clarification? No? Okay. No, I think that this concludes the questioning from the technical panel. Thank you.
All righty. We will begin with who wants to go first? FAA.
No questions, ma'am.
Wonderful. NADCA.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We just have one question, probably for Mr. Stedman or Colonel DeForest. Just in the review of the safety incidences and anything, were any of them involving the use of pilot-applied visual separation, either with either aircraft, either an Army asset or a civil asset that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all.
Army.
Hey, Colonel DeForest, who owns the risk in your organization for aviation safety?
It depends which level of risk. So for high level, I own it. For medium, a battalion commander owns it. And then for low level risk, that's a company commander.
And for policies within the organization, is it streamlined, or who has the authority to change those policies?
So that is at the, so if we're going to overall risk assumption, the change of the policy, as I understand, is going to be with the proponent. So right now, the primary tool we use to characterize risk is our Risk Common Operating Picture, or the RCOP. We've referenced it several times. And based on different levels throughout the mission, let's see, the mission approval process, right? We're going to go through a very, very regimented and disciplined approach to characterizing that risk. So the initial MISC approval authority, essentially that's when the mission comes in. We can approve it or reject it based on if it's aligned with policy, or do we even have the capability to do it. And then we're going to move on to our mission briefing, officer mission planning phase. And that's where that conversation is going to happen for detailed mission planning. And that conversation is going to move up to the final mission approval authority, and that is where that overall risk level is going to be assumed. And if it's a low risk, it's at your company commander, Army captain typically. If it's a medium risk, it'll be with your battalion commander, Army lieutenant colonel. If it's high risk, it'll be with a colonel. Extremely high risk is at the general officer level, and that depends on the formation. General officers, they receive this training once a year, this mission approval process training. All air crews receive this training every year, and then when specifically warrant officers attend their PME or specialized training, they receive it then. So it's well known within the aviation community of who assumes what risk at what level.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Sikorsky.
No questions, ma'am.
PSA Airlines.
Thank you, ma'am. I think it's for you, Mr. Nelson. I was trying to understand the safety reporting mechanism here that reports up to you. That would be you, right? Thank you. I was curious about how many anonymous safety reports you receive a month out of the 12.
Anonymous, I do not know right offhand. And the anonymous reports would be near misses specifically, not mishaps, but I don't have a count.
Do you know how many reports you get at all?
So near misses total, from the beginning, we have almost 9,000. Actually, almost 8,000. We have about 5,500 ground and 2,000 aviation.
Not out of the 12. I was saying just out of the 12.
No, I don't.
So you wouldn't know how many you get a month, how many you get flight safety-wise?
I mean, we could do the math on the 2,000 over 4 years and come up with an estimate, but I will tell you we've just fielded a new near-miss tool that is significantly enhanced from what was there before and offers much greater support for aviation-specific data points. So if I had to guess, I would say since April when we fielded that, the count has increased.
So can you give me an idea a month? How much it's increased?
I don't. I'd have to look at the data. Do you have any notion, Ray?
The only thing I can say, sir, is that the use of, and just for clarity, the Department of Defense and the Army define, was already said, define a near miss as an undesired event that under slightly different circumstances would have resulted in personal harm, property damage, or undesired loss of resources. Yep. So that crosses the force, both ground, industrial, and the aviation force. We have 2,000 reports over the 4 years since we launched the system that are aviation related. So if you take, but the number of reports coming in every year has increased. So that started with a low number and is now we're up to about 2,000 overall reports a year, of which about 200 of those are aviation related. Those are so if you could just a quick math, that's about 20 a month. Okay. So if you look at that, that's not just about flight safety. Some of those near misses occur in the hangar, and some of those near misses occur on the ramp.
So, and that's just out of the 12, 20 a month?
No, that's across the Army.
So 20 a month out of the Army completely?
Yes, sir.
And some of those out of the hangar. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out the metrics here and how robust the safety reporting is.
It is a relatively new system, and we are still trying to to be perfectly honest, to get the Army to recognize the utility of the system, and that when we can analyze things at the Army level, that the whole Army will be better, because we're a learning organization and we're trying to make the whole Army better. As this becomes more and more in use, and again, a near miss is often only witnessed by 2 or 3 soldiers, and if those 2 or 3 soldiers don't sit down and enter it into ASMS, that's what we have to teach the force to do.
Totally agree. Thanks, sir. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Alba.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dressler, I believe you spoke earlier about how the HELA working group, which entities that here at the table are actually a part of that group, do you know?
So there are 2 different helicopter working groups. The FAA DCA sponsored helicopter working group that last meeting was I think it was August. There was a member of 12th Aviation there, and we had 2 meetings last year. In the preceding years, I believe it was about the same tempo. After January 29, the DC Helicopter Operators Group, which is an ad hoc group of the 12 operators that function in the DC airspace, those are 2 separate entities, and unfortunately, the 12th Aviation did not participate and does not participate in that, although I'm very hopeful that's going to change.
Were air carriers a part of, I guess, the ops group or either of those groups in any capacity?
Unfortunately, no. In the case of the helicopter working group, route changes that started in March, we strongly recommended that the air carriers participate, and they were never invited.
So but you would agree that there would be something for them to add?
Oh, absolutely. It's an ecosphere. It's all interrelated, and so to call it a helicopter working group is not acceptable.
Thank you, sir. Colonel DeForest, would you agree?
Absolutely. I think anytime organizations get together to discuss safety, regardless of the name, is very, very important.
And Mr. Allen, are you a part of that in any capacity? HELA working group?
New mic. No.
Okay. But could you speak to potentially the DCA ATC part also finding value in being a part of that working group?
I'll echo, I believe, what the Colonel said. Anytime you can get the different entities together to participate is a win.
So could groups like this potentially bridge some of those gaps of data collection that we have between all of these separate entities? Just give me a head nod or a yes between the 3 of you if possible.
Yes.
Absolutely. 100%.
And at these working groups, this is more for you, Mr. Dressler, again, have you all shared like local data specific to that area and unique events, procedural knowledge type, but specifically that local data for that area?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Let's see, that's all I've got from Alpa.
Back to FAA.
No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
NADCA.
No questions, but I do want to thank the panelists. It's been a long evening. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Army.
No further questions.
No questions.
Got it. PSA.
No further questions, ma'am.
ALPA.
No further questions, but thank you all so much.
Member Graham.
We're on the home stretch, I think. Mr. Saylor, I want to thank you for briefing us on how your program runs, especially how you guys look at resolution advisories, how you try to correlate them with ASAP reports from your FOQA. I'm happy to see that you de-identify it and share it with the ASIAS system. Are you aware of other places where you're supposed to send TCAS resolution advisory reports?
Yes, I am. 49 CFR 830.5 NTSB reportable, yes.
That's correct. I was made aware of that some years ago before I came to the board in my own program. I was not aware of that at that point. I've had discussions over the years with the NTSB on that, and since I've been here. Matter of fact, this morning, Mr. Soper and I had a little discussion about this, and I was kind of wondering where we were with this program, because I think there's a lot of operators out there. And it says here, if you are an aviation operator, federal regs require you to notify the NTSB immediately of an ACAS or TCAS RA under certain circumstance, per the 49 CFR 830. For more information, you can find out. Specifically, a report is required under the following circumstances: Airborne Collision and Avoidance System, ACAS, resolution advisories issued when an aircraft is being operated on an IFR, Instrument Flight Rules, flight plan, and compliance with the advisory is necessary to avert a substantial risk of collision between two or more aircraft. You shall email us with this information. It gives you a link. Mr. Soper, can you add a little more about what we talked about this morning and make everybody aware of this? Because I think it's not just 121 operators, it's everybody, and I think we may be a little shy on reporting.
Absolutely. So we've been tracking these since around 2010, I believe, and we made it, at that point, we were getting well over 1,000 a year. I mean, easily over 1,000 a year, probably even more than that. We made a shift in the verbiage in 2015 because, frankly, we were getting a lot of them that weren't necessarily needed to be followed up on, and we're down to about 300 a year on average. Most of our flag carriers report zero now. We're receiving no reports for them. We're receiving good reports from a few. Some Part 135 and BizJet operators are actually reporting very well. Received none from the military.
Thank you, Mr. Soper. And I know I talked to somebody earlier today about, well, we don't receive any feedback from the NTSB on these, and I want to read. It's very easy. It's right off of our website. If you need to report an accident, it's about the third one down there. Very short. There's a link there, but at the bottom it says, after evaluating a reported ACAS, TCAS RA, we will determine what level of response, if any, will be required. If you would like to request feedback on your report, please indicate in your email, and the assigned ATC investigator will reach out to you after they have reviewed the details of the reported event. Okay, folks, this is easy. Send them in. We're ready, okay? Another depository of information. I'll stop there.
Member Inman.
Mr. Saylor, I just want to get you prepped. You may not have answered some questions for a while. Earlier in the last panel, I talked about that we'd been given a stat from your FOQA program that PSA had about a 97% compliance rate with RA resolutions. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'd asked then, they said it might be appropriate for you. Will you, and I realize that that's sensitive information, so we're not asking for it in the public forum, but will PSA pledge to provide that data set to our investigators? And if needed, we can mark it proprietary?
Yeah, obviously, like you said, FOQA data is, protected from disclosure. It's a multi-party agreement. I don't have the unilateral authority today to commit to that. Would have to coordinate with our ALPA, individuals that are on the FOQA monitoring team as well. But if we can, we certainly will. We do provide all that data to ASIAS. I know ASIAS is doing TCAS studies, and they're actually doing a big rollout of the new ASIAS platform, which I am told there's more TCAS metrics in there and actually getting into possibly compliance studies as well. But short answer, if we can, we certainly will, but I don't want to give that authority just by myself.
And I appreciate you saying that, but I will just caution a little bit. It was a question from PSA to PSA. And so whenever I hear a party asking their own person for a data point and it was already known and teed up, I want to make sure we can validate that information in some way. I'm not saying it's not correct or accurate, but we need to see where you're coming from if you're going to hold it up as such a good example.
Understand.
Okay. We also kind of touched on yesterday minimum equipment list, and I think yesterday? sometime in these 3 days. At some point earlier in the hearings, minimum equipment lists. And I think the previous PSA representative indicated that the requirement from the FAA is that you can fly with TCAS not operating for 3 days. Is that your understanding?
Yes, per the approved MEL, it's a Category B MEL for us, which it would be 3 days. That's correct.
Okay, but that's an approved, and that's the absolute minimum. Is that correct?
Yes, I would agree.
So as a company, can you decide to actually increase that? You're flying a large number of CRJs into the DC airspace and a lot of other places. We saw the number of incidents that are occurring regarding, in the previous stats, I think the chair showed, the number of interactions within PSA. Could you make that requirement stronger?
Yeah, when you say minimum, I'm not aware of any events where we go over 3 days. I'll just say that.
All right, that's the rule.
Yeah,
It's
the
3
rule,
days.
correct. The rule is 3 days. I would also say, I failed to mention it in my introduction. I'm also a line qualified first officer for the company, and I fly the RJ as well. So I'm fairly connected with the pilot group, and obviously with the management folks. I will say that you know, that is pilot discretion. You know, if they have a TCAS MEL, you know, it is pilot discretion if they want to refuse that aircraft or not operate it into DCA. There's no you know, no disciplinary action from the company on that. But either way, you know, we do have a TCAS working group we're standing up, and this is going to be a topic of conversation in the group.
Okay. Just to ask, based on the information we received, PSA and the number of interactions RATA, we don't know how many are not happening because we haven't asked yet for how many times you've pulled them out or have exceeded those 3 days. But I think you may see some questions as a follow-up technical request regarding the minimum equipment list and how many have been operating without TCAS. I just want to let you be aware of it.
Understand.
Okay. Colonel Forrest, you talked earlier, you mentioned standardization is critical. That's a very critical part of safety, correct?
That is correct.
And I realize you're talking about standardization of procedures and understanding, and I know we got into a question yesterday regarding certain models. Does that also mean standardization of training in regard to when they're at Fort Belvoir or versus whenever they're going through their initial training, standardization of equipment?
Absolutely, 100%. So standardization in the approach to the training. So as most people are aware, we have a mixed fleet of rotary, of Blackhawks. We have VH-60s, Mike models, and we have UH-60 Lima models, and then an additional set of UH-60 Mike models. So it's 3 different airframes. And when our standardization approach is to, you know, maximize time and resources. So how do we do that? And this is part of safety assurance as well. So we have, you know, standardized publications, highly trained, disciplined instructors and safety officers. And then we're going to look at those checks. You know, we're going to have written tests, no notice evaluations, your annual flight evaluations. But I think most importantly is that leadership engagement at the aircrew training program level. So that's standardization in this organization.
Okay. If I could have another minute or so, if that's okay, on this topic. Whenever you come out of initial training and you've been trained in Alabama, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are they all being trained on the Lima or Mike model? What is the standardization in their initial training?
Upon completion of flight school, you know, near the end, you're going to choose which aircraft you'll be flying. So it's either
you're going to choose or be chosen told.
If you try hard enough, you'll be in a position to choose.
Just checking.
So you know, Apache, Chinook, Blackhawk, and to my understanding, if you are selected to go the Blackhawk track, it'll be in a Mike model.
But you have aviators that have come, and in this case, the subject pilot, well, I'll just say the left seat pilot, had been trained in the Mike model. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But whenever that person came to your command, they were assigned to the Lima model battalion or a group, sorry?
That is correct.
Does that separate group, is it called a group or a battalion or a division?
So within the battalion, there's 3 flight companies. So Alpha Company is historically all your Mike models, and then Bravo Charlie are all your Lima model helicopters.
Do you have an increased risk for new aviators that are brought into the Bravo and Charlie companies because they have not been trained on that aircraft? Or sorry, trained on that aircraft, I apologize, on a more advanced version, and then they're stepping into one that's less advanced?
I wouldn't necessarily characterize increased risk. It's certainly a challenge when you look at how we need to train them. So it's an additional local level. At the battalion level, we can do that Mike to Lima transition in-house. We have an approved training support package to do that. Is it risk? Risk characterized in additional time and money. I think if you want to characterize that as risk, but it's, are they developing any negative habits? I don't think so.
I wouldn't believe negative habits. I'm just saying you're coming into the national capital region where you have, as you said, a 24-hour-a-day mission critical national interest. Those 2 companies don't present an increased risk whenever they first make the transfer from flight training school?
And if there was any, I guess what you're trying to get at is proficiency. How do we make sure it's standardized? When you have somebody go through the training, it's going to take X amount of flight hours to get them to a certain proficiency level. Everybody's going to be different, and that's the great thing about our mission approval process, i.e. crew selection, which is a part of that RCOP. Knowing your people, how much time they have in time in a rotary wing helicopter, and then type of rotary wing helicopter. And so that crew selection is critical in identifying if it's characterized as risk, but making sure they can get trained up to a certain proficiency level in the most effective way.
Okay. That's all I have in that line. I'll have some more questions, though.
All right, thank you. Mr. Saylor, do you believe that ASIAS, I mean, you all report to ASIAS. Is it as, does it provide the value that it should?
I think it helps. And I think the industry is on the right path. I mean, ASIAS is undergoing major upgrades right now. They're redoing the data feeds. They're redoing the platform in which we access the ASIAS data and looking to fuse more data. So I certainly think it's on the right track, but I do believe that's also, some of the answers to some of the problems we're talking about when it comes to getting access to data. We have robust safety programs. We're very proud of them. We have great reporting culture, culture internally, but we do rely on that other data. ASIAS previously was really good. We could go in there and see how PSA compares to the industry, looking at different airports. We could look at unstabilized approaches. We could look at TCAS RA metrics. But there's a lot more data available, and I think, when ASIAS continues to go on this path and fusing more data, the ADSB data and all the data that we're talking about, that has been shown in many exhibits, I think there's a lot of potential to get that into ASIAS in a protected format, and get it to the people that can make action on that data. And so I don't know if that answered your question or not. I think we're on the right path, but I think a lot more work to be done, and I do think that'll help a lot.
Great, thank you. I'm going to switch to, I think this will probably go to Mr. Stedman. If not, feel free to direct it to someone else. On average, how much time do safety officers in the 12th Battalion spend on aviation safety versus other safety and occupational hazards?
Yes, I know I was going to get that question, and I know what the battalion safety officer said and the company safety officer said. I'll take them at their word. I'll say sometimes they don't take credit for what they do, and so aviation safety related things that they do, being interviewed so early on, and maybe the way the question's asked and interpreted, that they didn't take credit for doing mission rehearsals, going out on flights with company pilots because they're PICs, and observing flight operations, right? looking at the flight schedule. So I think they would, if you really sat down and asked them, they may raise the number a little bit more. But I take them at their word. You know, we have some facilities that need some work, and so that does take some time.
Yeah, it seemed based on interviews that they spend about 75% of their work on occupational and safety health matters and about 25% on aviation safety. But that, again, was from...
Yeah, that one, you know, he has 4 flight companies and 3 ground companies, one of those an aviation maintenance company, the Delta company, and, you know, that's where we get personal injury mishaps with that industrial type aviation maintenance on the helicopters, the different shops, those types of things. So I can understand where he would have, you know, maybe not the percentages stated. I think he would raise them a little bit, give him a chance, but that's his word.
Okay. And you said, and I don't want to put, I thought you just said we could do a little bit better. What sort of changes have you made after the accident?
After the accident, we did issue recently some guidance of what an aviation safety officer's primary duties are. Try to refocus on that. And one of the things the colonel always asks when I go to his office and we talk about things that need to be done, if it's involving the 12th, he always asks, how can we take that off their plate? And so we'll try to do better.
And I'm going to hold a few. Member Grimm.
Thank you. Mr. Soper, did you have something to add that you didn't get at the end of that last round I had?
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion there for a moment on the TCAS and the lack of reporting of the TCAS RA stuff to the NTSB. I feel in present company feel a little remiss if I didn't say that PSA Airlines is actually one of our most consistent and reliable reporters. So thank you for continuing to submit that important safety information.
I appreciate you saying that. I was going to maybe mention that next time Mr. Graham asked me some questions.
Yeah, you bet. Good job on you. And I'm really interested to see what comes out of the TA study on below 1,000 feet. Maybe you do an info share presentation on that or something.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly can. I think it's sort of a new metric for most of the industry to look at that. Like I said, we're gathering it in Folkwell and we're requiring crews to report it. So we're early stages of gathering data, but I absolutely agree that, some industry collaboration on it, and sharing it in industry safety forums be absolutely what we need to do. And second, just to your TCAS RA reportable data, and I'm fairly involved in some of the industry forums. I'm the RA Safety Council. I'm the chairperson there. Some of the discussion in the industry is just how that regulation is written, avert a substantial risk of collision between 2 or more aircraft, just being somewhat subjective. Just maybe some advice. I agree, more data for you guys, probably the better, so you can, do your data analysis as well, but there might be some, clarification or, years ago, maybe you were getting too much, now you're not getting enough, just, kind of what you expect, that might help.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've got some work we can do on that too on our side, definitely. Thank you for that. I got a couple more questions for you. Can you, since you are a line pilot, can you tell me a little bit about when you're coming into DCA, when you know you're going to have the Mount Vernon Visual 1, Runway 1 approach, what is to be briefed per your SOP?
Yeah, so we're required to brief the entire approach. We usually do that in cruise if we can. We request numbers for the runway, the performance numbers, to make sure that we have the data to land runway 1. If we're expecting or might get runway 33, we'll also request data there. We'll brief any NOTAMs for the runway. or the airport that had not already previously been briefed during the pre-flight phase. And then we will go through the entire approach chart, pretty much literally line by line, briefing all of the required items on the approach chart, the missed approach, then we'll take a look at the runway length, where we're going to exit, where we expect to exit, all that. So it's pretty comprehensive briefing.
And I notice you will brief the ILS too, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it's required to be backed up. That's correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, the 3.3 is briefing that ahead of time is only optional. Is that correct? Is that how I read that?
Yeah, if we're expecting to land 3.3, it needs to be briefed. But if we're expecting to land runway 1, sometimes we'll crews might do an abbreviated brief for 3.3.
Okay. So, why wouldn't a pilot take runway 3.3?
So from my experience, I've not landed on 3.3 many times, probably less than 5 times. But I've flown with captains that are very, very comfortable with it and enjoy doing it and would continue to do it. And I've flown with captains that would rather not accept 3.3. And usually the answer or the reason is just, when you're coming down for runway 1, you're coming down on a controlled ILS glide path to the longest runway at DCA. The workload does increase if you break off that approach and circle to 3.3, for sure. So some pilots would rather not do that. And some pilots have even made the comment, if anything were to happen, such as a runway overrun or whatever, they wouldn't want to be asked, well, why did you choose a shorter runway?
And that runway is about 2,000 feet shorter than runway 1.
Correct, yes, but it obviously is still within our performance specs to do it. But I will say all the times in my experience that, we're asked to take runway 3.3 or we're talking about it in the arrival phase, 100% of the time it's a discussion between the crew and making sure that both crew members are comfortable with it and, it's a crew decision.
Excellent, thank you. I did notice in your guidance too, it talks about on the visual approach into runway 3.3, also noted that the flight crew should turn to final to cross near a church on the east bank of the Potomac. Did the airline consider visibility at nighttime for that comment? Or does that church stand out at night?
In my experience, I've never done the 3.3 at night, so I'm not the best person to ask.
Maybe Alpa, any of you guys?
The church is very well lit up. You can see it quite distinctly. It's actually quite easy to find.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. I see my time's up. Thanks. Okay, just for the Army, Colonel, I do have a question for you. What is the policy about using a cell phone on a flight?
Yeah, you should not be using a cell phone on the flight.
Okay.
While performing flight duties.
Does that include all the crew members, including crew chief?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Last question is, the Army Readiness Assessment Program Annual Survey. Can you give me a short answer of what that is?
It's the Army Readiness Assessment Program is a survey to address the safety culture of the organization. It is conducted at the battalion commander level. They register for the survey. They are then, when a sufficient portion of the organization has conducted those surveys to make the data valid, we will outbrief them at a time of their choosing with one of the safety professionals at the Combat Readiness Center, providing them with where they may have shortfalls and then perhaps with tools that they can use to address those shortfalls.
Excellent. Do all brigade personnel receive that survey?
It's not required. It happens at the battalion level. So the 12th Battalion did the surveys and in fact has just completed a survey here in the last couple of weeks. But it does not happen at brigade levels or higher.
Okay.
Sir, if I could just add, as our safety management system is maturing, every single command that is is part of our safety management system is required to do a culture survey to look at, the standards, right, the people, the resourcing, and the use of the information technology to drive that safety culture.
Okay. Last question here for me. Do we know what the response rate of the survey each has been recently?
It varies from unit to unit. We have had units that did not complete enough surveys to reach data validity. The 12th Battalion in this case did reach data validity for the survey, and I believe the outbrief was supposed to happen this week while I've been up here, but it may be next week.
That doesn't sound very effective. Get such a low rate. Okay.
No,
go ahead.
Our compliance rate is about 75% across the Army for those that register for and then complete the survey, and then have sufficient soldiers complete the surveys to get to that where you have valid data to conduct the outbrief.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I want to thank all the witnesses for the extremely long day. Thank you.
Member Inman.
Mr. Taylor, I just want to follow up your very last comment about taking 3-3. You said your operational specs allow it?
Yes, sir.
But in your handbook or your piece of the flight manual, it says that you actually have to brief it in advance if you can take it, which leads us to kind of believe that in some cases you would not be able to take 3-3.
Yeah, so like I said, in my experience, my limited experience in DC, when we're landing north and it's visual conditions and we might expect the, last minute switch to 3-3, we will go ahead and brief both, in my experience.
Okay, but in your experience, so they have to have the numbers, correct? They have to be able to have the weight and the...
Correct.
So there are times whenever you can't take 3-3.
Yeah, if you don't, yeah, correct. If we're heavier on the 900, sometimes we are not able to get numbers for 3-3. That's correct.
Okay, so I just trying to clarify, because it sounded like you've always got the opportunity to take it, but you may not be able to based upon that aircraft.
Yeah, it's dependent on the day, the weather, all that.
Okay, I just want to make sure of that.
Yep.
Mr. Fuchs, can we bring up the 12th Captain Aviation Battalion? I think there's, this is page 34. And we're going to start at line 6. There have been numerous times when we've missed, and this is a captain from the 12th Aviation Battalion, where we've missed an identified aircraft. It'd be another rotor, someone coming from 2 Whiskey 5, a smaller aircraft, someone just traversing. It's fairly congested as we get through there, so you're liable to see numerous aircraft if you're looking. It goes on to talk about a technique to have one pilot go unaided to help identify aircraft. Yes, there's a technique. In this check ride, or if you will, qualification ride, if at any point could have they gone unaided and that would have been acceptable, because the way we read the instructions is that they had to fly for the full 2 hours with night vision goggles. Is my assumption correct or incorrect?
It is acceptable as long as it's announced to notify the other, the other crew member, hey, I'm going unaided, but also it needs to be discussed before the flight that they'll be doing that.
Okay, and then I guess the concern is that earlier it said there's numerous times that they misidentify aircraft based on that. Is that a risk? And I'll go on to page 858, same transcript. In the constant topic of discussion, actually scroll up just a little bit, please, because I think the original part of the question is important. Have flight crews in the battalion expressed any concerns in recent months before the accident about the potential for midair collisions on low altitude? The answer, it's a constant topic of discussion. Based on our daily operations, just a ton of traffic. So as we come into different LZs that are within the CIFRA, that traffic is typically, I personally brief it for every single time on the mission line. The question was, in the recent months before the accident, it sounds like it's prevalent, were there concerns that were raised throughout the entire battalion in regard to this potential?
I believe collectively it's known that flying the helo routes DC airspace, it's congested, it's challenging. And, through our processes we have, and we've since reassessed, we were confident in our processes at the time. So the crews, the risk is reduced to the greatest extent. There's a percentage out there, but I'll say most risk is reduced left of launch. So when they are at those briefing tables, they're doing their tabletop exercises, mission rehearsals, they're talking about this. So when they get in the aircraft and launch, they know how to address it if they see it. It is well known this airspace is difficult to fly in.
So I'm going off of memory again, and I'm going to categorize it by left seat and right seat, because I don't know if I've got the nomenclature correct. But throughout the group chairman report, the right seat had indicated they had gone and done the mission pre-brief. They had talked. There were numerous people that indicated they had talked to the right seat throughout the day in preparation for this flight. The left seat in our reports don't indicate any of that discussion. Just the left seat shows up. And I don't know if it's the absence of the information or that it did or didn't occur. But did both of these pilots brief on that? I know you weren't in the room, but was there any collaboration, any witness, any information to show these discussions happened?
So before every flight, a crew brief will occur, and that's all crew members that are going to participate in that flight. Sometimes you'll have a mission briefing officer and maybe the maintenance officer nearby. The company briefing areas are pretty small, so it's a high likelihood there's others in the room in vicinity of the crew that was going to fly. So not an isolated discussion.
Okay.
Be good?
I'll let you go, and then I got 2 or 3 questions.
You're good. Yeah. Okay. You'll let me go. All right. Thank you. Your 5 minutes is up. So, Colonel DeForest, I'm going to ask, I think earlier you said something about after-action reviews. We do them too. Just along that, I'm wondering what changes have been made. I know you may have inferred to, something about a risk assessment tool. Maybe that's changed, but also what else?
So that evening or the next day immediately paused operations, did not fly. We did not fly in the surface-based Class B airspace for just about 90 days to reassess the environment. Additionally, we found our ADSB transponder was not configured correctly. That was immediately fixed. We looked at how many crew members are going to be involved, specifically if we did have to fly into the Class B airspace. So we looked at those numbers again. Rehearsals, looking at those routes, where were those risks that we just did not anticipate? When we look at who is assuming risks, so ADSB, that's at my level right now for all contingency lines. We also spoke a lot to our mission partners, specifically the DoD partners that have similar mission sets for broad awareness there. We did fly, I believe, 3 flights into the surface-based Class Bs in support of national special security events, and those were well coordinated. We also have a great relationship, we've built upon a great relationship with the FAA, so every flight that goes into surface-based Class B, they get a piece of paper with a map and instructions on exactly where we are going to go. So I would say from a procedural standpoint, there's been significant changes since the accident.
You may also get your standardization wish in aircraft.
Yeah, and I'll add one more thing, because it's the question you asked. AARs, after every flight now, typically you would talk about it as a crew, and then if something that you needed to bring up to the mission briefing officer, you'd talk to that person the next day. You wouldn't, bug them in the middle of the night. Now, after every flight, the pilot in command, the instructor pilot, has to go to a common portal and write in the results of that flight, anything that the next crewmate need to know, anything maintenance related, but that's standard practice now. It's codified. So there's across the command, what's coming out of these flights, especially since the airspace is fundamentally different now.
And your risk assessment pre-flight, did that change at all? think you call it a Aviation Risk Common Operational Picture, RCOP.
It did. So the RCOP, it's it's an Excel worksheet. Some of the fields are locked. Those are locked by DOTD, the Director of Training and Doctrine. So that's at Fort Rucker. They create the form. We can add to it, and what we have added to it is a comment on ATSB. We've put on there a comment on use of a VR simulator, so simulation device. There's certain places we just cannot go now based on the airspace changes, so we use our simulation devices to maintain a level of proficiency specific to our mission. We've also put on there things related to LZs, so there have been some additions to that RCOP.
And can I ask for your simulator? And thank you for allowing us to do that. And you upgraded the simulator with new software?
We have, and from what I understand, we're the first in the United States Army to have that new software upgrade.
What are the upgrades?
So the graphics, what it was before, didn't necessarily represent DC, but now it does represent with appropriate locations of buildings, bridges, the places that we do fly. So it's a big upgrade for us.
Okay, thank you. Member Graham. Member Inman.
I think this might be my last round, I hope. Colonel DeForest, we noted with the crew chief especially, I wanted to highlight something. It's something that's been brought up to NTSB and others, that the crew chief had decided at one point last year to remove themselves from flying for mental health reasons. And I want to applaud that. Go ahead, Jay. I want to applaud that. I thought it was a great and noble thing that was done. And it returned, this was in the interview with a family member, had returned back into that. How do you work with individuals that want to remove themselves or feel like that they need to take themselves out of rotation?
Absolutely support. So I would say the basis of what we do to lay the groundwork there. So I have a very clear training approach. So it's fix, fly, train, and take care of your people. And that's the most important thing, is taking care of your people. We feel comfortable enough to raise your hand and say, I'm not ready to fly. And for the crew chief, as a standardization instructor, he sets the standard. People are watching him. And I tell you, we were so encouraged to see that included into the report, because it means a lot to us. Somebody that stepped up and said, you know what, I'm not going to be a danger to myself or my crew, or bring that risk into this airspace. So that is, again, it is great to see as a commander.
I think it's something we can kind of highlight in a tragic situation, absolutely. I do want to go back, though, and this goes back to increased risk, and this will be on the left side pilot again. Based on what we kind of referenced, that the left side pilot had flown approximately 5 hours in the last 3 months. Is that accurate? Prior to the accident?
That's accurate. In the month of January, there was a significant amount of weather, so that's pretty common when you have, in the month of January here at Davidson, you're going to have those weather cancels. So not to say she wasn't scheduled to fly, but a lot of times that comes up in January. You just don't have that opportunity.
What about hours in the month of December?
I'd have to refer to the report. I don't have that information available.
It's okay. And in one of the close associates, the comment is that the left side had deliberately tried not to fly in the month of December because we were recovering after an ACL surgery and also had social events as part of a volunteer program. I guess my question is, whenever you have a pilot who is not getting a certain number of hours, as you said, in certain months or certain activities, is there a different risk assessment as you're bringing them back in and doing certification or doing flights?
Absolutely. So we're going to look at that recency, that time captured on the RCOP. Not sure of the specifics, but on the 29th, all crew members were current, qualified in the aircraft for currency purposes, and medically qualified. Anything off duty or volunteer types of commitments occur off duty, and we do encourage those as well.
Sure. But earlier, I think yesterday, we were told you needed to have 2 hours of night vision every 60 days. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know in this case, was the left side current on night vision? Because we knew that there had been a practice run of about 1.5 hours a few days before, but it didn't define whether there had been other night vision hours in the 60 days prior.
Yeah, I would have to refer to the report. I'm not aware.
I think it may be absent in the report. I was just wondering if you had done the math backwards.
I had not.
Okay. I want to thank the panel for a really long day, the witnesses, everyone, family members. So I think I'll be done. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to see if the technical panel or the parties had any additional questions at all.
Technical panel has no questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Do we have any parties? Nope. Okay, do we have any exhibits? All right, that was a no. The transcript will be made available to the parties and witnesses electronically within 7 days of the completion of the hearing. Any corrections to the transcript must be sent to the hearing officer by September 1st, 2025. The transcript of the hearing and all materials entered into the record will become part of the public docket. A recording of these proceedings will be made available on the NTSB YouTube channel. I'd like to extend the board's gratitude to our colleagues, certainly across the agency, starting with our hearing officer, Dr. Bauer, and our investigator in charge, Bryce Banning. You did an excellent job, as did all of the staff here and throughout the agency. I also want to express my appreciation for certainly the transportation disaster assistance team as well. And really, I want to extend my appreciation to not just the NTSB staff, but certainly all the witnesses that have been part of this investigative hearing, and certainly the parties to the investigation. Our work together, I think, will greatly improve safety. And I would just say, on behalf of the board, for the families, I know you've been here for, I think I calculated over 30 hours to heat. Well, thank you. We do this to improve safety, certainly, but we all do this with each of you in mind and your loved ones that were lost tragically, with you in mind, not just on the CRJ, but also PAT 25. So we will continue on and hope to complete this investigation within a year, and thank you for everyone's combined efforts. We are adjourned.